Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Blasey, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbein, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain, Doug Hinkle.
Please join me in prayer. Loving Heavenly Father, thank you for the rest through the night. Thank you for the opportunity to meet the challenges of today. These challenges can appear overwhelming, the solutions elusive. Yet we know that you, O Lord, the ultimate statesman, have the resolution to every obstacle. So we look forward with great anticipation to seeing your Holy Spirit move in this Senate as differences are resolved and satisfactory solutions are achieved to your glory and for the benefit of our state. As we work through the day, cause us to argue our positions, to present reasons for or against the matters at hand in an honorable way to the best of our ability. I lift President Masterson, Vice President Wilburn, Majority Leader Alley, and Minority Leader Sykes to you. Bless them with your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding as they lead this chamber to a beneficial resolution of the matters before it. At the end of the day, cause us to reflect not on what we gained or lost personally, but by what was accomplished in this legislative body called the Kansas Senate for the people of Kansas. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note references of bills on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the bills on page 2 and 3, SB 3, 5, 6, 27, 28, and 34. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 3, an act designating Silvosaurus chondrali as official state land fossil. Senate Bill 5, an act concerning health and health care. Senate Bill 6, an act concerning infectious or contagious diseases. Senate Bill 27, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 28, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 34, an act concerning housing.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Blasey, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 5. Kansas was the first state to vote on abortion rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned in June 2022. On August 2nd, Kansas overwhelmingly voted to defeat a constitutional amendment that would have allowed anti-abortion politicians to ban abortion, with 59% voting no on the proposed amendment. Since then, legislators in both the House and Senate have introduced legislation aimed at restricting access, promoting predatory and manipulative practices, and outright banning abortion. They are ignoring the will of Kansas voters who said loudly and clearly that attempts by politicians to insert themselves into these decisions are an unwanted overreach by our government. SB 5 is yet another one of these attempts, and I stand with overwhelmingly majority of Kansas and 72% of my constituents who want these power grabs to stop. And I would like my comments on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
I vote no on Senate Bill 6. This bill is an overreaction to an overreaction. Extreme people seem to like overreacting. I'm frustrated that we're passing bills like this, but not even willing to have hearing on bills that could provide solutions to healthcare challenges.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Further explanation, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And with her permission, I'd like to join in the Senator from Shawnee on her comments.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With their permission, I would like to join the senators from Johnson and the senators from Shawnee on their explanations of vote. I'm hoping my constituents will understand that I do know that more than 72% of them voted no.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. With her permission, I would like to join the comments of the Senator from Shawnee.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regard to SB 6, explanation of vote, excuse me, got cancer? No need to see an oncologist or cancer specialist. You can just go see an ophthalmologist because per the supporters of this bill, the experience of any type of doctor will do. As has been the case for several very concerning bills, the same cast of characters was brought in to support this very dangerous proposal in SB 6, which would remove needed expertise from the area of public health. While this group of very questionable supporters offer plenty of armchair quarterbacking, none have experience in infectious diseases or leading a state through a pandemic. The Senate needs to reject this bill as it endangers our citizens.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Did you say 34? 34? I have 31 in favor. And looks like 8 opposed. That's a 6. Senator Brown votes aye to pass on 34. Further explanations? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 3, 27 in favor and 12 opposed to Senate Bill 5, 22 in favor and 18 opposed to Senate Bill 6, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 27, 39 in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 28, 30 in favor and 6 opposed to Senate Bill 34. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On the second roll call, we'll take the following. Bills on page 4 and 5, Senate Bill 49, 75, 113, 119, 120, 123, 174, 180, and 194, and 208. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 49, an act concerning wind energy conversion systems. Senate Bill 75, an act concerning the legal rate of interest. Senate Bill 113, an act concerning health and healthcare. Senate Bill 119, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 120, an act concerning water. Senate Bill 123, an act concerning post-secondary education. Senate Bill 174, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 180, an act establishing the Women's Bill of Rights. Senate Bill 194, an act concerning hospital districts. Senate Bill 208, an act concerning elections.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich.
Senator from Shawnee, could you please repeat?
Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Cadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Isle.
Senator, she hasn't called your name yet. I apologize.
Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. No. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye on Senate Bill 123, which would give in-state tuition to military children who have been previously stationed in Kansas but have been deployed elsewhere. Military dependents make daily sacrifices and have many fears and trauma as a result of their parents serving our country. They make relationships that are then broken as they move and often find themselves an island adrift from a geographic home. When they find Kansas to be the community they want to come back to, the community they love, the community that makes sense, the community that makes those sacrifices worthwhile, this small step is a way for Kansas to say, welcome home.
Do you wish your remarks be on the journal?
Yes, sir.
So ordered. Further explanation of vote. Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. Explanation of vote on SB 113. While this may very well be a good bill, I vote pass, as the hearing for this bill was very condensed and a number of questions have been brought forward since then. Thank you.
Do you wish your remarks on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth on Senate Bill 123.
So ordered. Further explanation? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "39 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 49. 38 in favor and 0 opposed to 75. 38 in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 113. 40 in favor, none opposed to Senate Bill 119. 37 in favor, 3 opposed to Senate Bill 120. 40 in favor, 0 opposed to 123. 31 in favor and 7 opposed to Senate Bill 174. 26 in favor and 10 opposed to Senate Bill 180, 39 in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 194, and 21 in favor and 19 opposed to Senate Bill 208. These measures, having reached a constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On the third roll call, we will take the following. Bills on page 6 and 7, Senate Bill 209, 210, 217, 219, 221, 229, and Senate Bill 233. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 209, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 210, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 217, an act concerning the unlawful use of electronic tracking systems or tracking information. Senate Bill 219, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 221, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 229, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 233, an act concerning gender identity medical care of.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl.
Yes, Senator Dahl, I need you to follow the description on your nose, even though it made sense to you. It's easier to track up here. Take three. Take three. I'm afraid, yeah, with your complexity of mind, we need one more shot. Thank you, Senator.
Erickson. Fagg. Vascado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak to Senate Bill 210. It's extremely difficult to have people run for office as it is, especially in local elections. Voter turnout is typically 15, at best 20%. Local elections should stay nonpartisan. If anybody wants to declare their partisanship, they can always do it on social media, their websites, their literature, or with their party. We need to encourage more and more people to be engaged in governing and policy making, not discourage them. This bill would be discouraging people that already have a disinterest or already nauseated by what goes on politics. Thank you.
Would you wish your remarks spread on the journal?
Yes, please.
You can get with your minority leader and she can walk you through numbers of words and how to file that. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I vote to protect vulnerable children and young people in Kansas from surgical mutilation, chemical experimentation, and abuse at the hands of medical professionals who violate their oath to do no harm. Just last night on a national broadcast, yet another courageous young man told his story of being coached and fast-tracked into taking cross-sex hormones, which he now regrets. He was in college and had been fighting depression and abusing drugs, and he was confused. He unwittingly went to an activist doctor for help and was told that he was really a woman and was immediately started on estrogen. The doctor did not consider the mood disorders and myriad other issues this young man was dealing with, but instead put this man on a path to transition. This is the type of situation that SB 233 will help prevent here in Kansas. We cannot bury our heads in the sand and pretend it's not happening. The future of this state is at risk if we do not protect our progeny. I hope and pray the House will pass this bill and the governor will have the courage to sign it. Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want it spread across the journal. Thank you, Mr. President.
So ordered. Might make sure you're in the word limit. Said you might make sure you're in the word limit, just to make sure. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'd like to explain my vote on 233. Evidence-based standards on gender-affirming care have existed for decades. They require medical professionals to carefully evaluate each patient and make individualized decisions in the patient's best interest, made in conjunction with the patients, their families, and a team of medical professionals. This bill effectively bans the only evidence-based healthcare options available to young Kansans experiencing gender dysphoria, and it would result in the forced medical detransition of young Kansans, some of who have been safely relying on this medical care for years. Everyone should have the right to access the health care they need to survive and thrive without government intervention. And we should want medical professionals to provide medically necessary care without fear of revocation of their medical license. Let's stop attacking the transgender community, including their support systems, just because we don't understand them. Let's show these kids that we love them, we support them, and we trust their families, faith leaders, and medical teams to make good, healthy decisions that result in radical self-love.
You wish your remarks also on the journal. Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote, excuse me, on SB 210. I vote no on SB 210 as out-of-state voices versus our election officials and actual experts were the predominant voices on this bill. Since the hearing yesterday, a number of emails have come in from our county clerks indicating they do not support this bill and, quote, I felt myself shouting at the screen when I heard some of the comments made about why this bill is being supported by a certain number of people. This is a disenfranchising bill, and because of those reasons, I vote no.
Would you like your remarks on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Reno, Senator Stafford.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in support of Senate Bill 233. Child mutilation, excising healthy tissue, leaving kids sterile will go down in the annals of medicine alongside lobotomy for depression, which is placing an ice pick from your eye into the front of your brain. And it will go down in the annals of medical history with hysterectomies, which was removing women's uteruses to keep them from being hysterical. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would like to join the comments from the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on his explanation of vote on Senate Bill 233. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introducing partisanship into local elections is directly against the growing resentment in our electorate against current hyper-partisanship in our divided nation. Additionally, my community has a large number of federal employees who serve in local positions, often with little to no pay, who add tremendous value and perspective. That would no longer be able to perform this avenue of public service when we make these elections partisan with the choice of just one candidate placing their party affiliation on the ballot. I vote no on Senate Bill 210. I'd like my word spread.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would request to join the senator from Leavenworth on his comments on 210, as well as the senator from Johnson on her comments on 233, and the senator from Johnson on her comments on 210, and the senator from Riley on her comments on 210.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I'd like to sign on to Senator Reddy's comments on Senate Bill 210.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want my explanation on the journal for 210 because I haven't written it out, perhaps later, but it's just a carefully struck agreement was made to change our elections from the fall for city elections that included maintaining nonpartisan elections. It was made in this legislature in years past, and we all agreed that if we were going to have fall elections that they would be nonpartisan. This undoes, Senate Bill 10 undoes what was carefully rationalized and reasoned among many good people in both chambers and the governor signed. It was a deal struck and it now is being undone. Perhaps, Mr. President, if this passes, Senate Bill 210, we should go back to having spring elections for our local as well, since we're going to undo the partisanship that was agreed to not be done. And again, I don't want it on the journal, but it just strikes me as odd that here we're undoing carefully reasoned good work with this particular bill. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission from the senator from Riley, I'd like to join her remarks on Senate Bill 210, and with the permission from the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, I'd like to join her remarks on Senate Bill 233.
So ordered. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson to my left, on my left. Well, over there, Thompson, Senator Thompson, there you go, on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. President.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske-Doe.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the senator from Johnson, Senator Cindy Holscher, I'd like to join her comments on Senate Bill 208, and also with the permission of the newest member of our chamber, Senator from Riley, ready her comments on Senate Bill 210.
So ordered. Chair will join the remarks of the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on 233 as well. Further explanation of vote. Are there changes of vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to change my vote on 219 from yes to pass, please.
So ordered. Any further changes? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske-Doe.
Mr. President, correction. Senator from Johnson, her remarks on Senate Bill 210, I'd like to join. Thank you.
Very good. Any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $23 voting in favor and 17 opposed to Senate Bill 209, 40 in favor and 0 opposed to Senate Bill 217, 26 in favor and 12 opposed to 219, 29 in favor and 7 opposed to 221, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 229, 26 in favor and 11 opposed to Senate Bill 233. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. 16 have voted in favor and 24 opposed to Senate Bill 210. This measure is declared lost. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of general orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 205. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move you adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 205 is about two things. It's about water rights and a water bank. And what it does is that it differentiates between the two, and you decide that folks that want the water rights that belong to under the bank, they want to join a MIFA, which a system that regards water. So, but a MIFA is really a 5-year commitment to track your water usage, and in the event you get too much, you can save that for future generations or during the plan. So it's a very flexible idea. It saves water, and it's one we want to support. So with that, I'll stand for question.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I did want to stand in strong support of this bill. This is a small but good step towards conserving water. We want to make sure that water is available on a flexible basis. We can do that through a water bank. We can do that through the multi-year flex accounts. It does not make sense to do that in the same year. This allows a look back for those who did do that because it was considered to be allowed, but we'll change that looking forward.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rise and report, it reports Senate Bill 205 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 13. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 13, the chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill number 13 has to do with an exclusive contract with an out-of-state company for the broadcast of sporting and extracurricular activities throughout our state for our schools. For the body, we had 18 proponents, and we had only one opponent, and that one opponent would be the entity that entered into this exclusive contract with an out-of-state company. That would be KSHA. The concern is that because of the exclusive agreement, local broadcasters are prohibited from being able to cover some regular as well as postseason activities, whether they're broadcasting for the home or visiting teams. We know that since 2018, when this contract was put in place, ever since it was put in place, that exclusive coverage has moved from just championship events to semifinal games and then into regular season tournaments. And to add a little bit more rub to Kansans, for them to be able to view these events, they must enter into a subscription with NFHS Network, which is either a monthly pass for $11.99 or an annual pass for $79.99. Now, I will share with the body that Kansas Association of Broadcasters were notified by a number of local broadcasters about their concern about the lack of coverage that was being provided through this exclusive contract. And KAB contacted KSHA and asked for a sit-down meeting to address the concerns. KSHA declined participation in any discussion. So Senate Bill number 13 rectifies that situation in that it provides
for broadcasting services for those local broadcasters that have covered at least 1/3 of the regular season. It also puts in there that KSHA cannot automatically re-enter or renew an agreement, an exclusive agreement that does not carve out that opportunity for local broadcasters to participate. I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question, but I do rise in support of Senate Bill 13, and by rising in support of Senate Bill 13, I rise in support of the mighty 690 KGGF, the blowtorch of southeast Kansas. It, as well as KLKC, a little bit of a smaller station in Parsons. Both of these stations broadcast local ball games. The Kenny Valley Pull-Pups are a team that has historically been a wonderful team, a great team when it comes to particularly football. They win a lot of games. They go into the playoffs. I listen to them on the radio when I can't attend home games, and then it gets disappointing when it comes to playoff time, and the Bullpups are not on the mighty 690 because there are restrictions. So by passing Senate Bill 13, we can clarify that. We can allow myself and many area residents who cannot travel or do not travel the state to the playoff games to actually be able to hear the games. And then for KLKC, they actually have a man who puts the games on line video, and listen to or watch the Parsons Vikings is also a pleasure. So I just rise in support of Senate Bill 13, and I would ask the body to support Senate Bill 13 as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to, in closing, thank former Senator Hawk as well as current Senator Billinger. They did bring this bill, a true bipartisan bill, to the Senate Education Committee, and I appreciate their support of families being able to, and friends being able to see what our students are doing in their extracurricular committees. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 13 favorably for passage.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 24. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 24 would change the definitions of small employer and large employer in statute pertaining to the insurance coverage for autism spectrum disorder. The bill would define a small group or a small employer from an average of at least 1 to not more than 100 employees. It would change that to at least 2 but not more than 50. And the bill would amend the definition of a large employer from an average of at least 101 employees to an average of at least 51 employees. This is to help bring the state into compliance and mirroring the PACE Act with the federal government. We determined, the insurance department determined that all of our insurers are already conforming to that, so this is no real change to them. This is just codifying. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 24 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 228. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. You may continue.
Senate Bill 228 is brought to us by our law enforcement community, and it modernizes language throughout Chapter 19, which governs our county jails. Some of the governing statutes have been in effect and enacted since about 100 years ago in 1923. So our jails and those who govern them and run them are asking for some modernization. One of them is including that every county not be required to have a county jail in the county. That's currently the practice in Kansas, so we're modernizing that. You can use another county's jails. We're also modernizing and ensuring that there are separate jail cells for each of the sexes to make sure that we have clear policy on that. And then in committee, the biggest area of discussion was ensuring that when we have prisoners that are being transported to the jails or going to be transported, that we make sure that their health is provided for first, so that if they are suffering from a serious illness, they are suffering from a serious injury, that we be able to, while they are in the custody of the sheriff, that they be able to receive some health care prior to being housed in the jail. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment on this. It should be here very shortly. If there is other discussion, we could obviously continue that. But I do have an amendment that I believe I will have very shortly.
Is there further discussion on the bill prior to passing? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did share with our caucus that I have an amendment as well. It has not come up here yet, so perhaps if we can pass over this bill, that would be helpful.
Without objection, we will pass over Senate Bill 228, waiting for amendments. We will now move on to Senate Bill 243. The chair will again recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Senate Bill 243 is a bill brought to us by the insurance industry regarding minor settlements. And what that means is generally if you are a minor and you have a claim for damages and you have a settlement agreement on your behalf and the party that's owing you funds to pay for your damages, right now in Kansas law you have to file a lawsuit and have a court approve the minor settlement. What this bill would do would help streamline the process when the parties are in agreement and when the minor settlement is relatively minor, meaning $25,000 or less. It does provide some safeguards in requiring the legal custodian of the minor sign an affidavit under oath, verifying a few things, and that if any party objects, you can proceed to trial, or to the court and have the court decide the issue. There was opposition at first to the bill. It was by the Bankers Association as far as how the uniform, I want to make sure I say this right, the Uniform Transfers to Minor Act would be impacted, and also how the act for obtaining a guardian or a conservator would be impacted. The question was, well, in current law, those acts put a limit of $10,000 on the accounts, and the thinking was to just bring those acts in alignment with this bill, and the amendment brought in committee would raise the amount from $10,000 in those acts to $25,000. There was some opposition initially by the Trial Lawyers Association as well. That opposition was worked out through amendment also. So when the bill was passed out of committee, there were no opponents. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson on Senate Bill 243. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 243 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn to substitute for Senate Bill 232. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
The concept of Senate sub for Senate Bill 232 is not foreign to this body. It is the Child Advocate Act. We had considered a couple of different options in the legislature last session, and this bill brings some of those stakeholders together in a way that we can advance this very important cause for children in the care of the state. And appreciate the work and the effort of all those who have worked diligently on this. It would create an independent agency for the Office of Child Advocate, so we could get concerns heard about how DCF is conducting, looking out for children and the custody of and care of children in its care, as well as resolution to those claims, which are most important. With that, then, I would like to yield to the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This bill has been long in coming. The last time that we saw a version of this, we had a vote of 29 out of this body. One of the things, or two of the things that have been added to this particular bill include the guidelines that have been discussed for some time now by the Child Welfare Oversight Committee, and that is the attachment that children, particularly very small children, so those that enter into foster care as newborns or as infants, the attachment that they develop with foster parents or kinship foster parents, because the rate of attachment is accelerated the younger the child is. So the attachment becomes much more dramatic in their development from age 0 to 3 than it does from age 3 to 6, and so forth. It also incorporates what the Judicial Council had delivered as far as their report and the value of taking into consideration the number of months and years that a child has been in care and the attachments or bonds that they have formed with other children in the foster home or foster parents as well. It does give additional guidelines for the judicial branch, and it gives the option for there to be an appeal if guidelines haven't been followed and if appropriate information has not been shared with the judicial branch through the process while a child has been in care or when consideration for permanency is being decided by the judiciary. So at this point, I, along with the senator from Johnson, I guess we'll stand for questions.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. With this bill, it will become a very useful, helpful, important way to help protect children who are in the custody of the state moving forward. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rise and report, it report Senate substitute for Senate Bill 232 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now return to Senate Bill 228. I have been advised the amendments are ready. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, was standing, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, and I have turned it in.
The S number, please.
It is 1438.
Wait a moment for that to be passed out. The amendment appears short. Would you like it read, or would you prefer to explain?
I can explain it. So what it does is this goes back to the base bill that was introduced by the law enforcement community. It would take out some language that gets into what I consider some of the culture war politics that we've been doing around sex and gender, and it goes back to exactly what our law enforcement community came to us and asked us to pass. This is a strong bill. I really support our law enforcement community, and I support what they want to accomplish with this bill. I think that in committee, we sort of interjected some issues that were not sought by our law enforcement community, that were not sought by the Department of Corrections. So this bill would strike the additions in that respect and go back to exactly what our law enforcement community came forward with, a very thoughtful, comprehensive bill. And that's the final bill that I hope to support. So I'd ask that you would support this amendment and go back to the base bill. Thank you.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just a couple of comments for the body. This was an amendment that was brought in committee. Excuse me. The amendment now before the body is seeking to strike out an amendment that was specifically heard in committee as an amendment to the bill. Committee heard discussion on this amendment in committee, and it was voted out favorably to amend the bill with this particular language. This particular language mirrors what the Health Committee in the Senate had heard and had passed out of committee, and in fact, just passed this body in Senate Bill 233, passed out favorably from the Senate by our votes just a few minutes ago. It's a very important piece of our county jail governing statute because it concerns keeping the sexes, male and female, housing them separately, and it is an issue I think that our law enforcement community would be, and I think has been supportive of. With that, I would stand in opposition to the amendment, and it is not a friendly amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not know the amendment was coming, and I certainly am a part of the Judiciary Committee and was there during the discussion when this amendment, the original amendment, that this seeks to return the bill to normal, or to as it was presented, came out. And there was vigorous discussion as to what, or to how sex plays a role. You know, the underlying bill is important, Mr. Chair. As has been represented, law enforcement brought it, they supported it, and this amendment, or the previous amendment that was made in committee, kind of clouds the issue or brings some concern as to, I guess we should say, how viable the bill itself will be, or to be maintained. We're going down a path, or the amendment that was brought in committee, which this amendment brought by the senator from Johnson, seeks to take us back to the status quo of where the bill that everyone supported is, was not very well described or vetted. And so I would hope that we could return, by adopting this amendment, the original bill, the bill that I think everyone can agree, well, I hope that everyone in the chamber will agree, should move forward, and not go down the rabbit hole of discussion that the amendment that was brought in committee was brought to have. There was some great discussion as to whether or not it should be added. I don't remember what the vote was in committee, but this seeks to take us back to what the original bill is that should enjoy, I think, unanimous support from this chamber. And so certainly I didn't know this amendment to undo the other amendment was coming, but certainly support it. I hope we all will too. Let's just take the bill back to where it was, that was clean, and I do support the amendment that's being brought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. I just want to address a couple points that were made by the senator from Johnson. The first is that this amendment would still require that the sexes be kept separate. So voting for this amendment is just returning the bill to exactly how it was presented to us by the law enforcement community, it would still require that separate rooms be kept for the different sexes. The second, I want to make the point that if this was important to the law enforcement community, as was represented by the senator, it would have been brought in the very thoughtful, comprehensive bill that they brought forward. It was not. It is obviously not important. It does still retain separation by the sexes. And I think this is an example of the legislature getting out of our lane and injecting culture war politics into everything that we touch. This should be a straightforward bill brought to us by the law enforcement community and supported by our Department of Corrections folks. We need to stay in our lane and honor their expertise, pass a clean bill, which is the bill that's brought forward to us. That's what I want to get us back to. That's why I'm offering this amendment. I hope the body will support it. Thank you.
You've heard the motion on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. We will move back to the bill. Further questions? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Do you have the S number for the amendment?
I do. It's S number 1435.
We'll pause for a moment to hand it out. Would you prefer to explain your amendment or have it read?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain my amendment. The amendment that I am introducing is a new Section 1, and this was discussed during our hearing, and it was discussed, and I did share with the committee as we were working the bill, that the structure and process in this amendment, we were unable to have that prepared in time when we were working the bill, so the committee did know that this amendment was coming forward. What this amendment does is it addresses an issue that's occurring in our county jails. We know that when folks that are staying in our county jails are waiting to have their competency evaluation at Larned, they are required to wait in the county jail. In January of this year, there was a person, only one person was admitted into Larned for that evaluation, and they had been on the wait list. Thank you, Mr. Chair. They had been on the wait list for 422 days. In so far fiscal year 22, in fiscal year 22, the average wait was 355 days. And so the expense and the burden of our county jails for those individuals that are waiting for their competency evaluation, as well as those awaiting treatment. So once they've received the evaluation, they might have to wait for treatment, and they're required to wait in the county jails. What this does is it sets up a process for KDADs to reimburse the counties for each day that those individuals are sitting and waiting for either their evaluation or their treatment. It identifies if such a person is awaiting examination or evaluation. So we're going to count the number of days, and on a quarterly basis, KDADs will reimburse those counties after they have submitted that information and that information has been certified by KDADs. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for the Senator from Miami. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I thank the good senator from Miami for bringing it to the body. We do have an issue, not just in Miami County, but other counties too. And she has modeled, there's a precedence for this, this legislation, and it is with Pawnee County. They are afforded reimbursement for individuals that are waiting in that area. And I just hope that the body will stand behind or stand with the good senator from Miami for all of her work on this. And thank you very much.
Further questions? Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, stand in strong support of this as Vice President of the Judiciary Committee. Both the Senator from Lynn and Senator from Miami have articulated the importance of this, removing the burden on the counties and shifting it to state general fund type proposal. They're carrying a heavy load, and many times it accrues to into hundreds of thousands of dollars, so strong support of this amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at first glance this looks really good, especially from a local government perspective. I know that these types of things was frustrating to me when I was in local government. But part of this whole process is that the court orders the defendant to be evaluated, and then a bed has to become available. So sometimes they do sit in the jail to do that. But also they are waiting to be restored. And sometimes they are in the community, sometimes they are in the jail, and maybe waiting to go into the hospital. But they have to wait for the next step of the adjudication as to where they're going to go next. So the concern I have is part of why we can't get into the hospital is because we don't have someone there to take care of them, particularly if you're talking about Larned. So a concern I have, because I don't see the total fiscal note here, I don't see any estimates on how much this would cost as an annual basis. But one thing about the $100 a day I think that you should think about too is it's cheaper to keep them in jail at $100 a day than to put them in the hospital. So there's no incentive to get them back to being restored. The other concern I have is we had a lot of discussion about this in the KDAD social service budget. And it was about, of course, our traveling nurses versus our state nurses who are paid at the state rate. And thinking about how eventually these traveling nurses want to go home, they can't now because the staffing agents have put a, can't think of the term, but a non-compete term in there that says, so I'm a nurse from Newton and I'm going to go to Southeast Kansas. That staffing agent may say, you can't come back to Newton for X amount of years or whatever. This came up in the hearing. So I kind of digress here a little bit because I want to share this whole nursing problem is much bigger than what we saw from the start of it because of COVID, of course. So we're hoping those things will settle down. So my concern, though, is I'd rather have KDADs use whatever extra funding they have to perhaps raise the rates of what our state nurses are given so that we can get more nurses to want to work in our mental health hospitals. So those are just some comments I have, and again, I just wish there was a fiscal note, and maybe the senator has one by now, but those are my concerns. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to comment on a few things based on what was shared by the senator from Sedgwick. The phrase, I believe the statement was, there's no incentive because it's cheaper at $100 a day than for the individual to be in the hospital. Well, let's talk about the lack of incentive, because right now, those individuals that I shared with you, the average in fiscal year for someone waiting in a jail was 355 days. And that has been on the backs of the county taxpayers. KDADS has paid nothing. KDADS has provided no fiscal relief. And that is not fair, and it's not appropriate for there to be no opportunity to be compensated in any manner from KDADS. Now, the Deputy Secretary of KDADS did join the commissioners of Miami County, and when he was asked about why hadn't there been any compensation from KDADS, he claimed, well, we've never contemplated that. We've never discussed that. That was back in December. They still have not contemplated or come up with the plan. It is not only cheaper to keep them in the jails, but what we do know about folks that are awaiting a competency evaluation, then they receive the evaluation, and then they're back in the jail awaiting treatment. The longer an individual goes without treatment, the more exacerbated the medical or mental complication becomes. So I do feel that this would be perhaps that spurn for KDADS to have to be held accountable to the state, but also to the citizens in the counties that are paying for the services that they're not providing. We did, with the help of Ed Klump, he came up with the number of hours because jails track how many hours folks stay in the jails. So he took the number of hours, we divided it by 24 to get the number of days, and we were looking at those awaiting competency and then those awaiting treatment, because the number does decrease once they are actually evaluated for competency. And our rough estimate was right at $5 million. I will also, I don't think that I shared this with the body. In the amendment, it does say that if there are no monies available in the county competency expense fund to pay any such reimbursement, the county may file a claim against the state pursuant to Article 9 of Chapter 46 of the Kansas statutes annotated. And so this gives that additional avenue for counties if for some reason the funds are not available from this new fund that would be developed.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, I just want to remind the body, while you're being restored doesn't always mean you have to be in a hospital setting. You could be in the community, you could be in a jail. There are other things, because the court makes that decision. And yes, it is in our community's best interest and our state's best interest to try to get people into a hospital if they need to get them restored. So I do also want to share with this body as well, and this is just a little bit different, but I want to let you know that the Budget Committee has been working on this, and so that you know, $5 million was put into the KDAD's budget to help offset the cost to our hospitals and our jails and ERs or other entities that end up having these individuals sitting there. That pays because you have to, if you are unstable, you have to be watched. So that it will be helping those communities as well. My concern about this, again, I mean, part of me likes the whole idea from a local government perspective. I think the other side of it is that I'm not on judiciary, so I don't know if it had a full vetted hearing on this at all, and I just wish that if it didn't, I don't think it did, there could be kind of a little bit more information, a little more thought, a little more massaging on it, trying to figure out exactly if this is the best tool to help our communities back home. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, do you wish to respond?
I will respond. Right now, there is no tool. Right now, there is no accountability from KDADs. Right now, if you were polled to tell us how many folks are in your county jail that are awaiting competency evaluation, how many folks are in your county jail awaiting treatment so that they could be then deemed competent, you don't know, because KDADS has been able to keep this undercover with no accountability as to what the cost is to our county taxpayers. And this would be a new level of accountability, because we would be able to track and follow the dollars that are going to individual counties, because they would be turning that in on a quarterly basis for reimbursement.
Further questions or comments for the carry of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the spirit of this amendment. However, I also have concerns about this amendment. In my home county of Sedgwick, we have been raising the alarm on behavioral health in this state for years now. And yet the state and this body has refused to have a serious conversation about addressing the serious long-term issues that's facing the system. And Osawatomie continues to reject patients sent from Sedgwick County's jail who need further assistance. Larned also does that. And this, I believe, is just a potential Band-Aid instead of actually really what the state needs to do is invest long-term in the behavioral health situation in the state. We have lots of needs. I hear every day from families who are looking for services, who are not getting services. And I believe the conversation needs to turn to a long-term solution, not just paying counties who are waiting. Because in my county, we have many people who are filling our hospitals, our ERs, and our jail who need services. And so I believe that I appreciate the Budget Committee looking at doing something, because it is expensive on our local governments. However, I think the conversation really needs to be about a long-term solution and not just a little financial aid here and there to the counties. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, do you wish to respond?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it was interesting that what was just stated by the senator from Sedgwick is that Osawatomie continues to reject folks to go into the state hospital from Sedgwick County. And the fact of the matter is, the problem has been when our governor, our current governor, put a moratorium on the number of individuals that could go to Osawatomie. Our current governor has maintained that moratorium. And in fact, just last year in public health, when the secretary of KDADS was testifying in public health, I asked her point blank, when is the moratorium going to be lifted? When are more beds going to be available? Because it was a long-term promise of Governor Kelly to lift the moratorium. And at that time, she stated there weren't any immediate plans. So we are talking about a number of different things. We're talking about involuntary commitment, voluntary commitment, transfer of individuals from one jurisdiction to another. But what I'm focusing on is those individuals that we know are awaiting competency evaluation, and the average is they are sitting in our jails for more than 1 year. And then they might receive treatment. We know last month, one individual was admitted to receive treatment, one individual from all of the different jails. When they are deemed treated and competent, then they go through that process. And I appreciate that the senator from Sedgwick, through her committee, is working to set aside $5 million. But I think if you pay attention to what she had indicated, that would be to reimburse hospital expenses and a variety of other expenses. And at the bottom of the list is going to be those county jails. And I would share with the body that a majority of the burden is occurring at our county jails.
Further questions? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So speaking from a local governance perspective, as did a few other senators here, in Riley County, we have a co-responder program where the police department works with Pawnee Mental Health in this instance. If an individual comes in conflict with the law or has broken the law to some extent, co-responders go help the police officers. They're all trained in crisis intervention training and teams working together. And they try to prevent them from going to jail. So they go to the hospital next, or they go to our crisis stabilization center, which is funded by the lottery system, the slot machine system, which about 80 million will now go to those community stabilization centers. If they are not successful there, after they are evaluated, they go to the ER, and there's definitely a wait room in the ER, and then there are folks to take care of them. What I continuously hear from our stabilization center staff, from our community, from our police department, from Pawnee Mental Health, is if we had Medicaid expansion, we would be able to take care of some of these things, because as was referenced was staffing. As was referenced was trying to take care of their mental needs, competency tests, making sure that we can handle the medications or whatever it might be happening. We do have a solution. We do have a solution that can be long-term, but we are not there yet to make those decisions. As a senator before me has said, this is just a little Band-Aid that's not going to really fix the problem, and we'll fall back on property taxes, which is what is currently funding all of our jail systems and our patients going through the co-responders, working with co-responders as well. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to comment on just a few things or react to what was said. Is this the solution? No. Is this a Band-Aid? It absolutely is, and it's a pressure Band-Aid. It's a pressure Band-Aid. Because what hasn't been addressed is, let's talk about mental health issues. We have community mental health centers, CMHCs. When funding is drained from our counties to go toward our jails to accommodate the folks that are sitting there for more than a year. In Miami County, we have an individual that's been there for 4 years awaiting treatment and evaluation. So as we drain funds in our county budgets to address this problem in our jails, the funding isn't going to other programs such as mental health programs that might help prevent individuals from breaking laws and getting into our jails and needing the evaluation and treatment after the fact. So I think it's important that we look at every step of the way. There isn't just one fix. You have to have a variety of different support systems. I know that there is intention to build a hospital, a mental health facility in South Central Kansas. That can and should help alleviate some of the wait list, if you will, because there will be less dependence on one institution, Larned. As we continue to expand the use of telemedicine, competency evaluations should be able to be improved. It will continue to be a step-by-step process. But to continue to allow the bleed at the county level without putting on the pressure Band-Aid doesn't make sense. It is ignoring a very real situation that's impacting counties throughout the state. The law enforcement community says that at any given time, more than 1/3 of our county jails have folks sitting there waiting for evaluation or waiting for treatment. So this impacts every one of us as legislators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify some things with a few facts. One, on that $5 million, the county is not at the bottom of the feeding, being helped by those dollars. The county is on equal basis as the hospitals. as far as being able to access that money. Also, the moratorium began in 2015. Just want to make sure we're clear about that. The moratorium on involuntary was lifted in January of 22. We do have those beds at Osawatomie and Larned, but there is also a waiting list. So we still need to do more on the involuntary admissions, but I just want to make sure those items were clear. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, do you wish to respond?
My only response was I appreciate the work of the senator from Sedgwick's committee and her work individually. I did share a copy of this amendment with her. The focus includes involuntary commitment. That is not what's on this amendment. This is for the competency evaluation and for the treatment to be deemed competent. I appreciate that they set aside $5 million, but we already know that that won't be enough to address the county needs.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. Listened to the discussion and the debate here on this amendment. I'm looking at the amendment and looking at the underlying bill and appreciate the vigorous discussion here. I would just like to factually note for the body that the amendment brings in a statute, Chapter 22, that is not currently addressed in the bill at all. The bill is wholly contained within Chapter 19, which is a chapter concerning our county jails. The amendment also addresses some funding issues that while the underlying bill talks about who has to pay for health care while the prisoner is in the county jail, that would be the prisoner's insurance would be the primary source. The bill otherwise doesn't address anything in Chapter 22 like the amendment does. So looking at the entire contents of the amendment, I'm not really sure it's something that fits in Senate Bill 228. And it has been a robust discussion, and I don't want to curtail any of that, but I would have to question germaneness.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. The chair will call forward the Rules Committee to make a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment. chair recognizes the Rules Committee Chairman, the Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will continue debate. We find it germane.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner. Seeing none. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification from the Rules Committee. As you look at the proposed amendment, the Chapter 28 reference is to the type of people who are in our county jails. So appreciate the clarification from the Rules Committee on that issue. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Miami, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to move my amendment. I think it will help KDADs be accountable. I think it will help KDADs to have to move forward and not allow individuals to sit in a county jail where they're receiving no treatment for more than a year while they await competency evaluation, or even longer if they're awaiting treatment. And I think it will allow us and our county commissions to put that money into other uses that are needed by our county. I do move my amendment, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Division's been requested. A division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 20 to 12, the amendment passes. We'll return to the bill. We are on Senate Bill 228. Further questions on Senate Bill 228? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you may close.
Thank you. With Senate Bill 228, we will be modernizing the governance of our county jails and appreciate the body's attention to that matter. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 228 favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended on the floor. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Without objection, we'll pass over Senate Bill 112 and it will retain its place on the calendar. The chair recognizes the senator from Cowley, Senator Alley, for a motion to rise and report progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have your attention. If you came in this morning, you looked on, they had a reminder, the future is out west, Dodge City night, February 28th at 5:30. That's going to be awful hard for you guys to remember that, okay? Because this is Thursday. But it gives you a good reason to come a little early. At 5:30, and you'll have a treat. If you remember before, Dodge City's a special night. There'll be all kinds of stuff. So I hope to see you there, and it'll be good food. Last year we had steak. I don't know what we're having this year. Hope donuts too. Anyway, thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, it's that annual time again when we honored the Kansas Small Business Development Center Small Business Award recipients. I have a co-sponsor sheet here if you would like to sign this. Particularly those, if you have one of these businesses in your town, stop by. We've got awards being presented to businesses in Emporia, Allen, Great Bend, Olathe, Gardner, Manhattan, Fort Scott, Pittsburgh, Spearville, Manhattan, Topeka, Hutchinson, Wichita, Lawrence, and Overland Park. So if you want to get your name on a resolution, and I'm going to print off a bunch of these because each of the award winners is going to get it, then your name could be on there. So there you go, Mr. President. Stop by if you want to sign on. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. I had you recognized. He just stood first, but he's...
Thank you. So go along with that theme of March the 1st. Yesterday, you had on your desk about the Early Learning Caucus. That also is Early Learning Day in the Capitol, so we will have lots of folks that deal with child care and in-home visiting, and they will be down in the rotunda, so it'll be an opportunity to read to, if you missed reading to a preschooler, you'll get to that opportunity on March the 1st if you take advantage of it. But our last Early Learning Caucus forum will be at noon on March the 1st, so you can have lunch and then you can have dinner with with Dodge City. But it's child care in Kansas, the challenges and the opportunities. So I hope you will join us. It's in room 144 South. The flyer was on your desk yesterday. Just as a reminder, lunch will be provided.
Senator McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to have 7 pages today from Ellsworth, Kansas, 8th grade. Some of them are actually out paging, and I'll read their names. Adeline Bettenbrock, Carly Christian, Carson Johnson, Anthony Junt, Chloe Kinsley, Jane Maggie, and Jonathan Whitlock, and they are accompanied by their teacher, Meredith Musil. Please welcome them to the Kansas Center.
Welcome to the Senate. Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republicans will caucus at 1:30 in room 548. And at this time, I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus at 1:30 in 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cowley.
Senator from Cowley, I have another senator standing. If you wouldn't mind yielding one more time.
Yield to the Senator from Brown.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I've been asked several times to announce when the Independent Caucus was going to meet and where they're meeting. We will be meeting at 1:30 in 45, which stands for Trump, South, which stands for Suite. We will be meeting in the Trump Suite. We'll probably only be there for about 2 minutes because everything's been covered this morning already, but the Independent Caucus will meet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. Yield back, Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure how to follow that, but I move the Senate recess until 2:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's recessed.
With that, I would be glad to stand for any questions.
Very well. Are there
Senate will come to order. On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Good afternoon, body. I wanted to introduce everyone to Isla Rose. She is my daughter. She is 20 months old. And most importantly, she's walking, talking. She's alive and healthy. And I have a lot of people to thank. You may recall, and it's been 20 months, so back on our last day of session in 2021, I was sitting here when my wife called me with doctors on the phone to tell me that some things were not in order, that some things were going terribly wrong, and that Isla was going to arrive very early and very soon. She was born at 1 pound, 13 ounces. She spent the first 4 months after she was born in Wesley Medical Center in Wichita. And I have a long list of people to thank, but I'll try to make it quick. I want to start out by praising God for answering so many prayers. I have made a lot of promises that I have to keep. Of course, my wife, Caitlin, who's here today on the back wall, for just standing for life and doing everything it took to make sure that Isla was born alive and healthy. Some of our doctors who were just so amazing. Dr. Farley, who gave us a plan to save Isla's life. Dr. Coleman, who kept Isla cooking for as long as possible before she came to see us. Dr. Bender, who brought Isla back to us and resuscitated her. Dr. Shaw, who got us through the seizures and some very difficult times. Of course, the many nurses and the staff at Wesley Medical Center, they just did an amazing job there at the special care unit in the NICU. Of course, the people at the Ronald McDonald House Charities, we're forever grateful to them and the work that they do. And then, of course, so many family and friends who were there for us every step of the way. I also want to thank my employer and all my colleagues at Axiom who covered for me and prayed with us for Isla. And then all of you in this chamber, the many friends and colleagues in the chamber to the west who prayed for Isla's survival, her health, who offered to do laundry or stop by for a visit. We're forever grateful for that and just grateful that Isla is here with us today. So I wanted to come and introduce her to you. I know it's been a while, but thank you so much. Isla Rose.
We don't often get to see a living, breathing miracle. Thank you for sharing with us. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of HCR 5012, House Concurrent Resolution Number 5012 by Representatives Hawkins, Croft, and V. Miller, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2023 regular session of the Legislature.
So body, this is the adjournment resolution the House has already passed, which is the result of this is as of the end of our business tonight, we'll be adjourned for the turnaround break. And just make sure everybody understands what we're voting on since it just came over. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the adjournment resolution. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and HCR 5012 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator from Saline, Senator Clays in the chair.
We will now return our attention to Senate Bill 33. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 33 will exempt Social Security from state income tax. It's legislation that this body has seen before and passed. And the fiscal note has changed since we initially passed it, would have passed it the first time. In the legislation would take effect on December 31st, 2022. So for tax year 2023, it would be exempt. So the fiscal note for 2024 would be 147.6 million. In 2025, it'd be 111 million, and in 2026, it would be 120 million. 0.7. With that, I'd stand for questions. Senator, I will yield to the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment. It is number 1413.
We'll pause for a moment for it to be handed out. The amendment appears short. Do you wish to explain or have it read?
I will, Mr. Chair. The amendment basically exempts your income from retirement accounts to the extent included in federal adjusted gross income. You can see it's on page 10 following line 19 by inserting the text in the bill. And this will predominantly help a lot of low-income Kansans. Over 80,000 Kansans will be low-income Kansans under $25,000 of adjustable gross income will be helped by this. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question if the maker of the amendment would stand for it. Do we have a fiscal note on this?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. It is for all residents of Kansas, it would be 210 million, and then you include part your residents and non-residents, a total of about $263 million.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
And that's on top of the fiscal note for the base bill, correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
That is correct.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment. I stand in full support of it. And this helps low-income individuals more than it helps the higher-income individuals. I know that seems a little bit backwards, but we do have the data, and a majority of Kansans would benefit from this legislation, retired Kansans. So thank you to the carrier of the amendment.
Comment from the carrier of the amendment. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the carrier amendment, we stand for some questions.
Yes.
Evidently, we have all this data out there that breaks this down in detail. So could the carrier of the amendment please delineate for us the various types of retirement plans Basically, just some rough categories as far as how these break out with the overall fiscal note of the amendment, please.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Are we talking about the type of plans, Mr. Chair, or the income levels? I'm not sure which he's
Senator from
asking.
Douglas, Senator Holland.
We're talking about both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
The only data I have, Mr. Chair, is on the income level and the breakdown of the fiscal impact on the various type of income plans, 401ks, the different plans of the IRAs. We don't have a breakdown on that, but we do have the breakdown from our budget people on the amounts, and so 80,000 Kansans would be in the $0 to $25,000 income level, and they would get about $336 in 2023. In the 25 to 50,000, you've got 54,000, well, almost 55,000 Kansans. They would get about $665 per year back. In the $50,000 to $75,000 range, there's about 24,000 people affected by that, and they'd get about $600 back. $75,000 to $100,000 range, there's about 28,000 to 29,000 people there. They would get about just about $1,000. $100,000 to $250,000 range, they would get $1,500 tax break. There's 50,000 of those, and those making over 250,000, there's about 8,000 Kansans in that tax bracket. They would get about $3,000 back.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And just so I understand, does the carry of the amendment, does that do anything to the underlying policy as far as exempting all Social Security income from taxation?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Say again, I couldn't quite understand the
Senator
question.
from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, does the carrier's amendment, does that do anything to affect the underlying bill regarding the elimination of state income tax on all Social Security payments?
No, it just
Senator
add,
from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It would just add to the deduction.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this. We actually had a committee bill before us that actually had combined the Social Security with basically exempting from taxation, retirement income, various plans, whatever it is. Okay, we didn't even go down that path in committee because we never looked at the data to see what that was. We need to be really clear about this, and once again, we can do tax policy on the fly on the floor, and that's great fun. But keep in mind what your tax committee has put before you is something that we already looked at the numbers. And, we had this policy come out, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more. This is probably a little bit rich, what came out of the committee. And obviously, because in my mind, we have other things that basically we could put tax, benefits towards other programs as well, too. But what I'm really basically concerned about this obviously, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that, he can tell the numbers he has, who knows where they came from. But, once again, let's keep in mind Social Security and the taxation about the tax policy of that is a different discussion when we talk about eliminating taxation on retirement income. Social Security is a safety net. And that was one of the reasons I think the committee was able to come together and say, yes, we're concerned about Kansas seniors. We're concerned about particularly Kansas seniors who are on fixed income. Okay, we don't want to see them taxed out of their homes. We want to be sure they have food, they have monies to pay for their medicines. And what we have gone now, Mr. Chairman, is basically mouse hunting with an elephant gun. We've taken a machete, okay, in essence, and we're throwing largesse out to all of our seniors, I guess under this misnomer to kind of like, well, gee, if we're going to provide basically, tax relief on Social Security, once again, which is meant as a safety net for our elderly, well, we need to do it for everything else. I think that's just very wrong-headed tax policy. We are wasting dollars. You know, for those of you in the Senate chamber who frown and say, oh, we're just burning dollars when it comes to economic development, okay, well, think of this as basically a largesse misdirected. We only have so many resources and funds to pay for critical services. If we want to actually keep this Social Security benefit intact, okay, and at the end of the day, if we're going to run this up as a Christmas tree and come up with $1 billion in fun and games, that's okay. We'll lose it all at the end of the session because this will basically go to the end of the committee, okay, and nobody's going to cut it here on the floor. It'll never get beyond this chamber, and then it's going to die at the end of the session. So it's great, and don't get me wrong here, Mr. Chairman, I love having committee of the whole because everybody gets to weigh in, everybody gets to put in their 2 cents. But I really think if you want to keep the underlying policy, to me, that is the preferable policy, one of the key preferences we want to have for our seniors to try to get this session. So I will be opposing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, you wish to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you look at the most successful states, the states where everyone is moving to, they have 0 income tax. And we are just trying to get in line with the next layer of states to try to prevent seniors from moving from Kansas. When they get to this rate, those who are just relying totally on Social Security, that's one thing, but there are a lot of other seniors who the cost of living here keeps going up. And so we're attempting to help them and help to retain them in the state so they can continue to contribute to the economy in the state of Kansas. And so I obviously think this is a good idea. That's why I'm carrying this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have a question.
Please continue.
Thank you. We have an issue with some of our younger members of Kansas, specifically the 24 to 44 leaving Kansas. Can you tell me how passing this amendment would help us keep those younger Kansans in our workforce?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, I think we've got to just... This is a very simple question for a very complex answer. This would just help the retirees, obviously, but those young Kansans also have family members, have elderly parents that they may have to support, that they may have to take care of, and so this would allow those elderly parents to contribute to that care. Sometimes that's a burden on these younger Kansans. And so this is just one of the potential ways that would help young people to stay here in Kansas and keep their parents and dependent elderly people here as well.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I yield, by the way, I will yield to...
I've already recognized the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
No, thank you for that question, or for that answer. As we have several bills before us, and we have a workforce issue in our state, just wanting to always ask, how are we going to keep our young people here in the workforce that are going to help provide for all of those services and amenities that we know our seniors want to have access to. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, I would yield to the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the answer is, one answer to the question offered by the Senator from Johnson is pretty simple, is the children or the young people in the state between the ages of 20 and 24, which I believe is what she mentioned, for them to stay here, they're going to stay where mom and dad is. If mom and dad retire in Florida or Texas or somewhere else, the children are going to follow mom and dad. So that's one way, I think, to keep them here. And I think this tax policy is good to ensure Kansans stay here when they retire. Thank you.
Would you care to respond? No, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Carrier.
Standing.
I'm curious about the history of this legislation before us. Has this been offered before on this floor or in committee? Has it been voted on and passed before?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I'm not on that committee, so I'm not sure if it were offered in the committee.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Okay. I'm looking at your amendment. Does this cover all retirement income?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
This would, and by the way, it has been, I guess, discussed in committee, I just found out, in regards to the first question. And with regard to the second question, it would, all retirement income, yes. Well, from retirement accounts. So IRAs, 401ks, can't remember the other numbers. There are various ways of saving up, yes.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
So, Mr. Chair, would it be fair to call this legislation now, since we got Social Security in the bill, and now we have all retirement income? Could we call it a March to Zero piece of legislation, a March to Zero on retirement, state income tax on retirement?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly it would be an attempt to head in that direction.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some comments. The Social Security tax in the bill is a good proposal. This isn't a bad proposal. I've been here a long time. I'm one of the fossils in the Senate. And so I've heard the March to Zero rhetoric. All of that talk never was achieved. I've seen things proposed, the history of this original bill. You know, I brought it up in 2019. I put that history on your desk. I'm not going to go through that. It's too long and repetitive. Testified, put the bill in committee. Now we're out here offering more amendments, which we've had before. Same thing, same old thing. I remember 2012 tax bill came on the floor, got amended up, $700 and some million. Governor Brownback signed that bill. People were trying to get him to veto it, but he didn't do that. He signed it. Then we came back with one of the largest tax increases in the history of Kansas in 2013. People tried to call it a tax cut. So we've been around the horn. My advice to everybody is just load her up today and see if she flies, because it's not going to fly. You're going to load it up with all your amendments. They're good votes. You might as well vote for them. It's good talking points for a uniparty system. Go out there and be a counterfeit, and you're telling them what you did and how you did it. But you know, if we want genuine policy, the governor has inched up. She said she'll accept up to $100,000 on Social Security. This doesn't look like there's any kind of mediation work being done. This is going to get loaded up, sent to conference. Somebody's going to pick and choose exactly what they want in there. And at the end of the day, I doubt if we get any tax relief. Because we all know this building is about spending. It's not about helping the working man out there or woman. It's not about providing the real tax relief to that low-income senior that's at $100,000 with Social Security and helping them have some tax relief. It's about loading up good votes, good campaign cards, all on a March to Zero that won't succeed. If anybody in this chamber can tell me the governor will sign this, if this passes, I'd like to hear it. Because I don't believe that'll happen. In fact, I'm pretty confident that won't happen. We already heard the price tag on this. And as I said, this is a spending body in the interest of all the parties that are here to receive funds. That's what this is about. I intend to vote for this amendment, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to vote for all of the amendments that are good to my liking, because I think that's what's going on today. It's postcard day, so it's tax day. And but the history is on your desk. The articles that are passed out that cover a lot of this and have to do even with this amendment. Americans moving to states with lower taxes, that's from 2019. There's a lot of documentation. We had numbers from Capers and Kansas firefighters, others that are not taxed in this state on their retirement funds. Railroad retirement is not taxed, but somehow we're taxing Social Security. You know, I'm a farmer. I pay the 15.3 self-employment tax. I paid it in ever since I've paid taxes. And and then when I take it out, I got to pay taxes on it. Somehow, to me, that is not a level playing field. Justice, the balance is not equal because other people are paying into their retirement. Their employers, the state of Kansas, is paying in, and yet when they take their money, they don't pay state income tax. Talk about young people. My daughter, 401, she has an IRA. When she takes her money out of that, she's going to get taxed at the state level. And yet she's the one paying the taxes that are funding all of what we're doing. So, you know, we can play the games, keep playing them, get your votes in today, run our amendments. Serious issue is we should be looking at a way to at least move forward on Social Security. I've pushed that. I'm so thankful. I am really thankful for the help that this bill came forward because the rule is nothing moves in politics unless it's pushed. I've been pushing since 2019. This year I watched as others took steps to introduce, get it in committee, and start moving it. But we're here on the floor at least talking about alleviating the Kansas income tax for Social Security. How much are we going to put in this bill? I don't know. We'll find out at the end of the day. But Mr. Chairman, those are my comments. I will stop because I know time is going to be long today. And but just please, if you want to peruse, the numbers have changed, but the game's still the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to respond and thank you for the comments. I would not consider this a march to zero. This is at zero. So there's no march to it. It's just going directly to zero. And do we land here at the end of session? We all know how this process works. The odds are very low that it will, but as somebody stated today in caucus, and I agree 100%, you ask for as much as you possibly can, and then you land where you can afford and where the state is good policy. We've passed some really good tax policy in the last few years. And before this body, we have the opportunity to decide where we want to cut more taxes. And this is a decision that we make. Do we want IRAs to be a part of that equation? I most certainly do. So thank you again for bringing this amendment.
Further questions on the amendment from Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move my amendment, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Not seeing 5 hands. Still not seeing 5 hands. It can't be 4 hands, then 3 hands, then 4 hands. You gotta raise them all at the same time, guys. All right, we'll do a roll call. Jeez. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McKinn. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'd like to change my no to aye.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I've seen the light. I want to change my no to an aye.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you. Pass to aye.
Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I passed on this. In concept, I think it's a great thing to do, to take the tax off of our retirees, and certainly I do support that idea. Used to be a concept here called PAYGO, and PAYGO in theory is if we do deplete our treasury by, I think they said 200 million, what on the other side would be affected or disaffected, which is why I passed. It's a good idea, but not knowing how that's going to disaffect should this ever make it through muster, and none of us think it will, what would it affect on the other end for those very necessary services that our state provides, and that's why I'm a pass. Thank you.
Further changes or explanations? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $25 having voted in favor and 3 against, the motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Apologies, one correction. 25 having voted in favor and 2 against, the motion carries. We're back on the bill. Questions on the bill for Senator Tyson?
I have an amendment.
Senator Tyson has an amendment. Do you have the number?
Yes, thank you. It's 1416.
We'll allow a moment for that to be passed out. The amendment appears long. Do you wish to explain the amendment, or would you prefer to have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it's not that long. The change is the underlying portion, and what this amendment does is adjust the standard deduction income tax based off of inflation each year. Again, this is legislation this body has seen before, and it's modeled after the federal income tax standard deduction increase on inflation. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Just a question of if we have a fiscal note on this amendment.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do. In approximately 2024, the fiscal note would be approximately $24.5 million, 25, $32.4 million, 26, $42.3 million. Again, this is like the original bill. It takes effect January 1st, 2023.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions on the bill for Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Can you give us the number?
It is number 1424.
We'll wait a moment for that to be handed out. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you very much. You'll recall last year we passed out a third homestead. This was a new homestead property rebate program. I call it the Golden Years program, but basically that got established last year. We've since got a lot of feedback from constituents saying it's a really good program. But we also got some feedback from folks saying we wish they could basically raise the ceiling on the qualification for the homestead value itself. There was a committee bill introduced at the beginning of this year, I think in preparation for to enhance this program. The committee, it was introduced to the committee. I don't want to speak out of turn. I think maybe Senator Tyson introduced it. But the thing I really liked about this is that in her deal with it, for this particular program, it basically eliminates consideration of any Social Security income on this. So, because we had basically gotten feedback from constituents like they felt the income threshold was too low. And so this was actually a way to, once again, because this is a program targeted to our seniors 65 and older on the fixed and limited income, it's targeted to our 50% or more disabled veterans. I thought that was a really cool policy feature. And so we worked that bill, and then we basically raised the threshold on the home valuation to $595,000. This was a compromise that was worked out in committee. And so, by the way, if you're keeping a running fiscal note, I think the first amendment we put on today, did I hear 265 million? Is that right, Mr. Chairman? And then we just threw on another 25 million on the standard deduction increase. We're up to 290 million. And so I want the committee to know that I am being fiscally conservative. I'm adding like $3 million a year, stair-step going up on this. So if we're not that concerned about the budget, this isn't going to do anything to it either. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. The committee did pass this legislation out. I appreciate the amendment. I guess today's the day. So.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move my fiscally responsible amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the carrier of the bill, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have an amendment.
The amendment number?
1443.
We'll pass that out. The amendment appears short, but do you wish to explain or have it read?
I'll explain it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment, we've seen it before, otherwise I wouldn't be comfortable bringing it to the body. The committee did pass it out. Schedules change, I know things happen, but so what this is a net operating loss carry forward. It's a little bit confusing to people, but there were a few years when the 2017 federal tax law passed. The Kansas law did not line up with it, and there were a few businesses that got caught in that. and they were not able to, they could carry their losses back, but they could not carry them forward. This just addresses that gap for that short period when the laws did not match up. And the fiscal note on this is let me see, I think it's approximately $7 million. Yes. No.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo the chairwoman's comments. We've seen this maybe, I'm sure you've seen it across the floor maybe last year, but I mean, we definitely had this in committee several times. It's relatively benign, and it doesn't really add that much more onto the kitty, so I'm supporting it.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal note is $8.4 million. I apologize. The next amendment, $7 million.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move my amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. It's 1447.
We'll pass that out. Senator from Lynn, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, federal law, COVID, we had businesses that drew down federal money that is not normally taxed by the state of Kansas. It's exempt, but the Department of Revenue chose to tax it. We had this pass this chamber last year. The fiscal note when we started was zero. By the time session ended and we were in conference committee, the fiscal note came back $100 million. So we put the brakes on, held it until this year, and we have an actual fiscal note on it. And the fiscal note on this, it's not 100%, it's only 25% that they could apply for. But it is approximately $7 million the first year in 2024, and it goes down to $2.5 million to $1 million to eventually zero.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Questions on the bill for the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to get the discussion back to Social Security, although I realize I may be going in a different direction than the majority in the chamber. Social Security payments are based on the highest 35 years of earnings. The change in the original bill to Kansas tax policy would result in a higher benefit to our higher earners. We already exempt up to $75,000 in Social Security earnings, all of the decrease in state general fund revenues. And the Senator from Lynn explained this, estimated to be $147.6 million in FY 2024, $117.2 million in FY 2025, and $120.7 million in 2026. Those dollars would go to individuals and households, all with incomes above $75,000. A question for the Senator from Lynn is, does she consider this proposal to be regressive or progressive in terms of tax policy?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I consider this tax policy to be is eliminating state income tax on Social Security. And if you look at it, the reason the numbers are so low on impacting lower income individuals is because they do not pay any state income tax up to $75,000. As the good senator knows, there's a cliff. This bill eliminates the cliff and makes the exemption fair across the board. Everybody would qualify, no state income tax on Social Security.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate those comments, but I still contend this is giving a larger tax break to higher earners, especially as we noted those individuals and households earning less than $75,000 already have that tax break. My second question is, could this proposal be considered to be biased against women?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I think by eliminating it for everyone, it is fair across the board. It's not picking winners and losers. I wasn't in the body in 2005, 2006, when the $75,000 threshold was implemented. However, I know there are people in this chamber that were. They could probably speak to that better than I, but I think it's time. We have the financial resources. Let's eliminate it completely, and that's why it's not a concern for anyone.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Women receive Social Security benefits that are on average 80% of those that men receive. In 2019, the median earnings of women aged 15 to 64 who worked full-time for 50 weeks or more were $45,000 compared to $54,000 for men. Women with long career interruptions risk not having 35 years with positive earnings. They may have taken time out with young children, and this is just on top of the wage gaps noted. There's also a motherhood penalty. Having a first child reduces a woman's Social Security benefits through reduced earnings by an average of 16%. Each additional child increases the gap by 2%. Women who leave work to care for an elderly family member not only lose wages during that time, they also lose an average of $131,000 in lifetime Social Security benefits. In 2019, the average annual Social Security income received by women 65 years and older was $13,505 compared to $17,374 for men. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's 1423.
Pause for a moment while that is handed out. Senator from Douglas, do you care to explain your amendment or would you like it read?
I would prefer to explain it.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the good senator from Lynn did mention that we had a cliff currently in Social Security, and that is certainly an unfair situation because it means that right now, if you earn less than $75,000, you don't have to pay anything on your taxes. If you earn more than $75,000, you have to pay all the taxes on that Social Security income, so you actually end up with less at the end of the year. So this really follows Senate Bill 56 that was introduced, and it does a gradual stair step of taxes between that $75,000 and $100,000. So we've eliminated the cliff. We've given some additional tax relief. The total fiscal note for this bill would be $20,500,000. So that's actually now a savings of $127,100,000 to the good. Stand for questions.
Questions for the carry of the amendment. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions. I wouldn't call it a savings. In government, it's a cut to the cut. So thank you. I would ask the good senator how this will be reconciled with the previous bill, the amendment that passed earlier.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
And that was the amendment on retirement savings?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were 5 amendments passed, so I'm assuming she's talking about the First Amendment. If the First Amendment stays on, all the retirement would not be taxed except for this part of Social Security. But when we heard the numbers for who's getting the savings from that amendment, it turns out that even though there were more individuals who had lower earnings who got a benefit, the benefit substantially increased as the earnings of those individuals increased. I would assume, and I'm hopeful, that if this passed, we might pass over the bill and consider taking back out Amendment number 1.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, I challenge the good senator. She's very meticulous and detailed. However, her amendment was written prior, so I'm not sure the lines that she's referring to are the actual lines in the bill. I don't think she is doing what she intends to do.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did ask the reviser to put this together for me, so if we want to take a break and go on, or I can check with the reviser, and I appreciate that comment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, do you wish to proceed with your amendment, or shall we check with the reviser?
Actually, I would like to withdraw this amendment and ask that the bill be passed over, if there are no other amendments.
We'll see if there's any further debate on the base bill. We'll pass over without objection. If there is no further debate, are there further questions on SB 33 as amended? Seeing none, without objection, we will pass over SB 33 as the reviser is consulted on Senator Francisco's amendment. We will now move to Senate Bill 169. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 169 would take Kansas to a single rate income tax. The rate would be 4.7, eliminating all the different brackets. The Legislation, the fiscal note on it, again, it would take effect 2023. So the fiscal note in 2024 is 170.4 million. In 2025, it's 568.5 million. In 2026, it's 474 million, or 574 million. And what I would tell the body is that this is not a tax increase on any Kansas income taxpayer. In fact, for lower income tax individuals, it helps increase the exemption on state income tax. With that, I'd stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a amendment in process. The revisor is drafting it now. I gave the Senate President a heads up this morning, but I would ask that we pass over this bill so I can present my amendment.
Are there further amendments, or is there any other debate to be had on Senate Bill 169? Otherwise, without objection, we will pass over Senate Bill 169 to wait for the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, we'll pass over Senate Bill 169. We will now move to substitute for Senate Bill 131. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you. Substitute for Senate Bill 131 would authorize certain healthcare professions that are licensed in their home state, other than Kansas, traveling with a sports team to practice their profession within Kansas for a short period of time during a certain sporting events under a sports waiver issued by the State Board of Healing Arts. Athletes who compete in intercollegiate and professional leagues often travel across state lines to attend tournaments, bowls, and exhibition games, and other types of competitions. Ideally, the team physician, along with their healthcare professionals, travel with their athletes. That makes sense. However, despite the passage of a federal legislation to address the issue of them crossing state lines, some state laws, including laws in Kansas, remain unclear regarding the out-of-state licensure of these traveling team physicians. I discovered that one of four in the testimony are 4 states do not offer this provision, Kansas being one. SB 131 would clarify state law to allow these teams and physicians licensed in another state to accompany their travel teams and treating them without having to obtain a separate license to practice medicine in Kansas. So they would be given temporary status under the Board of Healing Arts, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of substitute for Senate Bill 131? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, substitute for Senate Bill 131.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now return to Senate Bill 33. The senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, was standing. We are on the amendment passed out by the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. We'll recognize the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I need to reintroduce this amendment?
It would be appropriate to reintroduce the amendment, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, understand that the senator from Lynn is very meticulous, and I do know that she had a amendment that affected deductions. It was not in this section of the bill, so there are no changes that need to be made to the amendment that I introduced.
This amendment is Amendment 1423 for your reference body. Any questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to Senator the President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a downside of being on the end. Thank you for that. Real quickly, the only thing I think the body really needs to understand is, in comparison to the underlying bill, this amendment will increase tax on Social Security. I think that's all this body probably needs to understand. So I think it'd be good to vote this one down, move on.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chair, I need some clarification. Which bill are we on right now, please?
We're on Senate Bill 33. We're on the amendment offered by Senator Francisco. I believe it is 1423.
Okay. I have a question for the Senate President, if he'll stand, please.
I can refer your question to the carrier of the amendment.
Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman, I need to know, he just made statements that this is going to increase taxes on Social Security. I want to know how this will increase taxes on Social Security. If the carrier of the amendment can answer for that, if not, I'd like to know from the person that made those statements.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, do you have a comment regarding how the bill impacts Social Security?
I do, Mr. Chair. This amendment would reduce the current taxes that are being paid on Social Security. It would not go nearly as far as the underlying bill.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
So let me understand this. So this actually will reduce the taxes on Social Security to a different threshold, not as high as the threshold in the original bill. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
That is right, because the original bill eliminated the threshold altogether.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is still a tax cut. And this is an achievable tax cut, just like the other one is also. It's going to be a decision of this body. Either you're going to push something forward that is going to be negotiated or a plan that can succeed, or you're going to continue down a path with the spending and the habitual taking care of the dollars here so that we don't give anything back attitude. This is not a tax hike. This is a tax cut. Be very clear. There is no way you can call this a tax unless you're talking about the underlying bill and you say, oh, well, the underlying bill takes us to X bigger dollars. The underlying bill is not going to happen. We all know that. Everybody in this chamber knows that. It will get vetoed if it even gets there at all. This has the potential of achieving a tax cut for Social Security benefits. That is what is going on here. I'm going to support this amendment. And everyone who knows me knows that I ran and there wasn't a paper that didn't call me a conservative. This is a tax cut. I want to thank the senator for bringing it. It's not as big of a tax cut, but it's still a tax cut. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this particular amendment, I don't really have a question, but for clarification, this would, based on current law, be a tax reduction based on the bill that we're debating, and we are trying to determine as a body what will be the Senate position on Social Security income. This is a tax increase based on the current bill that we are debating as it came out of the Senate Tax Committee. So I would say that if you think that it's a good idea to increase taxes on Social Security recipients, then you should vote for the amendment. But if you join with me and the Tax Committee and think it's a good idea to eliminate the income tax on Social Security, then you would vote against the amendment and vote for the tax cut based on the legislation before us. So, yeah, we can have semantics on words, tax cut, tax increase. I look at it as a tax increase, but again, the body will determine what will be the Senate position as this bill goes over to the House for their consideration on Social Security income tax level. I prefer for us to not tax our senior citizens So that will be my position. I'll be voting no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a different way to enact that decrease on Social Security payments, and I think it is far more targeted at those individuals who had lower incomes during their work experience and have lower incomes when they are collecting Social Security. I think that this is appropriate. I also think we could talk about different levels. Maybe we'd like to go from 75,000 to 80,000, but I think this is a better direction than trying to completely take Social Security taxes off all income.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Holland, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, I just have a comment, Mr. Chairman. I want to be real clear about this. This is the committee of the whole, okay? What Senator Francisco, she has an amendment. It's not a tax increase because we're not talking about the underlying bill as it's already been enacted in law. That is fairy tale. That is a figment of the imagination. This right now is a Christmas tree. And I personally think we're going down a destructive path of debate in this chamber when, as the committee of the whole, this is everybody's opportunity to weigh in on tax policy. I very much appreciate the senator from Douglas bringing this point of view to the table because, as others have noted, we are establishing a Senate position. But if we're going to devolve into the, in my mind, almost rank or crass argument that the first out of the chute with the bigger number, okay, and then if you're trying to then, in essence, anything you're proposing a moderation or a change, and we're going to have a debate upon is that an increase itself or not, that is not healthy to the debate. We need to have healthy policy debates in this chamber. So let's give the senator her moment to talk about the issue. Let's vote it up or down, and let's move on. And I really hope we don't get down this path as far as a committee establishing the policy, because nothing is policy until it goes across the Senate floor and it gets the 21 plus votes it needs. That's the Senate position. And until the senator from Douglas has her full discourse to provide an argument and a discussion about her viewpoint, I think we denigrate the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not support this amendment. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment. However, I would like to see sales tax or income tax removed completely on Social Security. I'm not, that's the position I would like to see. We'll have to see what other legislation passes this year, but for me, this is definitely a high priority for this session, and it has been for a few years.
Further questions? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, 2012 is such a memorable year. March to zero, tax policy debate, $700 million tax cut bill was signed. And then the next year we came back with a massive tax increase to cover it. The unrealistic part of that debate that day in 2012 was that, you know, we were ballooning it up to see if that airplane would fly, and the governor signed it, so it flew. Crashed, but it flew. When that governor's administration ended, our taxes in Kansas, nearly every one of them was higher, folks, higher. Things have been repealed, been lots of battles and discussion over tax policy. That's what's going on today. Votes, postcards, whatever you want to call it. But the realistic part is the senator has brought an amendment that is doable and will more than likely get signed if we can hold that position together. The other part, which I support, as I gave my history, I started this debate a long time ago after it had died down to keep it going. I would like to see it all removed. We don't have the will in this building to do that. You know it, and I know it. The other chamber's going to weigh in. They're going to put their 2 cents in. March to zero. March to zero begins with this amendment. You can call it no march to zero, whatever you want, but it is a march to zero incrementally. This is a tax cut. It's not as big a one, but it's still a tax cut. But this is one that parties can agree to. It gets us partway there. So therefore, I'm supporting it. Yeah, I'd like to have the whole thing. And you know me, I could do it too. But I'd make the adjustments to the budget and make the money fit. Because I believe in giving people back their money and letting the people of Kansas have it. But right now, we have people on Social Security that are falling off a cliff at $75,000, and we have a chance to move that to $100,000. I say it's time to move it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe almost every other member of this body, would like Social Security to be a safety net for seniors who are on fixed incomes. Not all seniors are on fixed incomes, and a number of seniors earn well into 6 figures. Also, as one of the slight majority of this body who are currently eligible for Social Security benefits, so more than half of us, I think, fall into that, I would feel uncomfortable voting for a bill that may help me more than other of my constituents. I think this is a good compromise. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. No. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Goudot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Hetty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman. Did you get that? Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 12 having voted in favor and 26 against, the motion has failed. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 33? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 33 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 83. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report. Oh, sorry, there's not a committee report on that one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 83. Senate Bill 83 is the student scholarship program. It already is in existence and in practice in the state of Kansas, but we do have some changes to that program. The change is that the annual income for a family is to be at or below 250% of the federal poverty guidelines. Anyone that's enrolled in grades kindergarten through 12 can be enrolled for the first time. We are including any child that has been in foster care at any time prior to high school graduation may participate, as well as children whose parents are serving in active duty with any branch of the military or whose parent was killed in the line of duty. In addition, we're including a child of a parent who is in law enforcement, in emergency medical service, or a firefighter. We have changed the tax credit. It was at 70%. It is now increased to 100%. There are provisions in the bill that do limit that no individual can make more than a $500,000 contribution to be included. We also have provisions with regard to, there is at this time a cap of 10 million, an aggregate cap that will be maintained, but if the credits exceed 80% of the aggregate, then we're requiring that the Secretary of Revenue will increase the aggregate cap by 20%, and the cap cannot exceed $20 million over the duration of time. I do move that, let me see if I can find it. I move the committee report.
I don't believe we have a committee report on SB 83.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for, whoops, here it is. I'm sorry. I will just stand for questions.
Any questions for the carrier of SB 83? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this bill, you said it is increasing to the 250% of the federal poverty. Does that include those additional students? Are they required to be under the 250% of federal poverty?
No, that is...
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nope, that is... No, it is not. From the standpoint of those individuals have been in foster care, or their parents are on active duty, or their parent is an emergency medical service provider.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I know the intent of this legislation when it was first passed in 2014 was we were targeting our low-income students, and it was originally the 100 lowest schools. I think all of us have received this tax credit for low-income scholarship program, which is some information on this and some concern. We were targeting, we just expanded it last year to those who are free and reduced lunch, and we have eligible students, but we don't know who's applying, if they are being accepted into the program. So with that, I have an amendment, and I have turned it in, and it's 1410.
We'll pause for a moment for staff. Senator from Johnson, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes. So I actually introduced an amendment similar to this in committee, and it had an extra section on it talking about the efficacy of the program. That has been removed, but we are expanding this program considerably. So this is just going to make sure that the legislature gets information of the number of students who apply to use this tax scholarship, the number of students who apply who are determined to be eligible, and the number of at-risk students who are receiving this scholarship. With that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I'm going to hold off at this moment in time while we address this amendment.
Okay. Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you. This is very similar to an amendment that was introduced in committee that was voted down. There was concern in the amendment that was submitted in committee that it was too vague, too broad. It stated that the Department of Education could collect any information on the children. So this does appear that it's more narrowed down to simply the number of students who apply, the number of students who apply who are determined to be eligible students, and the number of at-risk students who receive a scholarship from the organization.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you care to respond?
And that is correct.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that we are able to amend this. I think we need to have some data to make sure that we are targeting the students. If everyone received this tax credit scholarship in committee, we were talking about, it's listed that there's, one of the programs had 136 eligible students. That SGO informed us in committee that they had 161 students who were receiving this scholarship. So I think this just puts some parameters so that we're able to see how effective this is. So with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Division's been called for. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Goudreau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Heil. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
A quick explanation.
We'll first get all the people who have voted. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman, you may explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Post-audit looked at this program with a readout in terms of how many folks were using it and whether that money was going out. This amendment simply gives the type of transparency and evidence of efficacy we, as a body, should expect from this type of program. I vote aye on Senator Sykes' amendment on Senate Bill 83. Could I have those words spread across the journal?
You may. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle is from aye to pass. Senator from McLeod, Senator Bowers.
No to pass.
From no to pass. Further changes of votes or explanation of votes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. No to pass.
Further changes of vote or explanation of vote?
Explanation.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to explain my vote. This is a tax credit, and for this amendment is a slippery slope to losing our privacy. So I vote no.
Any further changes of vote or explanation of vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'd just like to explain my vote. The SGOs that ask for donations for this program, they're actually saying redirect your 2023 Kansas income tax payment to the CF to support scholarships. Those donations are not supposed to go to any of their family members, but we are supposed to be targeting our low-income students. This is just adding transparency so that we can see how many students apply to the program, how many are deemed eligible, and then if they actually receive a scholarship. We have very little oversight on this, and this is just trying to ask so that we have a verification of how many kids are actually receiving this versus those who apply. And when 2 of our SGOs do not even meet the mandate and the requirement that we put on this when we passed it, and they are holding on to those dollars and they're not getting into the hands of our students, I think it's important that we know how many kids have been denied. And I'm sorry that others didn't see it that way and want transparency, and I do not need my comments spread.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go on record as supporting Senator from Leavenworth and Senator from Johnson County. Thank you.
You would like to join their explanation?
Yes, I would.
So ordered. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted pass simply because I do support transparency, but I think it's important for the body to understand that simply because someone applies for a program and then they're not deemed to be eligible, the fact of the matter, we have about a third of the folks that apply for the Kansas Promise Scholarship, they applied for it, but they're not actually eligible for it. So while this will provide a level of transparency, it's not going to provide, I think, the information that the carrier of the amendment is projecting that it will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further changes of votes? Any further explanation of votes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "13 having voted in favor, 18 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do want to comment on the quality of this bill, the entrepreneurial spirit of it, and the compassion of it in particular. And I'm particularly drawn to page 2, the lines 4 through 7. That's where I feel the compassion is particularly exemplified. And I think there's a very simple way to even improve upon that. And with that, I have an amendment.
Do you have the amendment number?
1433.
Pause for a moment while that is handed out. The amendment appears very short. Do you care to explain, or would you like it read?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to explain?
I would, thank you. As the sheet says, it's simply page 2, line 4, after the word been, it inserts adopted. So the way that would read is has been adopted, comma, in foster care or placed in a kinship care placement. So we'd be simply adding children that have been adopted as being eligible for this program.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't so much have a question, just a comment. I think it's a common misconception that only kids in foster care get adopted. We know adoptions occur in our state every day that aren't necessarily through the DCF process, so I see this as a friendly amendment.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Again, this is just a compassionate amendment to include children who need a hand up, and with that, I move my amendment. I move my amendment to SB 83 as stated.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Further questions or comments for the carrier of SB 83? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have a question for the Senator from Miami.
You may ask it.
Thank you. Senator, could you, I know this bill refers to this as a tax credit for low-income students scholarship program, and now within the bill, there are several areas that a person can qualify under. Could you share with us what is 250% of federal poverty level.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
I'm happy to share that, Mr. Chair. 250% of the federal poverty level for a family of 3 would be 57,575. For a family of 4, it would be 69,375 or less. And for a family of 6, it would be 92,975. So that would be the caps of those.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And then another area that's covered in here speaks to has a parent who is an emergency medical service provider, firefighter, or law enforcement officer. Could you share with us what are the categories that come under emergency medical service provider?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we talk about emergency medical services, typically as far as licensure or certification in our state, it is an EMT or an EMS. The average pay in the state of Kansas for an EMT is $34,530. Another category is police officer, and in the state of Kansas, as of February 6th this year, the average annual pay for a police officer was $40,846. We also have firefighters, and the average pay for a firefighter in the state of Kansas as of this year, as of this month, is $45,016. And Mr. Chair, I would simply say that these are folks that absolutely put their life on the line every single day. And their family doesn't know if that family member will be returning at the end of the day. And anyone, I think, that wants to say that $34,000 or $40,000 or even $45,000 is high pay in the state of Kansas, they haven't paid attention to the credit card debt that was recently reported. It's not specific about the state of Kansas, but in the United States just this year, the increase in credit card debt for this year is 13 trillion with the T dollars. And that means we have residents in this state that are having to turn to their credit card to pay for their daily expenses. So I know that we want to play a tit for tat as to, is this low income? But again, when I look at what the 250% of federal poverty level is, and I look at the pay for those individuals that are identified as being eligible, their children being eligible, I think it's appropriate, I think it's fair, and I challenge anyone to say that those are high-paying careers.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I think many people would look at this as being valuable, important careers. However, this bill is not talking about the value of a career. And I will say that I might dispute those income levels. I have as the average salary for a police officer is $58,600, and for a firefighter, $59,878, ranging all the way up to $75,000 as a high, and for a police officer, $64,000. The reality is that this piece of legislation, when it was originally passed in 2014, and now we're in 2022, and continues to be spoken to as a low-income student scholarship program. One, it's never been a scholarship, but two, it was for low-income students. It was initially for the 100th lowest performing school students. It was for free and reduced. And now we have before us a piece of legislation that has expanded that pool. And if I talk about my community and the income level in my community, the 250% of poverty, I think would be a great level to be talking about, but not just for a low-income tax credit. I think we should be talking about it for child care and for a lot of other things that would impact our families, like the CHIP program. But we have picked it out specifically for this program alone. And that puts us up now to talking about families that are, as the good senator from Miami said, for a family of 3 are making $57,500. We're all being impacted by inflation, but $57,500 still does not fall into the category of low income when you have to be at 138% of poverty to be eligible for Medicaid. So with that, I do have an amendment. It is 1402.
Pause for a moment while that is handed out. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, I will. Thank you. You know, yesterday and over the last few days, we've been talking about a lot of different bills, and I heard a colleague just yesterday say, we don't want to mislead the Kansan taxpayers, and we need to call bills what they are. And so that's exactly what this amendment is doing, is calling this bill exactly what it is. And if you look in the section 1, it is changing it from low income to being a K-12 students attending an accredited non-public school program act. That's what this program is. That's who it's offered to, and it's who it's benefiting. So I do agree. I think it is important that we are honest with the Kansan taxpayers and that we are clear about what we are passing as legislation instead of making something be what it's not. This is not a low-income tax credit scholarship, but it is a program that is open to K-12 students. They don't even have to have been in our schools before they apply for this program, as they did in the past. It is now open to 12th grade, which it wasn't before. And they have to be attending or going to attend an accredited non-public school program. This, many of you know, 63 of our counties don't even have any accredited non-public schools. So for many of you, the families that you represent, this would not even be available to them at all. So it's only going to be available in those other counties, but not in those 62, because you have no opportunities for making choice to leave our quality public schools that we have in Kansas. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. On healthcare.gov, the determination for low income, the cutoff is 250%, and that's for people who purchase a silver plan. They get tax credits not only on their premium, but they also get tax credits for their out-of-pocket. So 250% has already been established by the federal government in some levels. Thank you.
Would the senator from Wyandotte care to respond?
I will just say that this is dealing with this bill is dealing with a tax credit, and that's why I've offered an amendment that it be labeled correctly so that our taxpayers, if this legislation would pass, would know what it is. It is not a low-income tax credit. It is a K-12 students attending an accredited non-public school. We have a range here. You have no idea what a family of we have no idea what the limit could be under parents of emergency medical service providers and firefighters and law enforcement. We have no idea what the limit is for someone that has been in foster care or is adopted or is in a kinship placement. We have no idea of the level of income of a parent who's, or of a child who has a parent who was killed in active duty. So we don't have any idea on the income of those categories that are in there. So this is just adequately and properly naming a piece of legislation that we may be passing.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question about the title of the bill, but more a question about if the carrier of the amendment just stated that over 60 of our 105 Kansas counties don't even have an accredited non-public school. Why keep the requirement that these students attend an accredited public school, non-public school?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That's who the legislation is open to.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask the carrier of the amendment, would she consider bringing that amendment, changing that to also include a non-accredited, non-public school?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, do you care to respond?
I'm not changing the body of the legislation. I'm changing the title of the legislation. There's a big difference there.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By removing the low income requirement, it does change the whole entire purpose of the program, as it would change the title as the carrier of the amendment has suggested. I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Wyandotte? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I just think it's important. This is a piece of legislation that has been around for a while. It has continued to morph and expand. I personally have a lot of questions about it. And about the expansion of it. But I think the most important thing is if we are going to pass legislation that it's, I'm not putting a cutesy name on it like sometimes happens here in this body. I just think it should be direct and to the point and say exactly what it is. It is not a low-income tax credit scholarship, but it is, if this piece of legislation would move ahead, it is for K-12 students attending an accredited non-public school. And so those that would be using it would know exactly what it is and who it's available for. And with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. We're back on the bill. Questions for the carrier of the bill, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions as I was part of the committee and part of the hearing for this bill. If the carrier of the bill could repeat what the total amount of tax credits that were awarded under this program were in the past year.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Do we have that? We're looking for the exact amount, Mr. Chair. We know that it's just under $5 million.
We'll allow research to pull up that number.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It was $4,955,300.70.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Considering those numbers and that the program currently has a cap of not to exceed 10 million for any one tax year, I also have a couple other questions concerning those numbers and those limits. Do we know how many total donors that there were to the program? Not who they are, but how many entities or how many taxpayers contributed to this program?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Mr. Chair, what we do see is the number in the report. It includes the number of eligible students. It includes the number of students that were awarded the scholarships this year, 1,340. But I am not seeing the actual number of individuals that made donations.
Senator Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those numbers help a little bit. If each student is capped at receiving $8,000 per student, forgive my mental math right now, I've got too many other things going through my head, but I assume that those 1,340 students received the max scholarship amount.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report doesn't indicate whether they received the max amount. They received the scholarship up to the maximum amount.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we had a cap of $10 million and each individual donor can contribute up to $500,000 or $500,000 per year, that would only allow 20 individuals to contribute to the program. Is my math correct?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not certified in teaching math, but I do know that if we had individuals that were only donating the max amount, yes, that would be 20.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In supporting this program and wanting to maximize the benefit of it and to also maximize the number of people that are able to also benefit from it by earmarking their tax dollars towards education for low-income students, I have an amendment. It is number 1459.
Pause while that's passed out. Senator from Barton, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll wait just one moment, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a fairly simple amendment. On page 4 of the bill, in line 13, I would move to amend it by striking 500,000 and inserting 100,000. This would allow not just 20 people to max out a contribution of 500,000, but it would allow 100 people to max out with a max contribution of 100,000. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I know that this is a non-refundable tax credit. If I donate $100,000 and my tax liability is only $2,000, do I get to, with your amendment, current law, I get to carry that over from year to year until I use my whole $100,000 of my donation to pay my schools instead of my Kansas taxes? Does this do anything to change that?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does not address the part of the bill that she is referring to, although I would be amicable to an amendment of that type. This simply limits the maximum contribution of $100,000 per individual taxpayer or taxing entity.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, but a business can still, they're limited to that 100,000 and an individual is at 100,000. All.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I am not the reviser here. Maybe we should refer to them, but I believe she is referring to lines 32 through 35 on page 4 of the bill. This amendment is not addressing that issue, so the question does not pertain to this portion of my amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just a comment real quick. I'm struggling to understand the need for this amendment. This fund has never surpassed, in my understanding, even half of its $10 million usage. And so the concern about ensuring more people can max out their max contribution annually, I just don't see there's a need for this. And so therefore, I will probably be opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Further questions? Comment from the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some further amendments to this bill that could greatly improve it. This simple amendment would allow more taxpayers to benefit from providing donations for low-income student scholarships.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And would the senator stand for a question?
Or she will.
I have two, actually. However, you just made the comment that this would, this amendment would, it actually would not impact the number of students. It would impact the potential number of donors. Is that correct?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we don't have a list of donors and we don't know how many people contributed to the program, this would make the playing field fair in the sense that more people could donate to the program if it were to max out. If you'll look at the language in the bill, it changes the original 70% tax credit to a 100% tax credit, and I think that would also entice more people to participate in this program, which is obviously the intent of it, which is not a bad thing. I think it's great that we're providing opportunity to low-income students to attend non-public schools.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. As a follow-up, we still would not, if this amendment went on, we still would have no idea of how many people actually maxed out. We have no idea how many have maxed out at making a $500,000 donation under this program. So we would still not have any idea how many are making a $100,000 donation. You're just saying that it would, at $100,000, it creates the possibility that more could be making these large donations, which would, as you said, reduce their tax liability because they now have 100% tax credit on that $100,000. Is this correct?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the intent of this change in this current program is to entice more people to participate in it, and therefore that's why I brought my amendment of reducing that max contribution amount so that more people could benefit from this 100% tax credit.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check because legislative research and our revisers have been working with us to see if there's anything in any of the reports that have come from our state government, from the Department of Revenue. So does the carrier of this amendment have any sense of how many people contributed in 2021 when $7.8 million were donated?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I do not. And that was the reason for my initial question of, do we have a number of how many people contributed to the program?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
And was there any particular research or math that came to the cap of 100,000 as opposed to $200,000 or $250,000?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just with a quick mental math calculation, an individual could be making approximately $10 million a year and have a $500,000 tax liability. So if you lowered that amount to $100,000, that would essentially lower their approximate income to $2 million a year, which I think would help encompass more of the state. And with the changes to the bill as it's presented right here, with that change from 70% tax credit to 100% tax credit, I can say that if I were a grandparent or a wealthy individual in my community, I would most definitely want to donate to a non-public school so that more students could benefit from a private education.
Senator from Miami, do you have further questions?
Don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Yes. So you just mentioned, you're mentioning the fact about the $100,000 limit. And so, and the fact that now that it's 100% tax credit, but that would be someone who's making approximately $2 million a year, which I don't know, well, I don't think I know anybody that is, but if someone's making $80,000 a year and they make a $4,000 contribution, they'll be getting 100% tax credit on that $4,000. Is that correct?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would assume using, mental math, that would be correct. And if we cap the program at a lower amount, it would allow for more of those individuals making $80,000 a year to participate in the program also.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So then that would mean that a parent who's sending their children to an accredited non-public school who would be paying a tuition of $6,000 a year could instead donate that $6,000 to, well, in my case, through Catholic Charities, they could donate it through Call to Share, and then they would get, and it would go directly into this scholarship program for our parochial schools in the eastern part of the state, and then they would then be getting a 100% tax credit on that $6,000 tuition that they would have been paying, and then they wouldn't have to pay in tuition. Could that be true?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the current constructs of the bill, no, I don't believe you could do that.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'm not exactly sure how you couldn't, because I'm not directing the school to, or the foundation to provide the scholarship for the low-income scholarship for my child. I'm just gifting that amount of money, and then if I apply for my child and they are a recipient, they're not directly as far as I know, a direct recipient of my money. They might be a direct recipient of somebody else in my parishes or somebody else in my diocese. So I think it begs the question as to this could be true.
Further questions for the senator from Barton on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I'll get to the bottom of this eventually. For the carrier of the bill, and let me just gather my thoughts here a second. Okay, in the bill, the current limit of or cap that any one scholarship recipient may receive is $8,000. Is that correct?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is correct. It's on line 17 on page 3 of the bill.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And do we know how we arrived at that $8,000 number?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Mr. Chair, that's the amount that has been from the original bill.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just looking for a little more history on how that $8,000 amount was calculated. I can have my own assumptions of how it may have been calculated, knowing that with approximately 500,000 public school students in Kansas and base aid hovering right around $5,000 per year, and understanding that there are weightings per pupil for base aid for school districts. So essentially, on average across the state of Kansas, each individual pupil, each individual school district is awarded close to $8,000 per pupil just in base aid funding. Is that assumption correct?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In talking to those that are familiar with this, so the legislation or the underlying law was first put in place in 2014, and the driving factor was what was happening in other states with these types of scholarships. It's very customary to be looking at what's happening in other geographically similar states than ours, and that is the historical knowledge that was just shared with me. I don't think it's documented any place in particular. Certainly wasn't something that I was a part of at that time.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the current language in the bill that changes the qualifying student having an annual family income that is less than or equal to 250% of the federal poverty level, what or how many additional students would potentially qualify under this program?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. That question, quite honestly, is driven by the parents that want their children to participate. It is based on the availability of slots at the schools that are participating. And so from that standpoint, I can't give a specific number of how many kids in our state would legitimately be wanting to participate in this.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can certainly appreciate the fact that there are many parents that would welcome the opportunity for their child to attend a private school. I have an amendment for this amount, sensing that with these changes in the bill, that there could be an increased number of students eligible for the program. And I would like to amend the cap on the scholarship
We'll
amount.
have you explain the amendment once it's passed out. Do you have the number?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment number is 1461.
We'll pause for a moment while it's handed out. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 1 of the bill, in line 14, by striking $8,000 and inserting $5,000, and then also on page 3, in line 17, by striking $8,000 and inserting $5,000.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, if we were to have $10 million come in, so that we knew that there was $10 million there, and then we take into consideration the number of students, so right now we're right at the $5 million in expenditure. With the additional $5 million, that would be 625 additional students at the $8,000 rate. I would be hesitant to go along with this amendment because, quite frankly, we're not certain what the coverage would be by reducing that scholarship amount, what that burden would be on the families. So, you know, the way the bill reads right now, it says that in each school year, no more than $8,000 in educational scholarships. So I know that some school districts offer, or some schools offer stacking of scholarships. I think that by reducing it to 5,000, it might eliminate the number of, rather than gaining the number of students, increasing the number of students that could participate.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate the concern of the carrier of the bill that it would reduce the number of students. However, I would disagree. The bill expands the family income limit to 250% of the federal poverty level. The bill also expands qualification to include those children that have been adopted, in foster care, placed in kinship care, who have a parent on active duty with any branch of the armed forces, or who was killed in the line of duty. And it also includes children who have a parent who is an emergency medical service provider, firefighters, law enforcement, and those terms are further defined. So the program's expansion under Senate Bill 83, I think could potentially grow the program, and I want to get ahead of that and provide more opportunity to more children.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The legislative research was just able to provide with me that right now our average for all participants, the average scholarship amount is $6,188, and we certainly know how averages are. So I will stand by my my assumption that we actually would be losing current students that are recipients of scholarships because the families just would not be able to pay that difference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all know that oftentimes this scholarship is not the only scholarship that student might be receiving, and I don't believe it excludes them from receiving any other scholarships. I think that with the expansion of this program in Senate Bill 83, that moving that scholarship cap from under this program that provides a 100% tax credit, moving that number from 8,000 down to 5,000 ensures that we offer this scholarship program to more Kansas children.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question would be, I just heard the phrase, oftentimes these children are receiving multiple scholarships. And so this year we have 1,340 students that have been awarded scholarships. What number of those students have received additional scholarships?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have numbers on that, but assuming that most of these students are attending private Christian schools, because I know from my own Senate district, which encompasses 12 counties, that I do not have a single private high school in my entire Senate district, which accounts for over 10% of the land area of the state of Kansas. I believe I only have 2 accredited private schools in my entire Senate district that are participants in this program.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the words of the carrier of this amendment. She indicated that she didn't have any private high schools in any of the counties within her district. And yet, currently this scholarship is not available for high school kids. It will be with this new legislation. And so this notion that kids, because they're in athletics or whatever, would be receiving additional scholarships, it just doesn't bear out presently because they're not going to be involved in the same level of athletics and other extracurricular activities as those that are in high school. So again, I do stand by my position, knowing that we're talking about 1,340 children right now, and there's absolutely no information to indicate that a single one of those children is receiving any other type of scholarship towards their education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would the carrier like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just in keeping with the program of it being for low-income students, that by the expansion of this program to include that 250% poverty level and all of those other qualifications that I listed, I would move to amend it by reducing that amount from $8,000 to $5,000. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think the intention is good, which is to serve more kids, right? I think the real net effect, I'm with the chairman, I think you run the real risk of kids that are having this choice and this scholarship, you run the risk of reducing that number. And at this point where this program is not maxed out by any stretch, that risk is just not worth it for me, and I'm going to vote against the amendment.
The carrier care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with the changes to this bill, we could easily potentially max out this program. And by the way, this amendment does not increase the overall spending of the program. It is still capped at $10 million. And if that 80% level is met, then it would increase by 20% the following year with a maximum cap of $20 million. I am not changing any of that language of the bill, and would hope that this would encourage more students and more families to apply for this program, and I would move my amendment.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, now you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division's been called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Thirteen having voted in favor and 18 against, the amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to move through these a little bit faster. I do have another amendment, and I don't believe I need to ask any more questions from the carrier at this time. On page 2 of the bill,
What is the number for your amendment?
one moment here. It is number 1458.
We'll pause while that is handed out. You may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the current program, this scholarship is only available to students attending an accredited by the State Board of Education or the national or regional accrediting agency that is recognized by the State Board for the purpose of satisfying the teaching performance assessment for professional licensure. As I just stated previously, I do not have a single private high school in my entire, or accredited private high school in my entire Senate district. And knowing full well that accreditation does not necessarily improve student outcomes or student achievement, I have an amendment on page 2 of the bill, lines 20, in line 19 after the semicolon, to strike line 20 after the 2 by striking all in lines 21 and 22, and then in line 23 by striking the number 3, and in line 24 by striking all after programs. So essentially removing the accreditation requirement for the school to be a participating school. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so everyone understands, this is supposed to be a program to help low-income students. And if it can't help a single high school student in my entire Senate district, then are we really helping low-income students? By changing this to include any non-public school, accredited or not, which would just be removing those lines in this amendment, we actually open up this bill to truly provide opportunity for all Kansas students. I will move my amendment. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go back here. I have one more amendment. Maybe this one will be a little bit more friendly. So currently to be a...
We need the number.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Well, I might have a couple questions here. Let me get through here. In the bill, currently a student has to be enrolled.
Senator Straub, are you asking a question of the carrier of the bill?
Yes, I'm getting to that question for the carrier of the bill.
Okay.
Currently, under the eligible student on page 1 of the bill, it means a child who resides in Kansas, has not graduated from high school, has an annual family income that is less than or equal to 250% of the federal poverty guidelines. And then in lines 30, it says, was enrolled in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through 12 in any public school in the previous school year. So does this exclude a homeschooled student whose parents would wish to put them in a accredited private high school?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you read on to line 32, it says, in which an educational scholarship is first sought for the child. So this is to incorporate those that are currently scholarship recipients. If you move on to lines 33, is eligible to be enrolled in any public school in the school year in which an educational scholarship is first sought. So if a child had been perhaps homeschooled, but at any point in time, any of our children that are educated in a non-accredited environment, home schools, at any point in time, including during a school year, they can become enrolled in an accredited public school or an accredited private school. So it would not exclude a child that the year prior attended a non-accredited school, a home school, or a non-accredited private school.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe just the language is confusing because it says was enrolled in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through 12 in any public school in the previous school year in which an educational scholarship is first sought. So is it necessary to say that, or is it just that, because then following in line 36, it says is enrolling in kindergarten or 1 through 12 in the state for the first time. I think maybe I'm confused by the language of those two sections.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The lines that she's reading are the lines that are in existing law. So it did require a child, we'll say for this current school year, for them to have been eligible. They had to have attended a public school prior to or were about to be able to attend for them to apply for the scholarship. So the questions about the information that's on lines 30, 31, and 32, that's in reference to what is existing law. Currently, lines 33, 34, and 35, again, are existing law.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would this exclude a student who is currently a student at a private accredited school that is participating in this program, but this would be the first year that they would be applying for it because let's say now their family qualifies because of the change in requirements to be an eligible student?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guide the body to look at line 36 on page 1 and the line 1 that continues on page 2. It indicates is enrolling in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through 12 in the state for the first time. So that means any child that this year is attending a non-accredited school, homeschool, next year, when this becomes law, are absolutely welcome to apply for the scholarship if they intend to participate and be enrolled in a school where the scholarship is available.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're still missing something here. I'm not sure that this language encompasses students who are currently part of accredited private schools that participate as qualified schools under this program. If it is not, it would not be their first time enrolling in grades K through 12. They're already currently enrolled, but now under the new constructs of this program, their family could potentially qualify now. They may have a parent who's in law enforcement or EMS. They may have a parent who is part of the armed services. They may be adopted. There's lots of other contributing factors now that with this language, I think it eliminates those students, does it not?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the front page, we have certain guidelines. We have the 250% of the federal poverty guideline. We have that they were enrolled in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through, it's going to be changed to 12 in any public school in the previous school year in which the scholarship was first sought. They're eligible to be enrolled in any public school in the school year in which the educational was first sought for the child and the child is 7 years of age or under, or is enrolling in kindergarten or any of the grades K through 12 in the state for the first time. So those are those requirements. We also have other requirements for eligibility, and that is if they've been in foster care, the other issues don't matter. If they're a child of a parent that's in active duty or who was killed in the line of duty, they're eligible. If they have a parent who's a emergency medical services provider or firefighter or law enforcement officer, they're now eligible. So those other categories don't bear into whether they're eligible when we move on to page 2.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way I understand the language, in order to be an eligible student, they would have had to been enrolled in a public school in the previous school year in which the educational scholarship is first sought for that child. I do have an amendment concerning that. It is number 1464.
We'll hand out the amendment. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just clarify a little bit. In line 30 on page 1 of the bill, it says, and this is under the section that determines an eligible student. It says in order to be an eligible student, it means a child who was enrolled in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through 12 in any public school in the previous school year in which an educational scholarship is first sought for the child. So this would expand that eligibility to students that are currently enrolled in private schools who may be below that federal poverty level guidelines, which are increased in Senate Bill 83. It would help include students of law enforcement, firefighters, military, adopted, foster care. It would help include students that may already be students in a private school that now qualify under this program. It would not exclude them from receiving this scholarship, which that language on those lines 30 to 32, I think would exclude those students currently. My amendment would remove lines 30 through 32 of the bill, essentially, and make those students now eligible. Thank you.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I do stand in support of this amendment because as I read lines 30 and 31, it says was enrolled in kindergarten or any of the grades 1 through 12 in any public school the previous year. And maybe that should have been 11, but the carrier of the amendment has solved that by just eliminating it altogether.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When we look on page 1, we're looking at 3A, and we have Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3. Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3 are all relating to the item A above, and that is that 250% of poverty. When we turn to page 2, now we're talking about a different area, and that's capital B, has received an educational scholarship under the program. C, has been in foster care. D, has a parent who is in active duty. E, has a parent who is an emergency first responder. We've also added children that are adopted. So I'm not understanding the need or the necessity for this amendment.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just believe that language is misleading. It appears that that student would have to have been enrolled in a public school in that previous school year. Therefore, my reasoning for removing that.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for your indulgence in working through a number of amendments. I think this is a good program that could certainly be made much better, so I appreciate your support of reducing that contribution, max contribution amount from $500,000 to $100,000. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. This is an incredibly important bill, and I know we've spent a lot of time on it. People's attention is wearing thin, and I understand that. I'll keep this quick. But this is an opportunity bill. This bill is there for single mothers trying to bring their kids up, for first generation citizens. You know, the foundation of the American dream is an education. And that's what this bill is about. This is about mothers in difficult situations. Like we just heard this week about Chicago and about how the achievement scores in some of those inner city schools were basically zero. We have to provide an opportunity for families to better themselves, and it's this bill that does it. And with that, I do have an amendment. It is number 1434.
We'll hand out the amendment. Senator, you may explain your amendment. You may explain your amendment.
Thank you. Very simple. Line 27, page 1. It would change change from 250% to 400%. And I will explain why that is critical. It's critical in that this program is underutilized. We don't know what it can accomplish, but we need to find out. And to find out, we need to put some kids into this program. The other important thing is what's happening to our money today? What's happening with inflation? What's the effect? You know, basically 400% of the poverty level for a family of 2 is $78,880. Family of 3 is $99,400. Family of 4 is $120,000. That sounds like a lot until you start factoring in inflation. By the year 2025, that money will be degraded to basically the $250,000 poverty line we're at today. Furthermore, The USDA shows that in 2022, from birth to the age of 18, it takes $310,000 to raise a child. By 2024, that's $367,000. By 2025, that's over $400,000. Money is shrinking, and it's shrinking quickly. This program is a platform to opportunity for folks who need that hand up. And so simply to protect the integrity of this bill as it's written, we need to get out in front of this shrinkage of our dollar and set it up in a manner by which it can be used and be used effectively. And with that, I move my amendment to raise it to 400%.
We'll have you stand for questions. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment. Oh, sorry, we got Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only comment would be this amendment is raising the cap to $400,000, and as the senator said, that's $78,000 for a family of two, and he talked about it takes $310,000 to raise a child. I don't think any of us who've raised children would disagree. However, this program is referred to as a credit for low-income students scholarship program. I offered an amendment a short time ago that did not go on to correctly title the program. That seemed not to be the will of the body. However, we measure getting free lunch at 130% of poverty. It's 138% of poverty to be on Medicaid. We don't have the will to pass Medicaid expansion to help those families to provide for health care for themselves and their children. We don't want to deal with the chipped cap that we have in place. And yet we want to talk about expanding to a single mother. There's not going to be a single, well, there might be a single mother who's got a great job, who's making 400% of poverty, but for the most part, the single mothers, if we want to talk about them, they're the ones who are low income. They're the ones who need to have our quality public education. They're the ones who need Medicaid expansion. They're the ones who need help with putting food on the table. So let's talk about real numbers here. If you want to send your child to private school, that's great. And if you are making 400% of the poverty level, you can afford to do it.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment that is on the issue of this bill, Senate Bill 83? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just simply put, I support expanded eligibility of the program, and I'll support the amendment.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Again, the importance of this bill, this bill that provides opportunity through education, can't be overstated. The reality of inflation is there. We all feel it on a daily basis. Let's keep this program relevant by getting ahead of the curve. And as such, I move to amend SB 83 as stated.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. Roll call has been requested. Not seeing five hands. Roll call's in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Blasey, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Bag, Falscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Close, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Preliminary count, please.
21 aye, 15 nay. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
I'm just waiting for us to move forward.
Any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Having voted in favor and 15 against, motion carries. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple questions for the carrier of the bill.
Please ask them.
Yes, can you please tell me what are the average Kansas assessment scores of the current scholarship recipients?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have that information.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. Additional question. Has a legislative audit been conducted on the educational progress and outcomes of the students who have received scholarships to date?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I'm aware of. There has been an audit, but not on that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. That presents a problem as parents can't compare apples to apples when making choices for their kids. With that, I have an amendment.
Please give us the amendment number.
1455.
We will pass that out.
Is this going to be? This one.
Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Yes. The reason we could not get answers to the two questions I asked is because those requirements are not made of private schools. This amendment would require that each non-public school in this state shall administer the statewide assessments provided by the State Board of Education. Additionally, each year, the State Department of Education shall digitally update on the website of the State Department of Education the performance accountability reports and longitudinal achievement reports. Again, this is so parents can make a well-informed decision regarding the educational decisions they need to make about their students.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just confirmed by the reviser and legislative research that accredited private schools are required to do assessments and to report that just as public do. Now, is there going to be a breakdown of what the scores are for students that are recipients of this particular scholarship? No, they wouldn't, and that wouldn't be appropriate because for most of these schools, the numbers would be small and they would be too identifiable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
No questions, exactly, but I would like to comment on this. Is that permitted, Mr. Chair?
It is.
Thank you. As a public school teacher, I've often said that because I do take great pride in it. And when we do our assessments, even regardless how small a class is, you really don't have to identify too many markers as far as demographics or anything. But when you're going to quantify if a student is if they're learning to read or have the critical thinking skills or math skills or whatever it might be, we need to make sure that whatever funds they are receiving are being used the way they are supposed to be used, and the only way to quantify that is with assessments, or at least see a trend line for progress of some kind. And unless that is taken care of and there's a lot of work put into it, you can't really tell if you're making a difference with funds going towards any kind of education facility. That's why the K-12 public schools have assessments from kindergarten all up, in fact, pre-K all the way up. And parents and teachers and all of you can assess those scores at any time. And this information is very necessary to see how our funds are being utilized. So I appreciate the Senator bringing this amendment forward. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill stand for question?
The carrier of the amendment.
Sorry, the carrier of the amendment. I'm sorry.
Is standing for questions.
Senator, in this amendment, and it was, as it was mentioned earlier, accredited non-public schools do administer assessments, and so this would just then be providing as part of the report on that we could have all looked at this year on tax credit for low-income students scholarship program. This would just be providing within that report then the information on the performance on state assessments. Would this be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, that is correct, because we currently have no impact data on the effectiveness of vouchers and student performance.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I think it's important to remember that accredited non-public schools are administering this, and this would then just provide additional information. As the carrier of the bill said earlier, she couldn't provide that information because we don't get that information. And as the legislation is right now, Senate Bill 83, we would not be getting the information. And with this expanded, if this legislation passes and this expanded pool of participants, we would even have less information about the performance level of these students. As it is now, I support a non-public accredited school in my area. Actually, I support several of them, but they do administer the state assessments, and they are published by that school. So this would just show that if there are students that are attending, I'll say Holy Name, in Kansas City, Kansas, that this is the performance level on these state assessments that are already being given. And we would have then, as the carrier of this amendment said, some way to compare to our public, our highly performing public schools to these non-public accredited schools.
Senator, do you care to respond?
No, thank you. I do need to answer a question from earlier, though, or a comment. The data on the voucher students could be aggregated. 1,300 is a big enough number, a big enough subgroup to do that. To the point that was just made, if parents are to be making choices about their students' education, they have to have the data, they have to have the information, and that is lacking.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's interesting because earlier we heard that this isn't a scholarship, even though it is a scholarship. Now we're hearing it's not a scholarship, it's a voucher. But one thing that does need to be made clear is when we look at this amendment, and the reason I will not be supporting this amendment, is that it identifies non-accredited private schools. Non-accredited private schools don't participate in this scholarship program. So this amendment is really a reach to get data, but it really has very little to do with the scholarship itself. And let's talk for a moment about parents making decisions. Are parents going to send their child to a different school where the kids don't graduate or don't move forward, advance? Parents that are making decisions for a high school, if they actually have a choice of where to send their child to high school, are they going to send their child to a high school where graduation rates are low, where ACT test scores are low, where children from that high school don't receive scholarships to colleges and universities, aren't admitted to colleges and universities, aren't admitted to any of our military academies, things like that? No, they're not going to. They're not going to, if they have a choice, they're not going to send their child to an underperforming school. One of the reasons that this very bill before us is expanded to include high school is because parents whose children have benefited from, let's be clear, a scholarship for their child to attend a particular school, attended in elementary school, attended in middle school, and there's the cliff. No opportunity to move on beyond that. So they have to go back and make a different choice. So again, I don't find this amendment as appropriate. I understand what it's getting for, but here's the real interesting thing. Look and see. Go ahead and ask. I don't know a single private school principal that won't allow someone that's a prospective parent, that won't allow them to ask, so what's happening on assessments? What's happening on ACT scores? What's your graduation rate? Parents are going to ask those questions, and they're going to make their decisions based on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The senator from Johnson, care to respond?
Yes, I do want to point out that, as we were talking about choice, it's important to note there are only 16 accredited private high schools in the entire state. So to the senator's point earlier, I mean, some counties, some areas have absolutely no choice. So this does not benefit them. But we also need to talk about the fact that our schools are performing well. Kansas graduation rates are at an all-time high. The Kansas ACT rates held steady. Only 6 states held steady post-COVID. All the rest went in a different direction. So, we can call this whatever we want. The effect is still the same as far as what it does to our schools and what it does as far as diverting funds Again, you can call it whatever you want. But what I find interesting here is we have repeatedly been told it's important for public schools to assess student performance and post that info publicly so parents can make knowledgeable choices about the education for their children. In the name of allowing parents to make well-informed decisions, this info needs to be public and needs to be available for private schools. Again, so parents can make decisions with the information they need and with data. You know, the other thing is transparency, accountability, oversight, that's all important to Kansans. With the push for additional tax credits, vouchers, et cetera, for private schools, it is imperative we have these proposed measures that are in this amendment in place.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would just add that, and this hasn't been spoken to before, but the bill does talk about accredited non-public schools, but in fact, they don't have to be accredited by the state of Kansas. They only have to be accredited by their peer associations. So those accredited non-public schools don't have to take our state assessments, and this amendment would speak to all of the accredited non-public schools that would be participating in this program. I think that's an important factor.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Accountability, oversight, transparency, and information. That is all very important to Kansans. With this amendment, that gives parents in Kansas the ability to make well-informed choices for the education of their students. Please join me in supporting this amendment. Oh, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I have no more amendments, but I will just finish out here by saying the biggest concern with this bill is it's a massive expansion of a program with no impact data to fully understand if it is effective or not. Our most important job is funding our public schools. It's time we stop getting distracted with voucher programs and instead fully fund special ed and stop trying to divert funds, creating other programs for institutions where we don't even have appropriate, complete data on their performance. This is a bad idea, and we need to vote this down. Thank you.
Further questions or comments on SB 83? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I know we are getting tired of this bill and ready to move on. And I do have two amendments. I was possibly not going to address them, but with the debate on the floor and the expansion that we have to this program, even above and beyond how it came out of committee, I have an amendment, and it's 1469.
We will hand it out. Please explain your amendment.
I will explain it. This is actually an amendment that was offered in committee by the chair, and it did not get on. But I do believe that the Senate chamber should have the option to weigh in on this. Currently, if you donate to the tax scholarship program, you get a 70% tax credit that you get to apply to your funds. The current bill that we are working is at 100%, and I'm trying to find kind of some medium ground there, so this is putting it at 75%. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions on the amendment? Shocking. No questions on the amendment. You may close.
Appreciate it. With that, I move my amendment.
All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Division's been called for. All those in favor, stand. Oh. All those opposed, stand. On a vote of 20 to 13, the amendment carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 83? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion, the debate, the conversation today. I will tell the body that from now on, I will be announcing what bills we will be addressing in the next day's committee meeting so that everyone can attend for those of you that are in committees at 1:30. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 83 as amended favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are now going to move back to Senate Bill 169. The senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, was standing. We are on the Holland amendment. The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, God dang it, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to have this brilliant soliloquy. I want to kind of wind into my amendment first. So let me make a few comments first. And can you? Okay. First of all, I really appreciate having the debate on this today. And so I would ask the chairwoman if she would stand for some questions, please.
She's standing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the chairwoman tell me, this was a committee bill, correct?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
And just so I understand, the Chamber of Commerce, did they have announce their own, introduce their own flat tax proposal like in January sometime last month?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I know I requested this bill in actually January 10th is when I requested Senate Bill 169, but it wasn't read in until later. Senate Bill 33 was also requested the same day.
Oh, okay.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, no, very good, because I just remembered and you can correct me if I'm wrong for the record, but I think the Chamber's flat tax proposal I mean, that was something over, well, I think $1 billion a year. Do you even know if that was true, Madam Chair, or not? Or do you have any idea what that was?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I do not. I think we all saw the newspaper articles. It was somewhere north of $1 billion.
Okay.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, and from that perspective, Mr. Chairman, I do very much thank the chairwoman for bringing it down below $1 billion a year fiscal note. I do have a question, though. How do we pay for this?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're not paying for it. We are returning taxpayer money to the Kansas taxpayers. We're just not collecting it from them. There's no pay for.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Okay, so is this bill revenue neutral?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
This bill would put approximately $170 million back in taxpayers' pocket the first year, $568 million the second year, and over $574 million the third year.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And did anybody doing runs on Ways and Means to kind of look at the out years as far as how this would at all? Do we know how it's going to affect ending balances?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I know there are some runs out there. I do not have them with me.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, the good chairwoman could tell us, can she recall roughly when we did Brownback 1.0, when that originally was passed, does she recall once that really got ramped up, does she recall what that fiscal note annually was on that piece of legislation?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was never a Brownback tax code that passed. Governor Brownback had requested a March to zero, a ratchet down income tax bill. That is not what passed the legislature in 2012. In fact, I don't know where the good senator was. I think he was in the Senate at that time. He will remember, I know it got labeled as such, but it was literally the Senate that Christmas treed that bill up and the House concurred on it. The governor did sign it into law.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland on SB 169.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think it's good to bring forward some senatorial history here for those of you who weren't around. And the last time I knew, just because a governor doesn't sign a bill in law doesn't mean it becomes law, because they let that happen. So just, I guess, some additional thoughts. Can the good senator from Lynn please explain kind of what happened to the budget as we went forward in fiscal year 13, 14, 15?
Senator, we're on Senate Bill 169.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the question. I will get to my point. My point to the body is that we've seen this train wreck before, and you will hear proponents of this talk about, oh, well, you know, the governor didn't have a plan. Governor Brownback, he didn't have a plan for how he was going to implement this. And what they really mean, and this was, of course, comments from Americans Prosperity, Kansas Policy Institute, you know, they always talk about how he didn't have a plan to implement that shot of adrenaline. And so what they're really saying back that, and why these are parallels, I would contend, Mr. Chairman, is that I do remember what the fiscal note for whatever bill you want to call it responsible for. Basically, that ran to the tune of about $740 million a year. That blew just a hole in our budget. And instead of reversing course and backing out those ill-advised income tax things, the legislature went on, of course, to take it out in a very regressive sales tax increase on the citizens. And so what I'm trying to avoid, Mr. Chairman, is Brownback 2.0, Trainwreck 2.0, and get us back on course, because I really think, body, we have an opportunity here. I really want to commend the legislature And this isn't just the governor. I mean, this is the legislature and the governor working together. We have a solid fiscal standing in our House. We have put money in the rainy day fund. We have added additional monies to capers. Okay? We are looking financially healthy. We're in a good spot right now. Now, I don't know about you all, but we know there's a lot of federal monies sloshing around, and those federal monies have come down to the states, and they're sloshing around. But at some point, the carousel of federal money to the states is going to stop. And we all know, particularly if you have businesses, you read some of the financial media, okay, that a lot of people fear a recession. So what I have been talking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle is that we really need to moderate and watch where we're heading, both on taxing and spending matters. Now, you're being asked on this committee report that was voted out, okay, to support a flat tax. And the whole notion of the flat tax, well, basically, let me just back up and just ask the chairman. Would the chairwoman basically kind of give us the concept of flat tax and why it's preferable to where we're at right now, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Would he repeat the question, Mr.
Senator
Chairman?
from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just basically asking, the tax policy behind this bill, it talks about we need to be on a flat tax. Specifically, what is the benefits of a flat tax, and is that specifically tied to a march to a zero income tax rate?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
There is no ratchet down in this legislation if that's what he's asking. This is a single rate, and I apologize, I was looking at the guard. He is handing out a piece of paper that is a graphic. I've handed out numbers for years, and sometimes those are hard to look at and distinguish very quickly. So Eddie from Legislative Research put this together, and I appreciate it so much. Not an easy task and quick turnaround. And what this demonstrates, if you look at the blue line, it's taxes, the taxes in 2016. And that's the high tax increase that we had. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the black line, the black line. The blue line is the tax after 2017 tax increases, 2023 current. The blue line, that's the tax increase that he's talking about. If somebody in this body voted for that 2017, they keep saying they put it the most on the rich. Well, this graph demonstrates that the lower income individuals felt their heavy burden also. And the green line is where we would land in the middle on the single rate. It would not be a tax increase for anyone. And it would bring us down from where we're currently at, but it would not take us to the tax code prior to 2017.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the chairwoman's discussion of that. And so what I believe we have here is basically, we talk about income tax liability. This is basically revenue sources coming in, and the chairwoman, correct me if I'm wrong, based upon tax years and basically what was implemented. And so I think it's good to have that before us. But what I'm talking about with this bill, and once again, I understand it's a flat tax. And the flat tax, we all know, is pitched to be, it's simple, okay? It's simple. It's supposedly more fair. And I'll touch briefly why I don't think it is so fair. But anyway, it's supposed to be simple. But what my concern with this bill is that if we had a flat tax where the fiscal note on it was near zero, and when you look at, quite honestly, earlier today, what we put in Senate Bill 33, and believe me, there's a lot of good policy pieces in there, okay, I like to see put through. But for the life of me, body, okay, we today on Senate Bill 33, that was a tune of about $10 million right there. This cost of this is nearly $600 million once you get that fixed in. Okay, we're whistling the tune about almost $1 billion right now. And for the life of me, with an oncoming recession coming in, why would we go down this path again? And why would we screw up our rainy day fund? You know, this legislature has made commitments to large-scale Apex projects. We're trying to increase basically the funding for our special ed kids. Okay. We have projects to build roads. We're providing critical services. All that takes money. And as we come into hopefully an easing, but if we come into a recession, I want to keep those coffers full. I don't want to get basically burned through the rainy day fund, because we want to have a discussion of what's fair. Because make no mistake, body, when we talk about what's fair, we can say a flat tax, it's simple, but it really isn't fair, because particularly when you look at our federal tax codes, okay, all this does is exacerbates the gap between the very wealthy in our state and everybody else. Because what it does is it lowers the effective tax rates, obviously for everybody, but it's even more of an impact for our richer Kansans. And they're already getting the buku tax breaks through the federal tax code. So what I'm proposing, Mr. Chairman, is an alternative. I am proposing a progressive multi-tiered tax rate that overall is actually an overall net income tax cut to what we have today. And I'm going to show you that for working men and women, either head of households or married filing jointly, they would save money in my plan that I'm proposing before the body today, not only over what's currently in statute, but it beats the so-called flat tax deal. Now make no mistake, if you're voting for the flat tax because you really feel sorry for high-income individuals, okay, and all you care about is what their effective tax rate is, then just tune me out for the next couple minutes, because you don't want to hear what I have to say. But we have been talking about in this body, and I think rightfully so, our concerns for seniors, our concerns for younger people. And make no mistake, you know, when we were talking about the Apex deals that we did, we've learned and we're finding out that basically one of the big crunches across this entire country, one of the big crunches is labor. Where do you get the people? Where do you get the people? And so when we talk about basically incentivizing people to come to Kansas, okay, that's good to do. We want to do that. But we also obviously want to incentivize people to stay in Kansas. I've been very excited about basically taking our, grocery rate, state sales tax rate on groceries to 0. I think it's a great piece. I'm very excited about what we've said as a body today as a statement when we do with Social Security. I think that's a great piece. I got some other policy pieces I'm going to roll across the floor here a little bit later today, and you can tell me what you think about that as well too. But I do think when we have pieces in place where, say, a U.S. citizen, either in Kansas or not, if they hear about Kansas, hey, I don't have to pay any sales tax on groceries in Kansas, that's cool. Hey, if I don't have to pay any sales taxes on clothing, that's good. Hey, if my state income tax rate as a single income filer is $45,000, so that's 3%, hey, that's cool. And quite honestly, that benefits everybody here. It's not something we got to sell in a package to attract people to come here. And so that's what my amendment's all about. So Mr. Chairman, I will get on with it. My amendment is number 1462.
We'll hand out your amendment. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chairman. On your desk, you have a handout from me. I hope it's somewhat legible and intelligible. But basically what we're doing here, what I'm proposing, is basically we have three in our current income tax rate structure, and let's just focus on single, married filing separately, head of household. Right now today, if you're not over $15,000, your tax rate is 3.1%. If your taxes fall between $15,000 and not over 30, then you pay $465 and 5.25% on that delta from 15 to 30. If you're over $30,000, then basically what you're paying is the $1,252, and that's just the sum of the previous two brackets. And now the state of Kansas has ratcheted up to 5.7%. That's on the single, married filing separately, head of household rate today in statute. Under Tom's progressive income tax bracket plan, this is single, married filing separately, head of household. What we're talking about here, Mr. Chairman, is that if you're from 0 to 30, you pay 3%. If you're from $30,000 up to 60, now you pay the increment of 4.5% on that excess of the 30 to 60. If you're over 60 as a single filer, but over $100,000, now basically we're bumping it up to 6% on what you're paying on every dollar starting between $60,000 and $100,000. If you're over $100,000 but not over $500,000, you're paying $46.50. Now we bumped you up to 7.3%. And if you're making over $500,000, by golly, on that increment, starting with $500,001, we're going to charge you 9.5%. Now, my point in bringing to the body is that if you look at this paper here that you've got on the desk, and this was stuff that was run by Kansas Legislative Research and done through Department of Revenue. You see, you had the Kansas adjusted gross income. This is just based on tax year 2020 numbers and the number of returns. And you see the tax liabilities there. Okay? So, for example, when it talks about Kansas adjusted gross income, these are basically, this is the income of the filers. That could be a single filer. It could be, once again, head of household. It could be married filing singly. It could be married filing jointly. But basically, the income, that whatever they're reporting, look at how this works. So filers from up to $25,000, there is a net negative fiscal impact, i.e., taxpayers are saving money. For those filers that run from the $25,001 up to $50,000, wow, look at that savings. That's $69 million. Let's keep going here, Mr. Chairman. We go from $50,001 to $75,000. We now have saved Kansas taxpayers in that bracket $82 million. We go from $75,001 up to $100,000 on single filers, for example, and all the other ones that fall into that. Now we're saving another $88 million. And by golly, would you look at that, for all the filing groups up to $250,000, from $100,000 to $250,000, we're saving the filer group over $208 million. Now here's the kicker. It's progressive. So, you see the increase on the tail end. $250,001 on up, the single filer groups, well, just for the filer groups. Now that's a $410 million increase. But I want you all to look at the total residents. See that on the fiscal impact $43 million, that's a tax cut. That's $43 million back in, that's cheaper than what we currently have today on the books. So where I'm going with this, when we talk about economic policy and policies that benefit all Kansans, the flat tax to me is not only a disaster from the point of we can't ever pay for it, the flat tax itself is a disaster because it is further regressive and it is helping really only wealthier Kansans. With a progressive structure like this, and folks, I'm not saying this was the answer, but I came up with this like, this morning. When I realized we were gonna be on general orders here. And what I'm trying to show the group is that if we have the appropriate tax policies in place, I know a lot of single people, they said, yeah, if I could get this program put in place right now, this would rock and roll. So with that, and I do want to make one other comment. I am saying this truly on all earnestness. The Kansas Tax Policy Institute, when they're talking about, I'm sorry, it wasn't Kansas Tax Policy. It might have been the other group. But anyways, there was a group in here, I want to quote them. They said something to the effect that, hey, the flat tax, it could really be improved upon if you basically increased the standard deductions. And I was so glad to see the chairwoman increase standard deductions today. So quite honestly, from an income taxation standpoint, we got some really good standard deduction increases in 33. We've got a great amendment here that Kansas are gonna love. What a great thing to campaign on going into next year. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, it's getting late, so I'm not sure debating something that was kind of pulled out of your rear end at the last minute and thrown on the floor is really influencing a lot of people or winning friends. It feels like the audio book on how to lose friends and piss people off. But the point is, look, I heard one statement that made sense to me. We want to incent people to stay in Kansas. Do you know who the fastest growing states are? I also just Googled that real quick. Texas, Florida, no income tax. North Carolina, single rate, right? You know who the losers are? New York, California. They're losing congressional members. California is a case study in how you destroy a divinely blessed piece of dirt. They've got beaches, mountains, Napa, Silicon, Hollywood. Great temperatures and climate. And more people are leaving than coming. What that showed you is you'll take a lot of abuse to live in a beautiful place. But it shows you there's a limit. So here's your answer, right? Progressive tax up to 9.5%. This isn't even serious. A single rate's the structure that matters. The states that are doing the best are the zero income tax states. The next tier, those that are flat. Do you know who's up there and like us? Utah. Utah, they don't have beaches. They got some mountains, I'll give them that one. They have a long-running single rate tax. 6 new states have gone flat. Iowa, one of our neighbors, they're going single rate and they're ratcheting down to 3.95. This is not even serious. I know it's kind of fun to talk about, but it's not serious. You want to do the long-term benefit for the state, we need to go single rate because it is the fairest way. What we're trying to do here is destroy employers. When I was out in California last, it struck me, right? Because it's a beautiful place. And I was having lunch. I thought, man, how do service people make it out here? And I asked my waiter, who was 28, 29 years old. Said, how do you make it out here? I go, well, I don't own a car, can't afford the gas, live with my mother, I walk to work, never been out of the city. But hey, it's a beautiful place to be trapped. Made me sad. Moving to something like that is destructive. You want to change a fiscal note, change the rate. The best thing we can do long term is have a structure that is beneficial. There's many of us that we did support the Apex project because it brought the corporate income tax down. But those that opposed it had legitimate statements, right? We can't continue to buy economic development. I supported bringing in industry, but we need to see where that goes. Long term, we need a structure that works. Because all this money, we like to say, oh, we balanced our budget, put money in the rainy day fund. Yeah, because we got handed a crap ton of money. We went through the stimulus process. There was no, it's not a huge accomplishment that this budget got balanced. And by the way, we like to give credit one direction, but the truth is, we're responsible for it, right? You got a balanced budget, you're welcome. You got money in your rainy day fund, you're welcome. Right? It's a red state and Republican legislature. We are working together with this governor to move forward, but we have to get in a position where our tax structure is here long term, and this is the time to do it. So I'd like to dispense with the silliness. I'm obviously opposing the amendment, and we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions to the carry of the amendment? Seeing none. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank the other senator from Douglas for actually giving us some numbers that cover the whole range of income that we're discussing, and not only talk about what are the taxes on our residents, but what would be the taxes on our non-residents. And while I appreciate a graph, this graph stops, I think, at federal adjusted gross income of $30,000. So it doesn't tell me anything about what happens to our tax filers above that range. So again, I appreciate the detail of the numbers that were provided, and it helps me feel very comfortable with this amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The graph does stop at 30,000, but what it demonstrates, you can do the trajectory on out. You can see where we're at in the current tax code and where we will be if we pass this legislation. And I think it's interesting that the good senator from Douglas thinks we're headed into a recession, especially with the current administration in Washington, D.C. I would have to agree that they have set us on a course that we need to be very cautious moving forward. And a flat tax, a single rate tax, not a flat tax, a single rate tax would help take us in the correct direction. The Senate President was accurate. This is not the first time that we have considered this legislation. And if we would have passed it back in 2017 when it was proposed, we could have been at 3.75 at that time without the tax increases that we've had. But because of the tax increases and keeping stability to the budget, we need to be at 4.75 to make sure that we do not increase it for any Kansan. I appreciate the president supporting this, and I hope that we can vote this amendment down. When I saw it, holy cow, Batman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, do you wish to respond?
I'll wait for close. Thank you.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had stronger language than what the Tax Committee Chair had when she first saw it. I will be very brief. I will always remember the words of a tax committee chair on the House side, Representative Carlson, when we were looking at some tax legislation. He said, capital is a coward. It will not go where it is not wanted. When I look at this, I'm reminded, if you want more of something, you tax it less. If you want less of something, you tax it more. Well, this really taxes our job creators. They will not stay in Kansas. We will see a mass exodus, that sucking sound of people who have a little bit. They will be headed south, east, north, west, many directions, but they will not stay in Kansas. So it will take Kansas backwards and take a lot of money out of our state, because people will not stay around and pay a 6%, 7.3%, 9.5% income tax rate as proposed in this amendment. I trust the body will vote it down, but again, I think that if we like this, we should realize that we are going to be chasing a lot of capital away from our state. And right now, we need more capital, not less. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that was a really interesting reaction from the Senate President. And I do appreciate having this debate. But I think he made this comment, and I don't want to misquote the Senate President, but something like, what, fantastic or just out of control. There's just this concept that somehow this was just made up. Let me tell you the reality of made up here. A single filer, $45,000, okay? His or her tax liability under the current statute is $2,107. Under the much proverbialized flat tax, it's $1,889. Under this plan I put before you today, it's $1,575. Now we can all bow down to these people who make $300,000 a year, $500,000 a year, or we can talk about giving meaningful tax relief to our young people, our workers, things that are going to want to have them stay here. Because at the end of the day, it's the young people, it's the lower and middle class folks that drive the economic engine of this state. And we need to have tax policy like this and not bow down to the false idols of zero income tax rate, because that is a false god that we will never achieve. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Linz, senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was fortunate enough to be involved with economic development, quite a lot of economic development when I was in Garden City. We grew, we had a really good growth spurt and still continue to have a pretty good growth spurt. And I was lucky enough to be mayor at that time, and we did a lot of negotiating. And when we had a Schulman Crossing, a big shopping strip come in, plus some other things. What was curious to me is not one of these businesses, one of these entities asked about income tax. They were all concerned about property tax. So I would really, really question, let's take Apex, the huge, what we passed last year. I think that each one of these we sign up on Apex, that was a 1.3 billion, if I recall, they get 0.5% reduction in income tax. Income tax isn't the economic driver, it's property tax. Another thing that bothers me with a flat tax is that well, I'll ask the question to the carrier of the bill, please. Can I ask a question, please?
She's standing for questions.
Okay. Are there going to be the same deductions that people can take now? Can they take them if this tax, flat tax passes?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not a flat tax, to be clear. This is a single rate. So yes.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
So, like a farmer or, a cattle rancher that's building fence and such, not only on his income, he gets to take the 4.4% or whatever it is, plus he can take off all his expenses on the fencing. I just got to make sure I understand that all the deductions are still in place that are in place now. Is that true?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
This bill does not impact that, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Okay, so when we start taking this away, what really concerns me more than anything is just like the previous speaker, is property tax is, in my experience, is the biggest burden on our citizens and on our economic development is property tax. We keep cutting income tax like this. We're going to need money for infrastructure. We're going to need money to build the infrastructure. If we want to continue to grow, we got to continue to have best highways, because they're really concerned about highways, our airports and such. And I'm not sure where this money's going. Today I think if I tried to just kind of add it up in my head, how much money that we're cutting out, and it's over $1.5 billion money that we're cutting out if this all passes. I think, I think we saw this show last decade, and I'm not sure I like the way it ended. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond. I have a philosophy. I spoke to many people across the state, and I asked them, which tax do you like the least? Property, sales, income. And then I broke it out to food as we got closer and closer to actually passing that. And interestingly, I would ask that, and many people, a majority, would raise their hand on property tax. But I would explain to them, you're writing that check once or 2 times a year, your entire property tax. Think about it. If you were writing your entire 1 check or 2 to the state for your income tax, which one do you think you'd be complaining about then? Sales tax? Similar. We need to keep that in mind as to how much we're actually spending on those. And I'll give you, just to look at the chart, $30,000 of income. If your adjusted gross is at $30,000 of income, you're paying approximately between $800 and $1,000. So think about it proportionally. It's just, I get it. Property taxes are very much hated in the state, and we're trying to address those also. But what we're doing here is we are lowering state income tax for almost every single income taxpayer in the state. And it is absolutely not an increase. It simplifies the policy. And as we heard from the Senate President, states that have moved to a single rate are doing better than the states with multi-brackets. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 169? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you've heard the debate, you've heard the argument. I hope the body will stand in support of Senate Bill 169. I move when the committee rises in report, it report 169 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're going to pass over Senate Bill 82. We'll move now to Senate Bill 98. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 98 is a bill that is designed to help address the shortage that we have in our state with regard to healthcare providers. What Senate Bill 98 does is it provides the inclusion of those that are going to specialize and go into residency as OBGYN physicians. It also is going to include those that are studying from an osteopathic medical center. We have one that is opened up in Wichita, and we have another one that's opening up in Atchison. And Madam Chair, I will stand for questions. Oh, nope. I first need to move we adopt the committee report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think all of us know that there is a shortage in healthcare providers in our rural areas, and we have a very specific shortage as far as those that have the specialty of the OBGYN training. And so I move that when the committee rise and report, it report Senate Bill 98 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. We are going to pass over Senate Bill 63 and turn our attention to Senate Bill 248. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, this is one of those bills that's got a lot of interest across the state and certainly here in the Senate. Currently, we have no legislation, no statute that will take the sales tax on food to zero. And I have seen no proposals to do just that. Although we have a lot of citizens that are talking about, oh, it'll be great to not be paying any sales tax on my food, on my groceries. That's not going to happen. However, Senate Bill 248 will do that for healthy food. Starting January of 2024, healthy food will have a sales tax rate of 0. No state, no other sales tax on healthy food across the state of Kansas. Now, in the bill, healthy food is defined on page 44 of the bill, in case anyone wants to look at it. It is the women, infants, and children's, the WIC definition, if you will. So WIC has a nutritional definition. Senate Bill 248 does 3 things. It will take healthy food to a true 0, as I've already mentioned. Number 2, non-healthy food will be at the state tax rate, the full state tax rate, including local. Number 3, it will leave the state highway fund percentage at 17%, as it currently is, rather than moving it to 18%. I found out, Madam Chairman, that a lot of Kansans are unaware that any sales taxable purchase that they make in the state of Kansas, whether it's a candy bar, a cup of coffee, a diaper, on and on, any sales taxable purchase, 17% of that sales tax money goes straight into the state highway fund. Oh yeah, the legislature has dipped into it many times and called it the Bank of KDOT. I never supported that. I always thought it was ridiculous. But that's a whole other topic. We'll talk about another day. As far as Senate Bill 248, I think it's a good thing for Kansas families, low income, high income, and all in between, to be able to have a true 0% sales tax rate on groceries on healthy food. Madam Chair, we've got a member on the Tax Committee, and I'm going to yield to the member on the Tax Committee, Senator Peterson, if you will, Madam Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment. It is S 1414.
You want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think I can explain it.
Okay, give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, you may explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply adds the definitions of food and food ingredients to the bill, and it moves the date to January 2024. It also moves up the KDOT 18%, so they're held harmless. This is a sizable chunk of cash. It's $237.4 additional money out of SGF. However, many of our constituents believe that food is going to zero. This truly takes it to zero. This takes the locals out. In our caucus, we had a discussion on the locals, how this impacts tax increment financing, a little bit of discussion. There's people working on solutions for that for our cities. But I want to give this is early in the process, and I want to give our tax committee the best leverage they can have as they go into conference committee trying to do this. We have tried multiple times on this floor to take food sales tax to zero. And that's what this does. This truly takes food and food ingredients to zero and has the appropriate measures in there for the bakery items and the meat. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the other senator from Sedgwick, Peterson. Does this include all food or just healthy food?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
This includes all food and food ingredients and bakery items that are prepared that are sold as single items that aren't heated.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you. Madam Chair, so the ingredients, what's your definition?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I believe there's a code on food and food ingredients. Let me look. I know it doesn't apply to prepared food unless sold without eating utensils. Madam Chair, it would be the same as what's going on right now currently. It's applicable in our ratchet down piece.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So trying to look at this, so this is everything that was reduced last year in our ratchet down. Does this include all of those items?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
This includes all the items. It's just moving up from 2025 to 2024 and keeps the KDOT money at 18% like it would have been in 2025.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to comprehend this because it's very different from the language in the bill from last year. And then with the bill where the semi-WIC definitions, I'm still, so with this, flour would be, we would not have to pay sales tax on flour.
That is correct.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Olive oil is also included.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
If it's included in the reduction now, it's included in this.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about this was keeping our transportation harmless, or transportation funds harmless?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
In 2025, we're removing the KDOT monies to 18%. This now moves that 18% number up to January 1st, 2024.
Okay, thank
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. And what does this do to our local municipalities? Does it hold them harmless?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Madam Chair, it does not. We had discussion that there's some folks working on it. As I said, this is early in the process. This takes food sales tax to a true zero, so it takes away the locals. There was some discussion that there's some folks were working on it, and I would trust our senator from Lynn, our senator from Montgomery, and our senator from Douglas, that if there was not a solution for that, they wouldn't bring it back in a conference committee.
Okay, and
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. And what about restaurants?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Does not do restaurants.
Okay.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could the carrier amendment basically just cut to the chase and confirm if this is streamlined sales tax compliant or not?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
It should be streamlined sales tax compliant because our current one is. Our current ratchet down.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Madam Chair, I'm questioning if he could check with the reviser who wrote the amendment. I'm concerned that what you've just told me is if you have eliminated the local taxes on the foodstuffs, this is no longer streamlined compliant.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Madam Chair, I just confirmed with the reviser it is streamlined compliant.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
One more question. Does the definition of food itself, so that the whole bill is currently streamlined, and this is only accelerating what we have passed. It is not expanding our definition of food.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I do not believe it's expanding our definition of food at all. Let me check with the reviser. Madam Chair, it does not change the definition of food or food ingredients as is currently defined in statute.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned. I appreciate the desire to take that away from the locals uniformly. I'm just wondering if that is, in fact, if that is streamlined, and that's my concern at this point. And maybe it is, but I would like to, I will pass, I will stand down, and I'll talk to research on my own. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the senator from Sedgwick will yield for just a moment, I do have a little bit, possibly a better understanding of some of the things having been involved in the tax committee, but this does not take the state out of streamlined compliance.
Senator, will the senator from Sedgwick yield to the senator from Montgomery?
I will. I believe he had the floor.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The underlying bill quite likely took us out of compliant. Some people care, some people don't care. Doesn't matter. All I said earlier is null and void if this amendment does pass, and it would be a true march to zero immediately. I shouldn't say immediately because it takes time for revenue to make certain our merchants are aware, but come January of next year, there would be no sales tax, and I mean no sales tax, state or local, on food, which is what Kansans are likely expecting. So I'm not going to take a real position on this. I will leave it to the will of the body. I kind of like what I was carrying, but I certainly will not get in the way of this amendment so the body can weigh in. If the body weighs in, this will be the position of the Senate. So I don't really have anything additional to yield. It does not include restaurants, as has been mentioned. It is streamlined compliance, so I don't know of any reason why anyone would oppose it. The fiscal note will be more, of course, but that's what's being proposed anyway in other locations. So with that, I will, Madam Chair, yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stand for further questions.
Chair recognizes a senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a question for the carrier of the amendment. You mentioned that this would take the local tax to zero?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Food and food ingredients goes to zero, including the locals.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you. I really have a problem with that. I see as too much of deciding on locals what they, each industry has went ahead and city or the county has passed these mill levies. I have a runoff of every city and county and different tax entities. And just with the for the healthy food, in my district, it would cost the locals $4,274,062. And they said it'd be approximately $179.4 million across the state. The numbers can be a little bit different. But that's just 15%. And if you're going to take it all the way down to zero, my question, I guess, that each of these locales, your cities, shopping malls, or wherever, where they're going to get this other revenue. And the good senator says, well, they have a plan to help make them whole. Well, I don't feel comfortable with that at all. And if, I'd like to see that in front. And then also, if you did have a plan for 1 year, what makes things that would be different for other years? So not only will I be voting against this amendment, I'll be voting against the underlying bill, and that I think we should let local people make their decisions, and I don't think as a state we should take that taxing authority away. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The locals decide to put the tax on. The state legislators have decided what to tax. We don't tax farm equipment. We don't tax machinery and equipment. It's the same thing with food or food ingredients. However, we do know there are tax increment financing areas out there, and they're going to have to work on a plan to help some of our local areas out. There's no doubt about that. Once again, we are very early in this process. I want to give our tax committee to be able to the best leverage they can have when they go with the House. We have tried to ratchet down. We have tried things in the past. It's wound up being vetoed. I just want to give them the maximum amount of leverage to get the food sales tax to zero.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Not really thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question, but a comment. As this has major implications for local communities, one home rule, they need to decide on their own what they need to do with their sales tax and how they want to handle that as far as the food sales tax as well. But ultimately, if this revenue is removed from local officials, property taxes will have to go up, and nobody likes property taxes because everybody still wants the same services. And there's only one way to meet services is making sure that we have the same amount of staff, same amount of facilities open, and everything else that's required of city services. So for that reason, I cannot support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so I want to make sure I'm clear as well. So the only difference between from our constituents' perspective anyway, the only difference between your proposal and say a proposal that would take our current sales tax reduction ratchet that goes over the years, if it were to go to, say, 0 in 2024, the only difference between your plan and that plan that would advance the reduction of the current plan would be that there'd be actually 0 sales tax on the food. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to dispense of an amendment like this would in effect be to keep sales tax on food, at least whatever the local rate would be, whether that's 2, 3, 4. I think our highest city has 5.1%. So it would in effect keep sales tax on food. Is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
If you dispense this amendment, it would keep local sales tax on food.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I understand, and I'll support it.
Further questions? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who are we addressing our questions to now, Mr. Chairman? Senator from Sedgwick or the senator from Montgomery?
The senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, on the amendment.
Okay. I need a little more clarification on the definition of food and what he's doing. I mean, is there a difference between brown rice, white white flour? Is there a difference between the products, or is it all food under that category? Would it cover Oreo cookies? Will it cover, Pepsi-Cola? What does it not include that, or does it?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I believe it would include that because those are included in the current ratchet down reduction.
So,
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, listening to the testimony on this hearing, when you had the Retail Grocery Association, the Beverage Association, Mr. Chairman, does the senator from Sedgwick believe that they would no longer be opposed and that they would support this language over the base bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I can't speak for them, but I believe they would. I believe this addresses a lot of their concerns of trying to use the WIC for the healthy foods.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's been some comments about the fiscal note to the locals. Does the senator from Sedgwick have an aggregate number that he has pulled from research that would tell us how much this is a hit on all of the local governments?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I do not have that aggregate number for the locals.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, does he have any idea at all? Would he speculate to throw a number out?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Could you repeat the question?
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Would he have a speculative number that he could put this in a range of for what the aggregate would be of the total cost to all local units of government? I mean, we're talking anyone that's collecting revenue from food sales tax right now currently, and where those monies are dispersed. Does he have a total for all of that to the hit on our local units of government across the state?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
No, I do not have that number. However, I must correct my first fiscal note number. This amendment only adds 115.5. I just got an updated fiscal note from research.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking over, the base bill in this amendment. There was basically only one verbal proponent for the base bill. And this language, I guess my question would be, has this language had a hearing at all last year, this year? Has anybody done this where you're removing zeroing out the food sales tax, taking away authority from the locals to tax that food? Have we had a hearing on that in the past year or two?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I don't believe we've had a hearing on the locals, but we've had the total amount. The bill that I'm amending was taking it away from the locals, and I changed the definitions.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know there was a lot of opponent testimony, verbal, from the Beverage Association, the retailer grocers, Fuel True. There was tons of written opponent. There was neutral. And yet we only had one verbal proponent for this bill, and that was all about healthy foods. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. This amendment by the senator from Sedgwick does not define or does not limit it to healthy foods. It's all foods, unhealthy, otherwise. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
That is correct. It's everything that's in the current ratchet down.
Okay. Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
All right, and the KDOT funds are protected.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
The KDOT funds go to 18% just like they would in 2025 in the ratchet down.
I want to thank the senator because I had requested the same amendment, but had decided in our caucus earlier today that we weren't going to offer it. And so I appreciate him bringing this. And we're having fun here even at 7:20 in the evening, and appreciate him bringing it and thank him for it. I do appreciate the debate on this issue. I know I've already received some interesting comments from some local government people, and they didn't like the base bill. They didn't like the base bill, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sure they won't like the amendment. And I was probably going to be the only person, if I was carrying that amendment and the same amendment, I'm not sure we would have got any votes, So probably would have got rolled pretty good on it. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But thank you to the senator from Sedgwick for bringing this.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask what this will do to our star bond districts across the state?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
It could have an impact on how those bonds are paid off. That's why we need to have our groups looking at ways to help the locals.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Sorry, came on rather quickly. I'm going to be opposing this. I do believe in local control. I believed in that when I was a Republican. I still believe in it as I'm a Democrat. But as I was talking to my cities, which thanks to redistricting, I have added, I think, 4 cities to those that I represent. Johnson County specifically, with just healthy food, was looking at over a $10 million revenue impact because of this, and that was just healthy food where I'm not even sure it was truly healthy, but I think this will be a significant impact to our cities, and that those dollars support stormwater prevention, our general government operations, public safety. I know my constituents really care that when they call 911 that they have a responder. So while I appreciate the intent of this, I do think it's going to have unintended consequences, and so I will be opposing it. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you care to respond?
No.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I have 2 questions for the senator carrying the amendment.
Please ask.
Thank you. So you mentioned WIC, and I'm just curious to what role WIC will play in your amendment, because WIC is only for toddlers, mothers, nurse. But he mentioned WIC, and I'm just making sure, because WIC is not for everyone, and I want to make sure that his amendment is for everyone and all types of food.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Rest assured, my amendment is for everyone. The base bill used the codes for WIC. That's what they use for their healthy foods and items. This is all for everybody, all foods and food ingredients.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Pasquito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I'll just say this. WIC only includes like milk, cheese, and eggs. It doesn't include vegetables or meat for that other nutrition that we might need. And so might want to keep that part in mind. It's for mothers who have just had a baby and they go and they have the WIC card. And I know some ladies who receive that now, and it does not include vegetables. So just clarifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, do you care to respond?
I do. That's why we change this amendment is good. It expands it to food and food agreements. The WIC program was only listed in the underlying bill. I am changing it back to what is in the ratchet down.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. I think the way to have done this, and I don't know if this is just trying to be a face-saving measure for the underlying bill, but really what should have been done here, even if the intention was to go ahead and take it to zero, I think we want to go back to what's in statute and simply add in the language that would exclude the locals, put them at the zero tax rate. My concern is that what they've tried to do here is the underlying bill is just a disaster, and I don't know the unintended consequences that would prevail if we try to use what is there. So I'm going to ask the body to reject this amendment. I'll be offering an amendment that rectifies the situation, gets us to zero, as the legislature outlined when they passed the original intent. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the comments and the good debate. I do believe that this is early in the process. It is going to be going to the House. I'm sure our cities and localities will show up en masse to continue the discussion on this.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I have one last simple question. Would the Senator from Sedgwick consider this the actual axe the tax in totality? Would this really be axe the tax? Food sales tax will be gone in Kansas.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Axes take too long. I prefer chainsaw.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I felt like there was like this collective head explosion when this amendment came out. The decision point really is this simple. On January 1st of 2024, do you want your constituents to see an axed tax and pay zero, or do you want them to pay 3 to 5%? That's the decision point on this amendment. Do you want to actually axe the tax, or do you want them to still pay a tax on January 1st, 2024? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, do you wish to be recognized? No. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. My only comment would be that, you know, having served in local government, the problem is that from a local perspective, when we talk about being partners with our local cities and counties, that's one thing, but the experience has been any time that there comes a change, then the first to get taken away from is the local level. LAVTR as an example. We're not funding it, still in the books, but we're not funding it. So, and we say that we have local control and that they have the power to make these decisions on their local sales tax, and then we are going to unilaterally act as a big brother and take it away. So from a local perspective, it's hard to trust your partner, the state, when say, hey, trust us, we're gonna work with you, and it never works in their advantage. In Wyandotte County, we were able to pay off our Starborn 3 years early because of the fact that we had a district that had sales tax, and a lot of that was dependent on food. Would have been extremely different if this kind of legislation had been passed, in place. So, as the senator from Meade said, you know, they will take the brunt, and all those services still have to be paid for.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, do you wish to respond?
This time.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to how the legislature handles sales tax, last year we had legislation to exempt fencing and fencing supplies in areas that had a fire, and then we decided to expand that to the entire state. So that means that fencing supplies are not taxed. They are zero, and that's what we're looking at here. This is starting to grow on me. I kind of like it the longer I stand here, and I don't know if I'm starting to grow or shrink, but my point, Mr. Chairman, is that we as a legislature frequently, on a regular basis, take away sales tax items from local units of government. They decide if they want a sales tax. We decide what across the state of Kansas is and is not taxable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think being new to this legislature, I do know as a local official, now that I see how the process is going on, we certainly give a lot of unfunded mandates to our locals. We expect them to do this and we expect them to do that. We want a great law enforcement. We want, you know, our roads, our snow removal, all of these things. And if they don't do it, they're held accountable. And then we have revenue net neutral. Now they have to pick up the tab on that because we said we would do it for a couple of years and now it's on you. When they make those sales tax ballot initiatives, which voters vote for, they're done with projections about how much that 25, you know, whatever 10-cent sales tax is going to get them, whatever it might be. So when voters voted for that type of a sales tax, let's say for parks and recreation and such, they expect that revenue to still come forward because they want those facilities or those services in their communities. And taken into that figure is also the food sales tax. It was never separated because we didn't know that that was what's going to be coming along. If that is something this legislature wants to do, they need to give them more of a heads up before they make those sales ballot initiatives. Most of those initiatives are there for 10 years or longer, and they just keep going on and on. Otherwise, property taxes will continue to go up. And we can't keep doing the same thing. We're talking about mental health, we're talking about physical health, we're talking about all of these things. All of those things are done at the local level, and we need to at least give them the power to use those revenues as needed and not say, come up with a different way to fix it when we're the ones who created the problem. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to respond?
At this time.
Any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The president took my thunder on my closing. Just want to remind the body for the locals that we did the same thing with machinery and equipment, farm equipment and machinery, fencing, and multiple other items. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. Roll call's been called for. Not, well, there we go, 5 hands. Roll call's in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faustigedo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
So every senator had an opportunity to vote. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Pass.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. You wish to change your vote? Do you wish to explain your vote? Okay. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Any further changes of votes or explanations of votes? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I vote, thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote aye on this amendment because food should not be taxed in our state. It is a basic necessity, and food sales tax affect our most vulnerable. It affects our locals, but in combination, we should also be making our locals whole by returning the LAVTR tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Explanation of vote. I too support this. There's probably been no greater attention paid to any tax in our state than food sales tax, and my constituents are anxious to see us reach as quickly as possible the commitments that's been made by this legislature without further delay. Certainly, we don't want to see the cities take a hit, but at the end of the day, the people that are paying this onerous tax on our food, they don't care where it's divvied up. They just know that it's a burden, a cost to them, and we'll have to find some other ways to make adjustments, and that's why I support this amendment that was offered by the senator from Sedgwick. And with his permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to join the explanation of vote of the gentleman from Leavenworth.
So ordered. Further explanations or changes? Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
I vote no.
Seeing no further explanations or changes, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 20 having voted in favor and 14 against, the motion carries. We are back on the bill. The yield returns to the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that certainly changes some things. I think for the positive, the Senate has spoken to this point. We'll see if there's additional speaking that they're willing to do. But since I don't have any notes for that amendment, therefore something different, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Montgomery, senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, number 1430.
Can you repeat?
The amendment, Mr. Chairman, is number 1430.
1430. We'll hand that out. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very simple. This takes the state sales tax on grocery foods down to zero effective July 1st, 2023. Be happy to stand for questions. This is consistent with the legislation that we passed last year. It makes the state highway funds whole. It just accelerates the process down to July 1st.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have a question of the carrier of the amendment, and the question, Mr. Chairman, we are frequently told that it takes a while for businesses to get ramped up for any type of a tax change. Does he believe that July the 1st, businesses could be ready by that time?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yes, I do.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not. I believe that January the 1st of 24 would be the first opportunity that they would be capable of making such a change. Other than that, I don't really see anything so far in looking through the amendment. It looks like it is simply to where the food sales tax at the state level would drop to zero, and our Kansas citizens would still be paying, in my area, a little over 3% on their sales tax. As of the amendment that went on from the senator from Sedgwick, they would be paying zero on food come January. So the body will vote, but I oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, given the underlying amendment, so the result of this is to make food a taxable item. So we're going to now reimpose a tax on food. So I generally oppose tax increases, so I'm going to oppose the amendment.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would disagree with the previous comments of the president. This is actually a tax decrease because we're actually accelerating the effective date of the decrease. I move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Noes appear to have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, the roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faustido, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
No.
Further changes of vote? Anyone wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Ten having voted in favor and 26 against, the motion has failed. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. I've turned it in. The number is 1418.
We will pass that out. Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what I would call a common sense cleanup bill, or I'm my own grandpa. A year ago, last summer, I was at the School of the Deaf, School of the Blind, and in touring that place, it was brought to my attention that part of it pays sales tax for improvements and repairs, and the other part doesn't. So the further I checked into it, on construction projects on the campuses of the Kansas School of the Blind and School of the Deaf are exempt from sales tax except for the sales tax paid for any construction or repair of buildings used for housing. So the students who attend the Kansas School of the Blind and School of the Deaf do not pay any fees. This includes no rental or lease fees for their dormitory rooms. So basically, the state pays everything at the School of the Deaf, School of the Blind. So what we're doing is paying taxes on ourselves. So basically, the state is charging a sales tax on itself. where there are expenditures for student housing. And to me, this is a small common sense cleanup bill that I thought would be appropriate at this time. So at this point, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a bill in tax committee. We have heard. The committee has not taken a stand on it. I'm going to leave this to the will of the body. I have no problem with this amendment. School for Deaf and Blind is something that is tax dollars, and I found it interesting that the carrier of the amendment said that we're paying tax dollars with tax dollars. So I will just leave it to the will of the body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Common sense says this needs to be corrected, and with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the carrier of Senate Bill 248? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have an amendment, and it is 1422.
Pass out the amendment. You may explain your amendment, Senator.
Thank you. We are being very generous, and this is a bill that's been introduced several times, especially in the House. My constituents have asked for it. So this is exempting diapers and feminine hygiene products from sales tax.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment. Has there been legislation introduced to accomplish this amendment?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
There has been legislation, at least in the House.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. Did I hear that there has been a House bill introduced, which would mean there's not been a Senate bill introduced?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
That is correct, and I am not sure if it has been introduced in the Senate. In tax, there's a lot of bills that got introduced recently that I have not been able to keep up with on the Senate tax.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proper way to handle things such as this would be a little bit more, at least along the line of what the previous amendment was, where there was legislation introduced, there was a committee hearing so we could receive public input, and I have not received any public input on this topic, even though it's been discussed a little bit out in the news. So I will be opposing the amendment and prefer, if this is something that the carrier wishes to do, or other members, that legislation be introduced. We allow individuals to weigh in and determine if this is an area that we want to move forward on. By the way, I think that it was mentioned, but it says that it would be for children's diapers, and it defines diapers, and then all sales of feminine hygiene products, and I'm not going to go down that road very far, but they would be exempt from sales tax starting, I'm going to guess, at the inception of the legislation, which would be upon statute book publication, which that by itself would also create a little bit of an issue. I don't even know for certain. I'm going to guess it's January the 1st is when the amendment that now is the bill took effect. So if it does take effect as quick as July, that would be way too quick for our merchants and our Department of Revenue to get everything in order to be able to accomplish this. So again, I'll be opposing that. I'll let the body ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Yes, actually, I'm sorry, I answered you incorrectly. I thought you were asking if there had been a single bill with the diapers and feminine hygiene products. That is correct. There is not a bill that is specifically just for that, but Senate Bill 57, which was introduced and unfortunately has not had a hearing. I know the tax committee has been very busy, but it is included in that, and so it has been introduced, and this is not for July because the underlying bill, as we have amended, is for January. So this would give plenty of time for our stores to prepare for this and help our young families, making sure that diapers are something that is easier to get, especially since we've talked about WIC, but we can't use WIC dollars for diapers, and feminine hygiene products, which I know not everyone has a woman in their life, but it is a very high-priced item that women use on a regular basis.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question for the CARES, does this include adult diapers?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
It does not. This is specifically children's diapers.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious if we were a bit self-serving for some of us of age in this room, so leave it to the will of the body.
The hour is late. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For many of us who've been here a number of years, the hour is still early. But I would ask the carrier of the amendment if this would mean that, adopting this would mean that local sales tax would also be taken off these items.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you for the question. No, this is the state portion.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I know that it's for the state, but many of these things are things that we don't tax. So I will check on that. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and I appreciate the way you pronounce my name. It's perfect. I have a couple of questions for the gentlelady from Johnson, the carrier of the amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Does WIC allow for the purchasing of, so the WIC voucher that mothers who have just given birth receive, Mr. Chairman, is that voucher, does it include diapers or feminine items?
No, it does not.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Sorry, no, it does not.
And
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And those, the purpose of this bill is to help all Kansans eliminate sales tax on food, because we all have to eat, right? And to help especially those working poor and those receiving WIC vouchers for milk and cheese and eggs, and those who receive SNAP benefits, food stamps. They can only buy food with those food stamps. And Mr. Chairman, does the senator from Johnson, the amendment that you're offering, will it help those working poor buy those feminine products for their daughters?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yes, it actually does. And I will give a plug for, in my district, we have Happy Bottoms, which is a diaper bank, and they do a lot of diapers in my area. And if anyone wants to join me and package diapers in 25 count, it's a great activity. But yes, it would help. Sorry, Senator.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just close with this. I mean, for many years, at least for the last 70 years, at least, those who receive WIC, those who receive SNAP, food stamp benefits, they've not been able to buy these items with food stamps, and they usually only have enough money to buy their food. So this would certainly help the same people that we are here debating this bill on right now. And so the amendment offered by the senator from Johnson to Senate Bill 248, I strongly support it. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize if this question was being asked. I was seeking clarification from our reviser staff. I do have a question as it relates to the fiscal note. What is the fiscal note on this amendment?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
A moment, let me pull that up. So for fiscal year 2023, $700,000. Fiscal year 2024, about $6 million.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Actually, that is not correct because this would not go into effect until
Senator Peck's been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the fiscal note as was read to us, and so there would not be a fiscal note in fiscal year 23. In 24, there would be a half of a year of a fiscal note because this takes effect January the 1st. So the full fiscal impact would be in 2025, and it sounds like, if I heard correctly, it would be $6 million. So I'm asking if I heard correctly, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So with the highway fund kept harmless and for both considered, it's about $9 million a year.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so now we're at $9 million. Okay, we'll go with that figure. I do have another question. I find it somewhat interesting that it includes children's diapers, but as the Senate President mentioned, it does not include adult diapers, and I'm curious as to why. I mean, when we look at the next section, that's certainly for adults, not children. And so why are we not allowing diapers for men and women to be included in the exemption?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
That's a great question, but we just completely eliminated their sales tax on our seniors, not just Social Security, but all funds. So they're not paying any sales tax, income tax, so I think they can pay their sales tax on their diapers.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of groaning in the chamber, but we will leave that as it is. Not everyone who needs an adult diaper draws Social Security. And I won't say more than that. My mind's racing a dozen different directions, and my wife sometimes tells me, just don't say some things that are in your brain. But so I will, again, I'll be opposing the $9 million fiscal note. Again, I'd say let's run this through a committee process. Let's see if it's something that we can get all the answers for, see if it's something that Kansans actually support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would the senator from Johnson care to respond?
It's the will of the body, and if it does not get on, I hope that the Senate Tax Committee or the House Tax Committee decides to take this up, because it is an issue with our Kansans, and it is heavily supported. But thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in all seriousness, so is this is a total, I'm reading, it's a total exemption. It's adding a new sales tax exemption for the diapers. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
That is correct.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I think, we just had a really interesting discussion prior to this. So if we're processing this, we don't care much about local control on this one, because we're not allowing then the locals to tax these products either. So just a little, I'd like to point out. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yeah, so actually when I requested this bill to have this discussion, it was not specifically for all of that. So taking my opportunities to have a discussion, because we have not had a hearing in tax, and this is important to my constituents. So again, you take your opportunities where you get them.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do understand that this would apply or be an exemption off sales tax locally. The situation that we're in is to try to keep consistent with the streamlined sales tax, and I understand there are only certain things that they will let you differ in terms of the state and locals. One of those is food. I don't think it's feminine hygiene products. So I appreciate this amendment, and I think it will have a much smaller impact on our municipalities and local governments if we can differentiate between the two.
Further questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Mr. Chair, I haven't had any of my constituents ask me that we remove tax off of baby diapers or feminine products. What I have heard is please remove sales tax on food, and I think we need to stick with that. If we're going to start adding on other things, why not shampoo, soap, body lotion? I just think it needs to stay with food. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
If the good senator from Johnson cares about those other items, I think that bill is in the House on all hygiene products. So I just, I lost my train of thought. We have the opportunity to help women, single women, kids or families with young children. I want to point out that we have a lot of sales tax in this state. My two are QQQQ and RRRR. So that's a lot of items that we have sales tax exemptions for. And when we are singling out our young families and telling them, again, that we don't want to help them with some of the increases in expenses for these items, but yet, and we're losing population of 24 to 44 in our state, our workforce. And we just passed a bill in debate eliminating all Social Security and retirement income. What are we telling our young families, the families that we need in Kansas to grow our economy and fill our over 9,000 open jobs?
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Roll call has been requested, 5 hands. Roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fauskido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to vote no.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Mr. Chairman, I'll vote aye.
Further changes of votes. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Please, Mr. Chair.
16 yes, 20 no. Further changes of votes. Any explanations of votes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll. Tally the result. Sixteen having voted in favor, 20 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Montgomery? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first, if you don't succeed, I have an amendment. It's 1426.
We'll pass it out. Please explain your amendment.
Love to, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment. What this amendment does, it guts the underlying subject matter and basically provides a sales tax exemption on clothing. This definition of clothing comes from the great state of Minnesota. I actually lived up there from 84 to 91. And by the way, since we were talking about diapers, In the definition of clothing, we have diapers, cloth, and disposable, baby or adult. So that's in the definition of clothing. Let me tell you why I'm offering this. The underlying bill is flawed. We have an issue with, and I would just respectfully just totally disagree with the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson. The issue is that basically because what the underlying bill has done is basically taken away the local sales taxing of all the local units. This will screw up TIF districts. This will screw up basically any sort of Star Bonds projects because that's an increment part of that. And please understand, if it's not from a standpoint of screwing things up, what we've actually done is we're really hosing the local governments in a couple ways. Number one, when we talked about the food sales tax, everybody was on board, the locals were, that this would just be the state. And here we are in the middle of the night, once again, going to surprise everybody saying, no, we're forcing this on you. But make no mistake, there are legal problems now with this bill. Forget about basically, ignoring the fiscal impact of the local units of government. This dog don't hunt. And so my fear is that basically this is really a lie to the voters. If the majority party wants to go out and talk about how we're taking everything down to zero January 1st, it ain't gonna happen. So what this is offered, again, a gut and go. This is a sales tax exemption. This is streamlined sales tax compliant. You'll notice on the front of the page, this goes into effect July 1st, 2023. You see the fiscal note there for the first year, it's 11/12 of the year, and then the full Monty then for the next tax year. I'd be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the senator from Douglas, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was mentioned, body, this is a total gut and go on the floor of the Senate. We would remove all the language that exempts, as we have already voted to eliminate the sales tax on groceries. So we would vote to put the sales tax back on groceries, and then this amendment would remove the sales tax on clothing. Now, a couple questions, Mr. Chairman. Number one, what is the fiscal note for this amendment?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, does the carrier of the underlying bill not have the wonderful handiwork I distributed to the Sergeant of Arms?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I'm getting old and hard of hearing, but I'm not hearing the answers very well. I apologize. So could I get the carrier of the motion to restate the fiscal note?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Very good. I will restate it for him. It says right here, the estimated impact for a full year is $122.6 million per year. That's on the top page of your handout. And then it says if we're effective July 1st, the first year will have an impact of 11/12 of that, so $112.4 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had seen that, and I didn't read the whole thing. I saw Minnesota. So a quick fiscal note from our research is saying that Kansas fiscal hit would be similar to what it is in Minnesota of $122 million. Now, I haven't seen it yet, but I heard the maker of the motion to amend state that this would be effective July 1, 2023. The question would be, can our retailers be up and running and ready for such an exemption by July the 1st?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
You bet they can, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with that statement. By the time this legislation would get through the process and signed by the governor, it would squeeze, if make it impossible for our retailers to be ready by July the 1st. Because of the fact this is a gut and go, and we're going to, again, start charging sales tax on food, and we have not had a hearing We did have this amendment offered in the tax committee. The tax committee said, no, we're not ready to do this. So I'm going to oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think that reference at first of if first you don't succeed generally applies to legitimate tries. I think in this context, it'd be if at first you don't succeed, sit down and hang it up. So I'm trying to question, I don't know if it's a complete gut, it's probably not even germane, but I think for expeditious, let's just vote the thing down and move on.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas?
Well,
seeing none, senator from Douglas, you may close.
I close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. We are back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Montgomery on SB 248. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 1 in 6 kids are in a food desert, especially in my district. They lack financial resources. Most of them do. A majority of them lack transportation resources. They have to rely on, Mr. Chairman, this is really serious, and it's so true. And I actually sometimes watch people in my district to see what they're really doing, and maybe people are watching me too, but a lot of them have to go to the dollar store to buy their groceries. Actually, approximately 25% of Wichita does not have access to healthy food. So even if we pass this legislation to eliminate sales tax on food, a lot of my constituents still really won't benefit from it because they don't, again, they don't even have transportation to get to Walmart or Dillon's to buy fresh fruits or vegetables. Most of them shop, if they do get to go there, Mr. Chairman, they shop on the inner side of a grocery store where we have all our processed foods and chips and cookies and etc. They don't shop on the outer side, Mr. Chairman, where the fresh fruits and vegetables are, because they still cost too much. And even the percentage of the sales tax, you know, they will still be struggling. I know a senior citizen who walks to the dollar store. Sometimes I pick her up and give her a ride, Mr. Chairman, but she was getting $46 of food stamps. Snap, can you believe it? You know, and then she was cut down to $18. And so the majority of the time people will just, you know, buy a pack of ramen noodles or something, you know, items that cost $1, and they are still unhealthy for them, and you know, their diabetes and so forth and so on, and you know, we have a lot of working poor, so we talked about we talked about WIC, and we talked about helping people, Mr. Chairman, and so I guess. My question here, you know, I'm just kind of trying to give people a kind of a background of, even if we eliminate the sales tax on January 1st or July 1st, it's, you know, the individuals that I'm speaking of will still be struggling. And even those in rural areas, it's hard for them to really get to have access to grocery stores. And so we all heard on the news, Mr. Chairman, about just the little bit of, you know, our original legislation that passed. We were going to go in phases of eliminating the sales tax on food. And we heard that, you know, some grocery stores had little problems with implementing this and the staggered piece of it. And so, Mr. Chairman, my question to the gentleman from Montgomery is to ask, so in that time frame that you've given, and our president of the Kansas Senate has spoke on as well, will that allow for those grocery stores? I think I already named a couple of, I don't want to give them too much of a plug, Mr. Chairman, Walmart, Dillon's, and, you know, those industries, or even the dollar store. Or Family Dollar, that's where I see most of the people that I'm speaking about. But will it give all those entities, since we've now added or an amendment to the legislation, so how does that affect the base bill of implementation, allowing all of those entities to do this now, because they were under another impression? And so just you know, people will ask me that when I get back home. They'll be so happy for whatever little pennies they can save. And so that would be my question. And I will sit, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay. I just want clarification of the implementation of the new legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question, with the implementation date of January the 1st, that gives plenty of ample time, or gives ample time for our merchants to adjust their systems, to change their systems. A lot we're already planning on come January, dropping the food tax down to 2%, so they will just put it at 0 rather than 2%. So I believe it is plenty of time, so there should be no issue with our merchants struggling to get prepared to give this good tax break to Kansas citizens.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, just a quick comment. Taking the sales tax off food is going to be an incredible benefit to businesses that sell food. So much of their transactions are made on a credit card, and now they will not have to be paying the additional tax or paying their credit card charges on that additional tax. Because of that, I think these grocery stores and other stores would be ready as soon as we let them have this opportunity. I think we should still consider, and we have time to consider starting this on July 1st, not January 1st. Thank you.
There we go. Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to have the debate, and we have saved the Senate Assessment and Taxation Committee some time. There will no longer be need for a hearing to eliminate the sales tax on diapers and feminine hygiene products. The Senate has spoken. There will no longer be a need to discuss eliminating the sales tax on clothes, because the Senate has spoken, and the Senate is deciding, pending passage of Senate Bill 248, to eliminate, and we swing a big axe. We're not just going to have a little hatchet. We got to swing a big axe that takes two hands, or in the case of the senator from Sedgwick, a chainsaw. So when we go after things, we're going to go after it in a big way to accomplish good things for the citizens of Kansas. So and by the way, particularly those of us that live on the border, we zero this out. We're going to have Missourians come in, and we're going to show them how to tax food. And the Sooners from Oklahoma, who they will be here sooner than later. Sorry, I'll quit. But so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move that when the committee arrives and report Senate Bill 248 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll move now to Senate Bill 96. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 96 is the Pregnancy Resource Act, which provides for a tax credit for contributions to nonprofit pregnancy centers or residential maternity centers. The credit is 70% of voluntary contributions and can be carried for up to 5 years in the future The aggregate amount of the credit is limited to $10 million with no more than $5 million for an individual organization. These centers currently are funded and exist thanks to the generosity of donors. They provide pregnancy testing, education and employment counseling, adoption referrals, housing assistance, education and employment training, sonograms, parenting classes, maternity and infant clothing and supplies, financial assistance, housing and utilities, medical care referrals, child care assistance, post-abortion counseling, and many, many other services to help these young women carry their pregnancy to term, and after the birth, they wrap their arms around these ladies and their children, sometimes for many years thereafter. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of SB 96? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Sedgwick County.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the context of the tax credits, $10 million per year, up to $10 million per year, up to $5 million per organization per year, I believe. Do we know how many organizations are in Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there are, according to ks.gov, there are about 50 pregnancy resource centers and about 5 maternity homes.
Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is, like I said, a good bill. The thing that concerns me the most is the oversight of accountability for the centers that use funds they receive as a result of an incentivized donations from individuals and other entities, and that there's no requirement that the money be received by such organizations be used to improve health of Kansans. And these centers are exempt from regulatory and credentialing oversight and are not required to follow strict requirements regarding patient confidentiality. I think if there was some more accountability on how these funds are being used, it seems like this would be a wonderful way, a wonderful gift for high donors who can have the money that actually comes back to them in some form or another and helps these organizations do more fundraising, as one of the conferees said. With that, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are these facilities healthcare facilities?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are pregnancy resource centers. They provide a variety of support and services. The ones that do provide medical services, they are provided by licensed physicians, licensed nurses, licensed medical personnel.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And who does the oversight of these facilities?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that they are registered with ks.gov.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, and can you tell me how this is connected to the Stan Clark Pregnancy Crisis Fund?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do know that there are a few of the pregnancy resource centers that receive small grants from that fund. I'm sorry, I do not have the specific data, which centers and how much, but I do know they do receive small grants from that fund.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And for the others, or for all of them, who does the oversight and accountability for how those funds are used?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that that grant is under ks.gov. I would assume that ks.gov oversees the those funds.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, I'm not quite sure that's correct, but, and I just, when we talk about those, this Dan, what? Yeah, sorry, the Stan Clark, the hour is late and I am tired, but the Stan Clark, so the report that the legislature got showed that they served over 800 women and they only had 250 live births. Can you talk to me about the discrepancy there?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
I'm not familiar with those statistics.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Well, I think we would be concerned if over 800 pregnant women were being helped by these organizations and only 250 had live births, but maybe I'm incorrect. Is there any requirement that these organizations provide medically factual information?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would think that with licensed medical personnel that they would fall under the same standards as they would in any setting.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
But they do not all have licensed medical personnel. Is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that those that provide medical services do all have licensed personnel. Not all of the pregnancy resource centers provide medical services, but those that do so with licensed personnel.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
And what is the number of those that do provide that versus those that do not?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have those statistics.
Senator
That's
from Johnson,
interesting
Senator
because,
Sykes.
sorry, that's interesting because here we are again. We don't know how many are regulated, how many are not, how many have actual medical personnel, how many do not, but yet we want to add how much, $10 million for them to have their discretion and not offer possibly sound medical advice?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sounds awfully hypothetical. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Well, I am just talking, voicing the concern where people have gone to these counseling centers feeling that they were going to an actual medical facility, which a medical facility has to apply to HIPAA. And these individuals, their private information has been given out. They receive text messages trying to pressure them into making sure that they carry their child.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not hear a question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
All right, well, do these facilities offer contraception?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
These facilities help women who are pregnant carry their babies to term and support them during the pregnancy and after.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So do they offer contraception maybe after?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They help pregnant women during their pregnancy and help them afterward.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I guess that will take me back to the Stan Clark, which gives dollars to these facilities, and they had 850 women served, and they had 250 live births. But these centers are well known for using misinformation to pressure and scare pregnant women out of seeking an abortion. Unlicensed staff are encouraged to use misinformation and intimidation tactics to dissuade women from making their own healthcare decisions. Many of these centers falsely advertise themselves as healthcare facilities, and in fact, they set up brick and mortar operations across the street from legitimate healthcare facilities, confusing patients who believe they are visiting licensed medical centers to receive healthcare services from medical providers. One of the most egregious pieces of medical misinformation that is provided by these anti-abortion counseling centers is on the potential reversal of medication abortion, which is not supported by science. The good senator who is carrying this has talked about we don't know how many are licensed, how many have actual healthcare facilitators, but if we pass this legislation, we are giving them $10 million of our taxpayer dollars, which is going to have no oversight and harm women in Kansas.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you care to respond at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find that rich. At least that's 250 more births than are happening at Planned Parenthood, and they advocate for lesser standards over those facilities. So I find it a wee bit hypocritical.
Further questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for Senator from Sedgwick.
You may proceed.
First, I just want to make sure my understanding of these centers is they're helping vulnerable individuals. Is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
I have
Senator
another.
From Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So another question for Senator from Sedgwick. Since they're helping vulnerable populations, and we understand we're talking about health care, and we are talking about women, children, all of the individuals that all of us care about deeply, and we're talking about medical staff, is it possible that Medicaid expansion would help this population?
Senator, we are on this bill.
With this bill,
Do you have a question
yes, as it
relating to this
pertains
bill?
to this bill. Because we are seeking tax credits to go to high donors, I would imagine those donations are helping the operations of the facility. Therefore, in context to this bill, if they had insurance or some kind of another way for them to be able to take care of themselves, which would be Medicaid expansion, maybe we wouldn't have to go down this path of tax credits for high donors.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, these facilities are donor-led. That's how they exist. Missouri has had this program for many years. And in Missouri, the Department of Social Services estimated that for fiscal year 2021, the combined indirect fiscal benefit to the state amounted in $11.9 million, while the cost of these tax credits to the state was $2.6 million. I don't know of too many programs, government-led programs, that can provide those types of results for the people they serve.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the carrier of this bill. I stand in support, and I hope the body does. And I would inform the body during debate, or not debate, but during the committee hearings, we heard from conferees and individuals about how much this helps people in need, people that are vulnerable. And after those committee hearings, one of the committee members, the ranking, stated that he had no idea how helpful these facilities were and appreciated. I'm not saying he's supporting the bill, but it was an eye-opener for the service that these facilities do provide. I hope that the body can see that, and I hope that you all stand in support. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the senator from Sedgwick, who's carrying this bill, give me some information about where she got the data or the numbers on the help that Planned Parenthood has given women?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the senator from Douglas be more specific what specifically
Senator from
is she
Douglas.
referencing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there was a comment made by the carrier of the bill that these centers helped women a lot more in terms of having babies than Planned Parenthood did. And I was wondering on what basis she's saying that. What data do we have?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These pregnancy resource centers charge nothing to the women who seek their assistance. Statistics have shown, and I have the research I'm happy to share, that they charge nothing for pregnancy tests, nothing for sonograms. The average cost for a pregnancy test at Planned Parenthood is $24. The average cost of a sonogram at Planned Parenthood is $162. So helping these women based on donations, free of charge, I think is helping them a lot more, these vulnerable women in this situation.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just concerned more about the number of people who were helped. I do understand that there have been some restrictions actually put on by our legislature about how much money can go to Planned Parenthood. But Parenthood is in their name. They do work with people to work with their reproductive health and encourage birth if that's what women are seeking. And I just wanted to make sure that people understood that they provide those kinds of services. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you care to respond?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a question from the senator from Riley. I do not know, as we have said, that we don't track data on these, if they're part of Stan Clark or licensed or not licensed. But I would like to add, she asked about Medicaid expansion, and the testimony from those participants in the Stan Clark pregnancy management centers, every single one of those talked about Medicaid expansion was their biggest success, or getting people registered for Medicaid was their biggest success in helping these women. So while we don't know whether or not these are these pregnancy counseling centers, we do have information that those who participate in the Stan Clark pregnancy management do talk about Medicaid and how that is the #1 thing that they have been successful and has helped those women who attended their facility. So thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the debate. I would also like to point out that I believe Medicaid already does cover pregnant women. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 96 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We're moving on now to Senate Bill 91. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I'm here tonight to bring you a somewhat exciting bill. Although this late at night, it's hard to even say that, Mr. Chair. But Senate Bill 91, it comes out of the Commerce Committee, and it will enact the Kansas Film and Digital Media Industry Production Development Act. It's a very long title, but it's meant to incentivize film, video, or digital media productions in Kansas and to facilitate the growth of this industry in our state. There are 37 states that have incentives for film and media productions, and this bill, with the incentives I'm going to tell you about in just a second, is modeled after those states. Senate Bill 91 will create non-refundable income tax credits, and in some cases, a sales tax exemption for qualifying film production activities. Under the program, the Secretary of Commerce would be authorized to approve and to provide tax incentives for certified projects in Kansas, things like, filmed in Kansas, things like movies, shows, commercials, those kinds of things. So the tax incentives would be based on amounts of qualified expenditures and would only apply to expenditures actually made in Kansas or performed by Kansas-based vendors. It would require the Secretary of Commerce to prioritize expenditures in rural or economically depressed urban areas when considering those applications. This is an important piece here. The aggregate total amount of income tax credits under this act shall not exceed $10 million in a tax year. There are details on how those tax credits and sales tax exemptions are claimed on page 10 of the bill. But it's important to remember that the incentives require spend in our state to receive a credit. Eligible projects receive a tax credit on 30% of spending in Kansas, not to exceed $10 million in total credits by all recipients. Commerce intends to have multiple projects each year, and the incentive is not available to just anyone who wants that credit. You have to qualify and be approved. The bill is not just about movies and television shows, it's also applicable to eligible projects that could include commercial productions for some of our resident corporate partners. Animation is even a part of this, as is some of the video game creation. So how would an approved project work? This is another important part of this bill. You have to spend money in Kansas on qualified production and post-production expenditures. You must spend at least $50,000. You have to employ 10% Kansas residents. You have to complete your project, pay taxes, pay vendors, submit documentation of completion, have an audit by a Kansas accountant, and then you can receive 30 cents per dollar in a tax credit that's transferable or can carry forward for 10 years. Film production companies would need to spend $30 million in Kansas communities for $10 million to be paid out in tax credits. And again, the total amount is capped at $10 million. Just as a point of information that you might find interesting, the Missouri Legislature is also considering two bills this session with similar terms. One chamber has the cap at $16 million and one chamber at $40 million. There were 30 proponents that came before the Commerce Committee, very excited about this opportunity. We heard from the KU Film Department, the Chambers of Commerce in Wichita, Lawrence, Manhattan, Topeka, Emporia, Kansas City, Overland Park, Johnson County Community College, and one of my favorites, Hallmark Channel people, Hallmark cards. And our own Kevin Wilmot from Lawrence also came and testified. There are so many folks who want to showcase Kansas, our unique landscapes and our communities, and we are bumping up against neighboring states like Oklahoma, who recently saw over $140 million in film expenditures in their state. They had 6,000 new hires and $40 million in wages because of their film incentive program. We can showcase Kansas if we position ourselves to provide a more favorable business climate for this industry. There were amendments, and after some discussion in committee, we realized that the piece of the incentive package that was causing probably the biggest concern was, or the greatest concern, was the refundability of the tax credits. So we amended our bill to make sure that both income tax credits are non-refundable, and they do carry forward for 10 years. This sunsets in 2033. So with that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't have a question for the senator carrying the bill, but I do stand in strong support of this idea. Something that I keep hearing, well, let me back up. Another thing that I keep hearing is that we need to bring more people into Kansas. We need to bring them in and have them excited about something. And another that I hear is that every resident begins as a visitor. And the thing that's beautiful about this idea is that the immediacy of a movie or a TV show or even a commercial on TV is that you feel like you really get to know a little bit about that. This would be a constant advertisement for our state. I think it would be a brilliant idea besides developing a new industry. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the lady from Shawnee would answer her question.
She's answering questions.
Thank you so much. Of course, I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 91, and I happen to have a picture of Kevin Wilmot on this magazine. And my friend Melanie and her husband are in the gallery, Mr. Chairman, and they stayed here all evening with us from Wichita with the Wichita Tall Grass Film Festival. Thank you for being here. But yes, and I want to ask the gentlelady from Shawnee. So you mentioned that the film company would have to provide so much. I think you said 50 million. Or okay, clarify that. And then that film company, do they have to be from and reside in Kansas, or can they come from other states?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they must spend at least $50,000, employ at least 10% Kansas residents. They do not have to be from Kansas, but most of the folks who do come to the state that they're going to put in a film production company tend to incorporate in that state.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chairman, I really rise in support of Senate Bill 91. Thank you so much.
Further questions? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do stand in support of this particular bill. In fact, I did go and testify in the committee hearing on Senate Bill 91. It's been an experience that for many of my former students, they benefited 10 and 15 years ago from what was being done as far as filmmaking in our state. I do have an amendment. I have turned it in this morning. It's 1417.
We'll pass out the amendment. Senator, would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain my amendment. For those of you that served on the committee, the amendment will look very familiar because the amendment is a portion that was taken out when the committee was working on it. It is returning that back in. It is the educational grants or scholarships that could be made available for internships and apprenticeship programs, specifically course scholarships, curriculum development and staffing. And so that would be for students that are here in the state of Kansas. And then the other portion of it is workforce development. When I spoke to the committee, one of the things that I did share with them is the language that is actually in this amendment is very similar to the Promise Scholarship, whereby if you are a recipient of a scholarship through this bill, then you would be working within the state of Kansas for the 2-year subsequent years upon completion. It's been my experience that we already within our state have several programs that are available in our community colleges, our technical colleges, as well as our universities. But one thing that we are short on is scholarships for our students. I know that we have folks that got their start in the state of Kansas. Patrick Ray, who's now a producer, writer, and director, got his start at the University of Kansas. Hanuman Brown Eagle, a director of photography who is used throughout the world, got his start doing production work here in the state of Kansas. And I think that to eliminate this opportunity would be a disadvantage to the students that we have in our colleges and universities, and as well as the faculty members that are supporting the work for them. Having that firsthand experience, I know former students of mine It's allowed them to continue their careers in video production as well as broadcasting. And I would hate to see that disappear. Now, I do know there was a little bit of a concern about the language that included paying off prior loans, student debt, and that has been removed from this amendment. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment?
I have no questions on the amendment.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator
Thank you.
Dietrich.
Thank you. I do not have any questions. I'm fully supportive of this amendment. We did have something similar in committee that was stricken due to another amendment, but the language, as the senator from Miami mentioned, that causes the most concern is no longer a part of that amendment. So I'm fully supportive. I think this is a great opportunity for workforce development for our community colleges, our universities, and in particular here in Topeka, Washburn Tech.
Further questions? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. We did as a committee vote to take these parts out. I'd like to share a little context as to why. I don't think we need to give incentives to students who go into this field. During the hearing, we heard from 2 different professors from different colleges who said the following. Even during enrollment when COVID was down, the enrollment at one of our university programs went up by 24%. Another one said the demand is skyrocketing. I don't have enough seats in my classroom for the students who want to take film classes. So I think this is great. We have a lot of students interested in this. And if we're going to incentivize workforce into certain industries, I think we need to incentivize it in more pressing issues such as teaching, childcare workers, and nurses. Where are incentives for people to move into that field of study? Finally, I asked, out of the states that provide incentives for film, which other states provide scholarship or loan forgiveness? Now, I know the loan forgiveness is no longer part of this, but the answer was that no other state has academic incentives with their packages. So I do not believe that leaving this out of the incentive package will hurt the competitiveness amongst other states.
Senator from Miami, do you care to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The notion of a scholarship isn't so much as an incentive to enter into an area. It is oftentimes at colleges and university, it is a reward for good work, for quality work, and to help the student reduce the cost of college. Quite frankly, what have we done to help in high demand, high need jobs? Well, we have the Promise Scholarship, and that's $10 million per year that we're dedicating to that. It is interesting that during a recent hearing that we had in the Senate Education Committee meeting, a diagram was shared with us by Dr. Blake Flanders from the Kansas Board of Regents, and it showed the state of Kansas and then all of the surrounding states and the funds that are available through scholarships for students, need-based scholarships. And guess which state had the lowest amount of funds that are attributed to need-based? It was the state of Kansas. So it certainly isn't prevented for these scholarships to be need-based. It also, there's no prevention that keeps it from being made available to first-generation college students. And so that's something that could absolutely be put in to help with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very much in favor of this amendment. The original bill was really carefully, conscientiously crafted to be able to stand up a new industry all at once, thinking about every aspect that would be needed for real success. And I'm thrilled that this is getting added back in. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Division's been called for. All those in favor will stand. All those opposed, please stand. Eighteen having voted in favor and 17 against, the motion carries. We are back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carrier of the bill stand for question?
He's standing.
Thank you. I would ask the carrier of the bill, she mentioned that the tax credits have to meet a qualification. However, the tax credits are transferable. Would she explain how those can go to anyone?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the transferability of these credits, 30% production and post-production tax credits applied to the company's income tax liability for that taxable year. To be able to transfer, you can transfer once. And is that what you were, Mr. Chair, may I ask of the senator if that answers her question?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
That did not. Are there any restrictions as to what type of company or who they can go to?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
That is a great question. So I'm going to have to check with the reviser. I believe that there are, in the application process, restrictions that are in place, but I cannot answer that probably as completely as she'd like without a little assistance from the reviser.
The reviser appears to be available to you. While you confer, we'll recognize. We'll wait.
I believe I have the best answer here on page 13 of the bill. The credit can only be transferred once. The transfer may transfer the credit to any individual or entity subject to income tax under the Kansas Income Tax Act. The transferred credit has to be claimed by the transferee against the Kansas income tax liability in that taxable year.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That points out my concern with this. We have limits for the initial tax credit for a reason, but that tax credit can be sold to any individual or company paying taxes in Kansas with no restrictions. And there's actually a website for those of you that don't know. You can go out and bid on state credits, tax credits. I just have grave concern over any transferable tax credit. Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting the legislation. I hope that the body will vote it down. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to hopefully add to the conversation and not detract. I do believe the good Senator from Lynn asked some good questions. Please understand, this is a very vetted process, and I'm getting this based off the supplemental note. But just so we understand here, what we're talking about is that there's a specific list of basically, what definitions of the production, what are eligible projects, what are not eligible projects. The production companies actually have to submit an application for approval before they get involved in this stuff. And please understand, so as part of that application themselves, they have to submit evidence of adequate financing for the project. They've got to show they got general liability insurance. They have to prove they've got evidence of workers' compensation coverage. And then they provide a project description of the project, Mr. Chairman, timeline, compensation dates. There's a whole raft of things here that they actually have to spell out to get into the program. And then the Senator Flynn did ask a good question too, as far as basically what would qualify. And so once there's an application submitted and the Secretary approves it, and then they basically enter into agreement of agreeing to abide by their application, then there's basically what are called qualified production and post-production expenditures. And they specifically state the things in there that can be expensed off and then cannot be. I do want to make a comment about the transferability of the credits. And I do want to thank Senator Peck when we were working on this bill in the Senate Commerce Committee. He and I had the exact same concerns about initially these credits were totally refundable. And then the good senator suggested an amendment to make those non-refundable, but giving the transferability. And that's very important. I want the body to understand this. We have a number of tax credits in this state. You look at the angel investor tax credits, other tax credits, of where it's a really vital key to be able to transfer those credits. Okay, because there may be reasons in which the person that gets that cannot use them. It's more beneficial to sell those off. And once again, that's important because by the ability to sell those credits, okay, that improves the marketability, but quite honestly also brings more stakeholders and can actually participate in those productions. So I think the transferability is a very important part of this so that small production company can leverage that if it doesn't want to carry it forward to future productions. So once again, I just want to assure the body, I think what we have in place is very good. I want to go back and emphasize that this is just a 10-year run. It's sunsetted after 10 years. And once again, the tax credits, I think we've got things that make them very visible, accountable, traceable. And once again, there's annual reports that will be going to the Secretary of Commerce on these productions. And so I think it's a valid program. I mean, it just gets down to, do you want to make a targeted investment in a community, in an industry that, you know, quite honestly, we just haven't looked at. I did go back and actually get some the historical tax credit information on this. Basically, there was really only 4 years that there was a prior film industry related tax credit in existence. KSA 7932-257 was the original credit that passed. It was basically seat funding in 2013. And so basically we had this tax credit out there from 07 and 08. The legislature itself basically turned it off from 09 and 10, then turned it back on for 2 years, 11 and 12. It had activity in it, but it's kind of hard to figure out how much because when you have these projects, they are confidential in nature, so there's only so much that can be revealed to the public. But once again, I want to go back to why I'm so excited about this program is because think about the world we live in. We are now in a digital age. We are in a streaming age. We are in a content creation age. And the thing I like about this so much is that this is a great way to market Kansas content. This is a great way for Kansas storytellers, the Kevin Wilmots, the other artists we have out there, to really focus on Kansas and get that out to not just the nation, but also the world. And I can understand some people saying, you know, we shouldn't be doing this. Okay, I can respect their opinion. But on the other hand, you know, I do think it is part, if we're going to have economic development, it needs to be targeted, it needs to be accountable, but this is a space, in my mind, that is just, we should have been in it 10 years ago. And as I said, per the statute's history on this, the last time it was running was in 2012. So anyway, I hope the body gets behind this. I do think we have lots of checks and balances in it. It's got a sunset, and you know, let's give it a whirl. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask the carrier of the bill, what is the maximum tax credit that can be achieved?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
So the amount of the tax credit could be equal to 30% of whatever those qualified expenditures were. So that would depend upon the cap being 10 million. You get 30% of whatever those eligible expenditures were. And as I said earlier, the intent is to be able to spread those tax credits around so that not just one company would be able to receive that full $10 million tax credit. And as a reminder, all those dollars are spent in Kansas with Kansas vendors. And I'm going to give you an example, if I may, of what happened in Missouri in the early 2000s when they had an incentive program. They had a movie made in Cape Girardeau, and the total cost of the production was $7.8 million, which doesn't sound like much, but the incentives provided $2,360,000 to the state of Missouri, but to the community is where I think some of this value is being forgotten. They had a payroll of $120,000. They paid extras. They had hotel and lodging for $500,000. They had transportation provided for the production company. They had cleaning costs, catering, utilities, signs, office supplies, furniture, wardrobe, miscellaneous. So the benefit to the community that these production companies come into, even if it's a small production company, is actually greater than any credit they might earn through this transferable tax credit or a carry forward tax credit. It's really the opportunity to showcase your community, to employ people in your community, and to have residual benefits beyond a tax credit.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was my understanding that they could get up to a maximum of 40% tax credit. So I know it's late, so I won't, but what concerns me is that the carrier of the bill said that the expenditures would be in the state of Kansas. That is not necessarily so. There could be expenditures traveling to and from. They could choose to buy costumes, resources out of state. There's nothing mandated that those purchases be from the state of Kansas. So I get that we're trying to generate income and promote economic development, but I heard one of the best quotes this week, and it said, "We cannot continue to buy economic development." And believe it or not, this is a purchase. We are making it a transferable credit that they can sell. Why not just make it refundable? It's a similar concept. They just have to jump through a couple more hoops to get a check from the state of Kansas. I really hope the body will start considering the best economic development are tax cuts for all Kansans, and to get our taxes low enough so businesses want to come here without picking and choosing incentives like this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee.
Yes, I would like to respond to that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In our bill, it does state that the incentives require a spend in our state to receive a credit. Eligible projects receive a tax credit on 30% of their spending, and the spending must be in Kansas. So yes, it's true that they may travel here and that they may purchase costumes or whatever and bring them in with them, but that is not what they receive a tax credit on. Remember that it's only those expenses that are made by a Kansas vendor or by a Kansas producer.
Further questions for the Senator from Shawnee, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is pertinent to the bill, and not really a question because I know the answer, but does anyone know where the movie The Wizard of Oz was filmed?
We have no one to direct that to for an answer, and since you know it, I'm sure you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I regret to have to inform you all that the movie was not filmed in Kansas, even though I'm sure that everywhere we go, all of us get the, we're not in Kansas anymore. And no, The Wizard of Oz was not filmed in Kansas. It was filmed in LA. And during the great digital age of 1939, I'm not sure that this bill will really do anything to bring film to Kansas other than give away our hard-earned tax dollars that could go to rebuilding the state after we experience a twister like in the movie of The Wizard of Oz. So I don't support this bill. While the efforts may be noble, it's just not a good way to spend our money. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. I want to concur with the last two senators. You know, this is a hard no. You know, to throw good money after an industry that has all the ability in the world to stand on its own 2 feet is reckless. It's reckless with taxpayers' money. A tax credit to a profitable out-of-state entity is a tax bill to the taxpayers of the state of Kansas. We've seen over and over that this doesn't work. And my constituents don't want to do this kind of thing. This is having an inferiority complex approach to economic development. Can't we all imagine, can't we all in our own mind think of a business in our own Senate districts that could use this money? And yet we're going to throw it out to some out-of-state entity? It just doesn't make sense. It's antithetical to our principles of small government, less bureaucracy, and low taxes. We've already heard the discussion today that strong economies are built on those principles. They're not built on economic development projects that are just chasing blue sky. So again, I encourage folks to vote against this bill. Keep this money here in the state. Keep it with the people whose pockets it came from. And let's build up our own state, not some liberal group of Hollywood elitists. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate those comments. We heard them earlier today. But I will say that 37 other states have taken advantage of incentives to bring production companies either into their state to spend their dollars, or they've created their own production companies. And we heard in committee, Kevin Wilmot from Lawrence had often thought of the opportunity that he might have if he could bring his production company into our state to produce movies for which he's won Academy Awards for. So I think we're just missing some tremendous opportunities here for our families, for our communities, for our students. It's a $10 million tax credit. It's capped. It sunsets in 10 years. It's one of those opportunities that perhaps we need to open our minds to, because again, 37 other states have found this to be a very successful workforce development, tourism, economic development kind of project.
Further questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. Regarding the 37 other states, I'm not familiar with the bill. I don't serve on the committee. Appreciate the discussion today and have just been doing a little bit of research. Is Iowa one of the 37 states that has a film tax credit program?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
I have a map here. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, thank you. And it does not show that Iowa currently does. We do have Nebraska, Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Illinois, as well as many others. Some of the most successful states have been Nevada, Montana, and Georgia, Illinois, Pennsylvania. So I'm not sure why the good senator from Johnson's concerned about Iowa, but I don't see one.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. The reason I have questions about Iowa is that in my research, I ran across an an incident regarding Iowa and its film tax credit program. Many of you have probably heard of the movie Field of Dreams, and that was filmed in Iowa, and it was part of Iowa's film tax credit program. And part of what happened there in Iowa is there were allegations of abuse of the program, and Iowa prosecutors ended up bringing criminal charges against the state's former film chief, charging felonies and official misconduct over his handling of state film tax credits. It was a pretty big scandal in Iowa and drew some nationwide attention, and it, at the time, apparently caused New Mexico to look at their program a little bit more as well. I think some issues were about how the expenses were reported, whether they were properly reported. And I know the intent of this bill, appreciate that. And we've heard that the intent is that not one company, that if this bill were to become law, get all the tax credits. But we have, at least in the research I've seen other states that has had a problem with it, and apparently Iowa no longer has a film tax credit program. Just some research that I had questions about, and I thank the carrier of the bill for her answering the question about it. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to respond to that. So one of the things that may make this state a little bit different than Iowa is that we will not have a film chief. Our program will be run through the Department of Commerce in conjunction with the Department of Revenue. So all the tax credit applications and materials will need to go through Department of Revenue. So you'll have a little bit maybe more oversight than that state had in the past. I don't know, I haven't researched it, but in listening to what the senator from Johnson is saying, that could make the difference between better oversight.
Further questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the robust discussion today, and it's always good when we can explore opportunities for the state of Kansas. So I move that when the committee rises and report, that it report favorably for passage Senate Bill 91.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Apologies. Clarify that the motion was as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's late. As amended.
The motion was as amended. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We're now going to move to Senate Bill 8. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you. So in Kansas, if you have tangible personal property, every March you have to file a form letting the county know that that property exists. If you're a gas operator and others, including mobile home, where they do not own the land, every year they have to file this form saying that they have the property tax. The penalty on it is extremely stiff. I thank the good senator from Reno for bringing this common sense solution. It would decrease the penalties from 5% to 2%, a maximum late filing penalty from 25% to 10%, and then if you completely forget to pay, a 50% penalty would be reduced to 12.5 with this legislation. The committee made a couple of changes to it. We addressed the fact that you would have to go to BOTA in order to get the penalty waived, and allow the county appraiser now to have the opportunity to waive that penalty. The Senate also put provisions in the bill to require single filing. So you will not have to file every year. You only have to file when something changes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the Senate committee on what they've done here in making this a good bill. I want to make note that I had friends come to me. The Kansas Grain and Feed Association let me know that in 2022, the Kansas Court of Appeal had found that grain elevator machines and equipment would be classified as personal property and would fall into this in a 50% penalty for not having those things filed as a very stiff penalty for my friends that are out there in the countryside doing their good work out there. So I really appreciate and stand in support of this bill.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question for the senator from Lynn.
Please ask it.
So can she let me know if the penalties that in that first year, that could be as much as 10%, are also added to the 12.5% if it's a year late, or after a year do you just pay the 12.5% and you're done with it? So I'm just wondering if in total it's 22.5%.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is exclusive, so it's one or the other. And I would tell the body, the example that we heard during testimony was an individual who had a $1,000 tax liability obligation, and his penalty was $500. So I would hope that the body would support it. Like I said, it's a common sense solution.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if someone is filing more than a year or after a year, the 12.5%, is that the same amount that they would owe after 10 years?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
According to this bill, it would be at the discretion of the county appraiser to decide. They can abate. Otherwise, the maximum penalty could be the 12.5%.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My one concern would be once you've reached that 12.5% penalty, then there is no further reason to pay that bill because it won't increase anymore over time.
Excuse me,
Senator
Mr.
from
Chairman.
Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Well, 12% over time is a pretty egregious penalty to continue accruing.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
So again, isn't that 12.5% just a one-time? After 5 months, it's 10%. After a year, it's 12.5%. But would it increase at all after that?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So I think there's some misunderstanding. The good senator from Douglas, that 12.5% penalty is each year. So it would be 12.5% for each year they do not file.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That may be the intent. That's not what I'm seeing when I read it. That would make a lot more sense.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, do you care to respond?
If the senator has an amendment, we would entertain it. The intent is, it doesn't change anything as to how the current legislation acts. As my understanding that each year that the 12.5% penalty can go on. So if you have it in 2022 and you don't pay in 2023, it's my understanding that's an additional 12.5%.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to ask the body to wait on an amendment. I will look into this and talk to friends in the House. Thank you very much.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, we did not change how it functions. We just changed the rates on this. Other than we did allow the abatement from the county appraisers. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 8 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 37. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, someone has to be last. You know very well how long I've waited to carry this bill because I'm sure you want out of that chair, so I'm going to be brief. And I'm going to be brief according to the definition from the senator from Lyon, not other senators. So bear with me here. Senate Bill 37 takes care of a problem that we've discovered on the Rural Housing Initiative tax credits that we had last year. Last year's bill called for the tax credits that they could not be split and they could not be sold more than once. What we have discovered is that with the tax credits, only the largest banks in Kansas are buying those tax credits, and they are becoming securities that are frozen on their balance sheet, and so therefore that causes some problems. Also, because they were only able to be sold once, the price on those has not been as competitive as we wanted to. So all Senate Bill 37 does is it allows for the splitting of those tax credits and it allows them to be sold more than once. All other caps, all other percentages remain the same from what we passed last year. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will answer questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon, senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Just briefly, I want to stand in support of this bill. It increases the value of these tax credits, and that in turn provides more capital for housing needs in our state. And I hope we'll support this. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 37 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Clays in the chair. Recommended Senate Bills 205, 13, 243, 98, 8, and 37 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bills 24, 169, and 96 be passed. Senate Bills 232, 131 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports recommending substitute bills and the substitute bills be passed. Senate Bills 228 and 91 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Baumgartner, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 33 be amended on motion of Senators Thompson, Tyson, and Holland, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 83 be amended on motion of Senators Steffen, Straub, and Sykes, and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 248 be amended on motion of Senators Peterson and Fagg, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 112, Senate Bill 82, and Senate Bill 63 be passed over but retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, for adoption of the report.
I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 13, Senate Bill 24, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 33, Senate Bill 169, substitute for Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 82, Senate Bill 98, Senate Bill 248, Senate Bill 96, Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 8, and Senate Bill 37.
I think correction on the script was 83, not 82. Is that correct? Yeah. Senate Bill 83 is on final action. 82 was passed over. It is not on final action. You've heard the motion.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yes, Senator from Johnson's.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. When 232 was announced, it was Senate Bill 232. It wasn't substitute for Senate Bill 232. If we could just get some clarification. Thank you.
That is correct. Substitute for Senate 232. Everybody understand our motion? We're final actioning everything that made it. All right. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On first roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 7 and 8, and the first 3 bills on page 9. Senate Bill 205, 13, 24, 228, 243, sub for Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 33, Senate Bill 169, and sub for Senate Bill 131. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 205, an act concerning water. Senate Bill 13, an act concerning schools. Senate Bill 24, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 228, an act concerning county jails. Senate Bill 243, an act concerning minors. Substitute Senate Bill 232, an act concerning children and minors. Senate Bill 33, an act concerning income taxation. Senate Bill 169, an act concerning income taxation. And substitute Senate Bill 131, an act concerning certain healthcare providers.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. She said Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I would like to change my no to an aye on 33.
So ordered. Any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty-nine having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 13. 38 in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 24. 36 in favor and 3 opposed to Senate Bill 33. 39 in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 131. 22 in favor and 17 opposed to Senate Bill 169. 39 in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 205. 34 in favor and 3 opposed to 228. 39 in favor and none opposed to 232 and 243. These measures, having reached a constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On second roll call, we'll take the following: the remaining bills on page 9 and the bills on page 10 and 11. Senate Bill 83, 98, 248, 96, 91, 8, and 37. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 83, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 98, an act concerning post-secondary and postgraduate medical programs. Senate Bill 248, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax. Senate Bill 96, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 91, an act concerning economic development. Senate Bill 8, an act concerning property taxation. And Senate Bill 37, an act concerning taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich.
And aye on the balance. Thank you.
Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Where? Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote on 83 and 96.
Please proceed.
During the 2021 legislative session, this chamber expanded the tax credit for low-income students scholarship program for the first time. When we debated that bill, I warned my colleagues The hits just keep coming for Kansas families. So far, this body has stripped women of their constitutional rights, played political games with the vaccine, blown a $1 billion hole in the budget, and now we are attacking public schools and expanding vouchers. Kansas families are asking what's next. Well, we know what's next. This bill expands this scholarship program beyond its original intent of providing assistance for at-risk, low-income Kansas students. We will be here next year, the year after, and the year after that, attempting to amend this program and expand its scope until it becomes a full-blown voucher program, and we have destroyed our public schools. Here we are again, just last night, politicizing public health. Here we are again, passing multiple large tax bills that will blow up our budget, this time for the tune of $1.8 billion. Here we are again, amending this program, expanding its scope, and making it a full-blown voucher program, and leaving our public schools behind. I vote no. On 96, this legislation encourages and indirectly subsidizes centers that present themselves as healthcare clinics, but operate with the sole intention of persuading pregnant women against having abortions. These centers are unregulated, unethical, and employ harmful tactics to manipulate women, and sometimes deceive them into continuing their pregnancies until it is too late for a legal abortion that they have every right to choose for themselves. I do not believe the state has any business endorsing these manipulative, harmful practices. Kansans are sick and tired of the lies, deception, and fear-mongering around a nuanced private decision. I will not support efforts to legitimize and subsidize these lies. I vote no.
Would you like your mark spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to give my explanation for Senate Bill 248 on food tax. I voted no because of the impact on our local communities. The food sales tax, I'm all in favor of, but when it comes down to the local, when we are making a decision for the local communities, I have to draw the line there. A lot of their budgets, all of their budgets, as they discuss their budgets, they're thinking about revenue sources, and most of them have revenue sources from their sales tax, whether it's for star bond districts, community development districts, street maintenance sales tax, trails and park and recreation sales tax. These are initiatives that several of them voters had taken initiative to vote on and wanted for their communities. And we are taking that away from them and saying, maintain what you have with less revenue. And I don't think that's our job to do. We need to give them the resources to make their own decisions instead of making those decisions for them. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Yes, please.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer explanation of vote on SB 83. It is both irresponsible and a disservice to Kansas taxpayers to expand a program like this without impact data and without accountability measures in place. When the legislature started down the path of vouchers, we were told it was to help low-income students. But every year, new legislation works to expand the program, as was just shown to us tonight, which shows this really isn't about helping low-income students. Similar voucher programs implemented in other states show that 75% of recipients are already in private schools. If you represent one of the 64 counties in Kansas that have no private schools available, with this bill, you're hurting the only choice your constituents actually have. Because even if vouchers don't get used in your area, there's only a certain amount of money